milestone for that specific machine, and it also gives both companies crucial data because it's the new machine as well as a new node for Intel. Separately, Adair, there was Rosenblatt, Kevin Cassidy. He chimed in on Intel, kept the $65 price, or sorry, he increased from 50 to 65. My mistake there, but he keeps accelerating. And he said, look, Intel should benefit from strong CPU demand, but as we've been talking a lot about it, their yields continue to suffer. They have about, low yields, especially on their lower nodes, and that will keep the amount of inventory they're able to give some of their clients a little bit lower. So that top line revenue number may not go up as much. So we'll have to wait and see, but good luck for Intel.
Yeah, we'll talk more about ASML, of course, during the rundown, but I want to mention this.
Because you're truly one of one. Superwoman.
For AAHR, strong guidance as well.
No question about it. Small company, of course, $18.8 million in revenue. That is a 33% year-over-year growth. $1.4 million in cash.
Because you truly one of one. I just want to give you this time, the thanks and gratitude for the life that I live, for the air that I breathe when I wake up. Just happy to be all together. Times that I spend with my family can never be replaced, and I pray that I have a million more times of great times with my family. I pray that I lead the way, and I pray that I always be there when I need me, if I could be there. Just thank you for the blessings, the thoughts that I received, the energy that I received, the negative energy leaving, the positive energy coming in. I pray that I could continue marching forward with joy, grace, class, empathy, confidence, and just have a great time for when I can have a great time and live those moments and be there in the moment and be present and be mindful when I talk and positive when I speak. I pray that when I get to Gary, I enjoy that time as well. With my family, I pray that we can enjoy each other's company without arguing, bickering, and all the nonsense. I pray that we can enjoy each other as a family. I just just can't explain to you how I feel. I pray that I stay humble, stay nimble, stay quick on my feet, and just keep my thoughts and my dreams to myself. I pray that I protect my dreams and aspirations and, and keep them to myself and water that seed and nurture that seed and nurture my thoughts and my energy and just keep going. I pray for forgiveness to forgive me for all the bad that I've done. I pray that I forgive myself. I pray that I can forgive others without thinking anything else about the situation and move past it. I pray that I can move forward through your son Christ Jesus. Amen. Hey, sing down, Mabel.
Oh, with show us, dreams we look at my mind. No, no, so we do not, so we do not. Oh, my God, single day, everything that I live for, faithful.
Bankroll on the table.
I think it could end up being trade. Otherwise, no. And then the personal, this is, I'm getting out of it. I would want to get triple. Now I'm doing it, presenting you with a pretty, but sometimes you hold on to something and part of the reason was it was people that they before it now spent. You know, maybe I can buy more IBM like that, or maybe that people. That's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was saying, but you have to break back down. 256 going, higher than 7. Still in this dollar range here, back. So we'll wait to see what happens with the top day. I like the idea of taking this back down. Supposed to come my way, this year. I don't know if it's more. And I just think, the more accounts they have under them, more just, I don't know. I like that. I think it does happen. So back to that super bio price, it's around $60 every month. I think that I would probably wait for that. And I think that's better idea to say no 10%. I like PayPal. I think it's still it's working because if they come out and deny everything, it's going to go back down and be downside with time. But I also like PayPal for this right now. There's some upside there. So I don't know if it's related or not, but up in the 670 area is where I think I'll probably go in. And then maybe if they come out and say, they do get an another bid that's going to right. So yeah, I like PayPal here today. Let's let it open up before we get excited about it. But really reasons to get excited. Up 20%. I like that, especially with higher down. So yeah, you gotta like the stock.
So look here at ASML this evening, initially a really strong reaction to a turn report. Now making out near free market lows, but good report and strong guidance for this shipping out of Europe.
Yeah, well, we've seen the price action subsequent to converting there on Amazon. Nothing surprising here, but we're high on this one in the days and weeks ahead. Very, very good report. 9.3 billion euros in revenue, well ahead of 8.8 expected. Profit, 2.9 billion euros, beating easily the
Equities.
billion euros expected. They're also increasing full year sales, 43 to 45 billion dollars. Sorry, euros. For 2026, guys, that is a marked increase from the prior guide. They were guiding 36 to 40 billion euros for full year 26. Now it's in the mid 40s at the high end. They're also highlighting extremely strong order both for the EUV and the GBP. So, you know, the EU being more important here in terms of looking at diversification as they're allowed to sell ultraviolet China. So, of course, for the EUV, they plan on increasing capacity by about 30%. So we'll have to see if that comes with corollary CapEx expenditures to be able to meet that increasing production capacity there. But we'll good report and corollary one we didn't know about.
The tip factor, we'll see you guys.
They're already doing the process on ASML, but the story with it, Intel, good headlines, and you know, if we get this dip, which it seems like we're getting a bit of a dip, market's at 30,000 level, so well, that's a NASDAQ is at that 3,000, probably pretty which can for a dip. Prior high sit at 9, prior close that 8 level is a bit of a trend break here on the story. Didn't really break the 100, kind of focused the 100 or we bounced it front. You had a 1 day continuation, steps, taking the steps with the eight, and kind of like a dip and go. Like, if you lose and go red, Intel it's not one that I would want to take. Unless you get kind of yeah, that's typically looking at. And with regards to ASML, I mean, they just kind of just turning along. But it hasn't been like super explosive pulling back off of the highs going into that positive trend. Maybe it will. If they take this report and lose the 50 period, there'd be like some concern because that's not what you want to see. It is at least correct. Can't ignore that fact. It's a rising period. Quarter. It's at least correct. I still think it's good.
I want to thank everybody. Like, I just put this out 6 minutes ago, almost 2,000 people. I want to say thank you. This is, is really starting to come up. Thank you, everybody, for being supported by it.
Ray, a backdoor Rosini stayed at home, and he's going to pay the price. No! He comes off the crossbar. The fall up and saves. Ray, a backdoor Rosini stayed at home, and he's going to pay the price. No! He comes off the crossbar. The fall up and saves. Ray, a backdoor Rosini stayed at home, and he's going to pay the price. No! He comes off the crossbar. The fall up and saves.
Intel bought $29 right there. SoFi 29 long. Wow, I went with this. And then RGBTI, QBTS, and ION Q. Wait for developments here in the quantum space. So that was one of those notes. We've been doing this note since the start of the show when you guys started asking for some ideas that we have as traders. So there is a lot of all right, Intel 108 long. I like it, man. That collab there with the new machinery on ASML finally starting to get Intel to that next step in their chip making. So right there, Intel 108 long. So that's exactly the trade that I'm going to be waiting for and trying to sit on my hands a little bit until that does come in, right? The fade on Intel is real, I believe. Like we're down almost now, 25% from its highs. So you're in bear territory for Intel, but that's kind of a tough thing to say. I think like the bear territory, all that kind of stuff is very over pronounced these days because you're getting right. Some days that can be corrected. But you literally look at IBM, even ASML, again here today, right? But at the end of the day, you fall back into this $100 level. I like the report. Let's see if it winds up holding. Intel's been a little bit of a tough trade, I think, because it's for me, I've been biased short. So if I kind of like don't hit it there, I haven't been playing the long recently. So we'll have to wait to see how it pans out. But yesterday's close in there around 107.50. So if it does come into this 108, let's give it at least 50 cents. So that's my mind thinks. And yesterday we did that video at 2 o'clock. And we were talking about like how many shares, what's your stop loss, this and that. So that's the kind of stuff that goes through my head right now on Intel. Let's wait to see if we get a 108 and then let's use this 107.50-ish. It could even be 107. So I'm thinking at least a 50 cent hit there for Intel if it does come in, because yesterday we don't have NVIDIA on here, but talk about it. We will be talking about it. This was on the notice number one trade yesterday. It was down at 204. So the Intel, like I wrote that down when we were at 207. in the pre-market up here, and then whoosh all the way to the downside. And unfortunately, it breaks that 205. We had 205 written down, and it gets into 204, which is the bottom, and then we take off $8. So it was a monster trade, but at the end of the day, screw up because we take it to 205, and we did get out at 204.50. We saw the bond, we bought it back in. But if I avoid that for 15 minutes there, I talked about yesterday on the lesson, avoid the first 5 minutes. But sometimes, especially in these markets, you got to give it maybe a little bit more time. So just to talk about Intel, that's what I'm going to try to do. Let's just wait to see if this 08 is a thing. Maybe not stand there and take it. Let's just wait to see what happens. But I like this 08, 07 area here on Intel. 07 being very low. So if we can get into 08, hold it, we'll go long, and maybe use our 07s as a stop spot. But it's happening again. This happened yesterday. We came upside, made some highs into some key levels there, and then we just dropped all the way back in to yesterday to the CPI level and bumped back up. So this is where we were pre-PPI today, producer price index, and now we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit of a comeback here. We dropped, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit more to see if these levels do hold once again. But it feels like it's Groundhog Day all over again. I gotta go back to sleep. I'm tired today. Didn't get to bed till about 1 o'clock yesterday. It was fine. Doing busy things. We didn't get back from the dive until 10:45. So late nights there. Hey man, it's father life there, Sharif. I hope one day you and Joseph can join us in that life there, Sharif. It's
Zoom in on Joe.
it's the best. It's the best life.
Of course it is.
If that's part of it, But
Nah, man, you guys are gonna get a round of applause from me every time for that.
yeah, man, it's been tough. Raising 3 kids living in Toronto on one income has been part of it, but it's always been a blast. To see these kids where they go, right? So, having 3 of them is something. My eldest has been around here last couple of years.
Yeah, but he was on the way over, and good to see him. I did want to mention we do have another mover here. I want to thank Andrew. He's got. Sharif, I know, is going to have this one. I shouldn't say he has it on the radar. I'm sure he can have it. ALVA. There is a story here. They have a commercial relationship with Amazon. Looking at that or something here. So up 68% and still going. There's always tons of them, but a legitimate deal here. I didn't really have any numbers. You have to read the entire article, but still, good time, good runner. 5 million in shares volume already, and most last week. Thank you, Chad. Looks like it. And if that's your game, the pre-market, early action, sometimes you get the best plays. Definitely not a small capper next on the list. The exact opposite of the small cap capital.
Apple and Alibaba, we've been hearing for a while now that these companies would be working together on AI integration for Apple devices. China, it's like the China's cyber-based regulator finally gave them the all clear.
That's the kind of business you have to do in China, Dara. I mean, you want to do business there, you're going to have a local partner, and this is no different, whether you're Apple or NVIDIA or whoever else. So the headline is that they approved Apple Intelligence for release in China. It's going to be based on Alibaba's Twin AI model, and it's going to feature all the on-device features for Apple. It's going to be running on-device as well as the cloud. It gives Apple, the world access to the world's largest smartphone market, but it also gives Baba a new runway for its Twin model. So, for both companies, it's quite fitting. But there's also another AI headline for Apple. This one is a few days old. We did report about it yesterday, but I read this one over the weekend that they are dealing or continuing to speak to Prism ML, which is a company who took a large language model, let's say about 54 gigabytes, and they were able to compress it down to about 4 gigabytes so that it can run on device. So think of something like maybe a Chat 4.0, not maybe the most frontier models, but good enough to be able to run on device. Now, the good thing about this is you didn't have any loss in usage. You didn't have any parameters that were removed. So all the information that was included in the original LLM would be included in this small compressed 4 GB one. But the deal hasn't been struck yet, Adara. Let's see if it actually gets done.
Yeah, Alibaba and Apple, do you guys have any thoughts on these names?
Yeah, it doesn't look like Apple here, but Alibaba was selling off most of the morning. Actually, it's Alibaba. Apple didn't quite make the cut for the top names because of the inside price action above 318 looks much more interesting. I think if it does break out to 318, that's one of the names I wanted to join and try to continue the party. But look what happened when it did. If the first 15-minute candle looks like this again on a chase, I think you gotta be a little bit patient because you want to see it put it on higher low. It does. It didn't quite make the list. I got PayPal, SpaceX, maybe the SpaceX, I guess 22 on the list. But yeah, 3 names. There's too many names to be looking at this point. Not enough action. I still think this is a good story for Apple, and it's going to be a boringly good stock. If it wasn't, so, and it's not expensive, but if it wasn't so much of a value for some of the other mags that right now, I think Apple would have already held to the high and broken a little bit further. But when you were able to get NVIDIA, what's of course, the Meta, some of that can be why you're getting a checkup in Apple. It's consolidating for really.
I know you're asking about just, I'll put it back in that you guys still have looked at that. Right now, I don't have Alibaba or Apple written on it, but it is nice to see Alibaba taking out those highs that we just made not too long ago on the one period, 115 taking those out. So, that was a nice little level there. And then now you get this stock. Exactly what I've been saying, even when it was falling back in about how we like the stock, because of that exact reason about how their large language models just be able to cheaper over there, and now with Qwen, starting to get that feeling going. Apple, we know, has been the best product of all time, the largest install base of all time, not getting any smaller, growing actually, right? Their service is growing. So as AI, and I just downloaded iOS 27 now, thank you for that suggestion there. So we'll mess around with that a little bit here today. But yeah, so getting ready for Alibaba to actually explode back to the upside. What a great level that was down here at $100. I don't know if we're gonna, it's ridiculous to say we're never going to get another opportunity to get it down here, but I don't know if we're going to get another opportunity anytime soon. Seems like they have a lot of levers right now, and Alibaba to the upside. Yeah, I like it, and we don't even have really a deal we're trying to get or anything. So, we heard about the NVIDIA China connection. So again, you're going to get more power to some of these guys to produce bigger and better things. Alibaba should be right on top of everything. So I like Alibaba. It's great play for those of you that are interested in investing in China. And I think it's probably the safer Chinese play. If you really wanted something safer, I call this up. FXI is the China Tech ETF. Basically, the top 100 names there, so you can check that out. AWeb is the internet-related play there, which actually says China Inter. I don't know, but anyways, it's internet place. So there we go. I guess that's what it means. But yeah, the KWeb as well. Nice upside right there. So KWeb, FXI, Alibaba. You have my two and go ahead and not need it, but to buy all of these names, especially the ETF, it's just you got to understand that there is a risk there. Kind of, we don't have the same regulation that we go over here. I think we have to have that had, and we do have a volatile administration, obviously in the United States. Right now, their focus is not. They had that whole delegation go over there. I don't know if they did anything other than some burgers on Air Force One, but it was a nice move up. Jensen stayed back, so I'll be happy. But it wasn't the deal's done. But I think that does have a possibility of blasting higher, especially with positive news coming. I know I like Alibaba. That is the Chinese space.
Another name that has a home listing in Asia. That's going to be SKHY. SK Hynix. You guys can help the title of the rundown. Fourth day trading in the U.S., but it's really interesting. What we're seeing pre-market from SK Hynix markedly different from what it did overnight with that native listing in South Korea.
You're absolutely right. What it did rip 27% yesterday, right? So my thinking is, and this is just speculation, Adara, that we kind of led the charge, sold and traded. It went up 8%, and because we went up 27% yesterday, we are now down, I believe, 7 1/3. Maybe some profit taking, hard to know. There's very little in the way of price discovery on this. It's so new. but I didn't really see any specific headline, that would move the memory names today, just more volume.
It'll be interesting to continue to see if this trades on its own or if it leads or responds to being near the sub-free listing. Regardless, SKHY, is that in place for you guys today?
And yesterday, obviously, was great. And really, the IPO day is a bit of a different beast. The opening trade was fantastic. Shortly after, the momentum standpoint, afternoon work. And then 2 days ago, like 4 or 5 multiple scalp opportunities that were just, like there were good places to find shorts on trend breaks. These were myself early, a little later, late in the day. It just gave you these trend break plays. That was not happening on SK Hynix. Like there were small moves back in, but it was all trend direction. I want to look to try to join that instead of looking for it. So if we get any hold, to sit up the opening range, potentially just wait for it to set something up off the board. Right now, that looks like a short, but I'm not married to that. But breaks out and the opening range holds higher, then join the trend as opposed to look the first. That worked really well 2 days ago, but yesterday I looked for more review.
Yeah, shout out right there to everybody there on TikTok. What's up, Peter? Thank you again for all of the super chats. There it is right there. Another one coming in, Peter, right there. $1.48. We want to give a big shout out to everybody that is watching us on TikTok, on YouTube, everywhere, man. Adam, James, shout out to Peter over there. Anybody else? Oh, I just opened this up right now. I had it open, but I popped it out from our other one. Here it is. Gold Pro, yeah, right there. Gold Pro Master, also in here as well. Peter again. So they're Brady. Thank you so much for everything that everybody's providing to us every single day. And again, I always want to say thank you to everybody for the support. In some of our watch lists, make sure you go grab our watch list in the description. Also get Sharif's morning note that has all of these names talked about in much greater detail than what Neil or I talked about, obviously, there with Sharif. So go grab Sharif's morning note. But yeah, I have SK Hynix, man. We didn't start trading that until I think it was around 10 o'clock or so yesterday, but we were trying to go short that name off of 180 or so. And right now, we're going to go long. So pulling back after 27% rally there, watch the level and play along. I don't think there's too much more to deal with right here with a PE of around 5 or 6 on SK Hynix. Definitely worth looking at it. Look, again, we wrote this down earlier on today on the note when it was around 183, falling into 180. Let's see if it winds up holding. The only problem with me right now on a lot of problems, but the only problem with trading right now is breaking above VWAP and holding that. So I'm not sure. I'm not in love with this 180 anymore, but it's at a level that we want to watch out for. So SK Hynix, nice move yesterday. If you're looking at the chart, this is where we sort of held down here at 180. Then there's a pop up through into 194, 195. Was my best trade of the month, obviously on the IPO, the listing, and we'll wait to see if we can double that up today and make a little bit of cash on SK Hynix. Definitely, I like the stock. We don't have SpaceX on there, but SpaceX is again on the note today of 135. I mean, we actually ran this thing perfectly yesterday. Like honestly, man, it was I don't have to speak back up. It was, oh my god, type of thing there yesterday. Yeah, and the money thing too. What's up, morning, yo? What's up, TJ Vinny? That must be from TikTok as well. The 7 center over there. Thank you, TJ Vinny. Spin those beats, my guy, on those phones, man. Turn that up today as we were 3 minutes into the open. But right there, we shorted this level yesterday. And like I said, man, this went right in the pocket. Turned out to be one of the top stocks for us on the day. And we didn't even start until 3 o'clock. So there was a nice move down. It just goes to show you, man, be patient, wait for your levels, and you'll be okay. I wrote that 135, of course, that's the IPO price that everybody, including Kevin O'Leary, got in at. So we'll have to wait to see 135. I remember when that guy was on the show, and it was like, man, if you get that okay for a decent amount, it went up to 225, and boy, oh boy, we're having a great opportunity to sell it. So here we go, man. SpaceX, just a couple minutes before the opening bell. We got to go back to the desk, but I do want to show you this before we go back. Only one more story, Lucid. Lucid was another stock yesterday that all of a sudden became my number one stock, and we didn't trade that until this story popped either. But there it is, IBM with a nice buy. We can see if that starts going. PayPal with the sell. We said get that with this if you can. We'll wait to see what happens on PayPal. Although I still think that's $6 hold, so we'll wait to see what's going on there with PayPal. Oracle on the buy side as well today. So a few interesting names here that we've got to look at. I actually like that PayPal trade. we'll have to look at it, let it settle down a little bit, and we'll get into PayPal. I know we've already discussed it. We'll discuss it as this market opens up. Thank you to everybody watching worldwide. That's all it's going to be here. Everybody else has sent in some of those guys. And here's Tommy Gunn. Hey, Tommy Gunn, right there. Guess what's coming up next, Tommy? If you look on the right, you can see it right there. It is Lucid. DJ Vinny. Yeah, spit those beats, my guy. Let's go back over to the desk, and I'm sure she was playing clubbing at some.
Talk about LCID here. This game moved about 6 hours after the report came out suggesting they were going farther to file bankruptcy. They denied it. Lots of turkey action on this stock.
Yeah, Tommy Gunn's the biggest trader in the Rocky series, by the way, guys. Never be like Tommy Gunn. 50% intraday drop yesterday for Lucid. Frantic volatility holds. They're immediate denial of anything Chapter 11 related. But guys, it doesn't make sense given their finances, okay? Because it's just a few days. I'm talking July 6th of this year. They took out $800 million from a term loan that they were provided by one of the Saudi public investment funds affiliates. So their liquidity right now is about $4.7 billion. All right. So they don't have a money problem. It's a public company. We know how much money they have. But they are looking at restructuring. All right. So let's just go.
See you by BFS. Everything's been fast. Always want to set that up for sure. Look, obviously, at the open, you can be watching USO break the HOD. So oil is headed higher. We did have that print. The team, it was good, and the revisions were lower as well. But USO kind of leading the way to the upside. Unfortunately, we'll go just very quickly on Lucid. It's not really doing much in here. If it dips again today, I'm going to be playing in Rivian again because the Rivian made bottom. It was fantastic, 75 and then 17. But it doesn't seem like it wants to go down at all. SLV is something I want to go pops in if the market is strong. So this is starting to bounce off the wall. I like the bring in a quarter if it gets up there. But so far, at least a little bit quiet off.
So pretty much every stock I wrote down as a trade idea has come right into the levels. It's just I'm trying to be patient today, sit on my hands for a couple more minutes. There's Intel 108. It's only like talked about it, between 107 to 108 right there. Intel's pulling back in. I'm not pulling the trigger yet. You know, we've done this many times before. And there it is at 8. So that's coming right back in. My guy SK Hynix right here has pulled right back in into 180. This is the level that we had liked as well. SK Hynix goes up to 182. And then comes right back in again there. Yeah, it's Tamp Day today. So every coffee you buy, I think $1 or something goes towards Tim Hortons Tamp. So right there, Range is playing grab the coffee. So that's nice to do that. Over there at Tim Hortons. But SK Hynix right now dropping back into 180 there. And I think that's going to be a good level. And I think this is going to be a good level as well. But 931, a little early to get into anything, in my opinion. Based on what I just got in there. This is a different story, I believe, anyways. There's Lucid just popped in. So we go down 480. I'm going to put in a stop at 486 again and just see if we can run this for the rest of the day. But we'll take the first position here on Lucid. There it goes. There it goes, in and out. So we didn't take anything. We had 2 units there. We'll take 6, 7, 8. Yesterday we ran that and we did back, I guess, 20% of what we did there yesterday. Early, but a quick little hitter right there on Lucid. This is part of the reason, right? You don't want to necessarily jump into things immediately, but Lucid going up to $5 as they have disputed as Sharif was trying to get out there, ran out of time. But that report now big back to $5. There goes Lucid. That's why you get in and out quick time. Last thing you want to do is be sitting on here. So I just lost a cup of coffee, so I guess I could find one. Right here, 108, trying to hold right now on Intel. That might be my next play coming through right now. So yeah,
Amazon's the one that made the bounce off the old, not bounce, break off the old. 250 clean break on Amazon. Obviously, this wasn't necessarily the target of the list, but there's no news on Amazon here. Thank you, Adara, for throwing that in. But big time mover, 1.5% doesn't seem like a whole lot, but off of this open, when sideways action does still like that fade silver. We're not going to get VWAP on PayPal. PayPal is already only up 13%. Remember, it's not a firm deal. Yes, there could still be a bidding war. At some point, it could drop far enough that I would be in the direction. SpaceX, that hasn't popped into any resistance levels. It's literally not moving as we speak. Very quiet. I did have 5 on Lucid, but I don't want it right away. I was hoping to go down, and then I could play sympathy long again on Rivian. But it's into that void that we liked in the afternoon. which was right up in here. 530 was the first bounce rejected when the story came out. So 5 to 530, yeah, but both forced reversion. Like, is it stronger? It's one thing to come all the way back. Is it actually stronger than it was for this story? That's the question. That's what I would be questioning. Why would it be higher when it's still this thing? It does get it to 530 for the Alvo, and I might end up, we might end up getting this SLV short. Gets into that. They're already putting its score high. It's going to get an offer.
I will make back a little bit here, obviously, as we finally, following our super chat, our sticky note there, and we take it. It was hopefully going to be a good trade here with Intel. We tried to give it a little bit of room. We marked down 108, but in the market we sort of talked about potentially coming in right into these levels, right into there, 107. So we wind up taking it at 107.50, giving it a little bit of room to go right now. SK Hynix and first of all, let's go, man. It's Intel, baby, and there it goes, man. This is going to be a good one. I don't know what to tell you guys, but we'll make back what we lose on Lucid right there, and here it goes, man. It's Intel. They're good. I mean, we just have to follow our rules, man. We are aggressive at trading, and sometimes a little too much. So we gave this one a few seconds to play. I don't think this thing is necessarily going to moon here, but good trade so far, working itself into it, and it's that club that we talked about right there. Right now, trying to make its way up into $1. So that name actually working out. And the other name that I want to go back was SK Hynix. That 180, yeah, man. I mean, that's, like I said, this was a level that we were looking at for sure. And it just did not hold, down 9% off of 25% yesterday. So SK Hynix, you say what's up to everybody in the chat. CETA, IBM, ServiceNow, Tesla, a lot of people talking all over the place. So yeah, thank you guys for paying attention to what we're doing. We're going to pay attention to you guys as well on the chat. There's SK.
Yeah, SK Hynix is catching a bit of a bit. There's an offer for $100K on Lucid here on EdgeX. Here, there we go. I don't know why it's automatic. So there's a $100K offer on Lucid, and someone just showed up a couple of times. So I was looking for one of these two spots to go for the fade. The first stop, someone else seemed to like it, and they do the order now. So I want to pull back into the long weighted average price. And I want to give it past that 20 at all. And SpaceX seems like it's coming in pretty heavily. I also have my bid out on BAC. We like this bank the most. They're already up a couple of points. I'm looking dip into 60. It goes full breakout mode. So it's going to be a breakout. Pull back into the breakout price. Where we go. And lose it the first time today. I'm willing to give a couple shots. As long as we're underneath where the new started, but VWAP is about 20 cents away. So it's a little better than 1 to 1. I'll take that if we're able to get it for sure. And thank you for we're able to grab it. The NASDAQ's still dancing and not good. I don't know what to tell you. Like we're 30,000, but we're underneath 30,000 and it's just heading lower. So it's looking a little bit weak over there on the NASDAQ. Just not far enough up to short it or space.
By the way, more just got to be there in Intel. I mean, again, this may not work. It's still a little early. We do want to drop out if it gets to 107, right? So let's be very, very clear about that we're not avoiding through 107 level that we talked about. So now we're on let's see where this thing rides to, like hopefully higher, but we're just going to give it a little bit of room there. We know the high is in that 108 area, so if it gets back up to 108.20, we will be able to get a little more of Intel, but it's not really working. Part of the problem is ASML has turned red on the day. So just that, but I looked at it and it was red. So ASML down now 0.65 up, but it was doing well. But we dropped now $50 there. And again, the $50
it's an expensive
stock, dramatic, but it's not really. So we'll see if it can battle itself back to the upside. I just want to look over here because part of the story with Intel was ASML, but they're not going to trade together today. Just that was the story there for myself. So, all right, that's what's happening there. I do like the SpaceX level again here. Oops, that's not Blue Ocean. That is Blue Ocean. That's not what we're trading right now. There's SPCX. So it just had a pretty epic run on EWAP there. Got to 137.30, up to 139.40. There goes SPCX. And if you want to say a shout out to everybody that's watching us right now, again, the MQ is going to go red soon. Yeah, it looks like you're right about that one, change. But we're going to dump out of our Intel if it does go break through. So it looks like Intel right here momentarily threatening that 7 area. Yeah, what is up with this CETA stock? That's just software name. So $23, maybe moving around. This stock does have the ability to move. Yeah, there is up 2% as well. Google, we love some Google. We could hear that Warren G, aka Warren Buffett. Yeah, we were talking about Google there. So maybe he gets in, or maybe they get in at some point. And there goes Intel losing that 107. So, we got stock. Whatever, it's a fail. It sucks because we did rebuy it, but at the end of the day, there's the break now. And good thing, especially we really put ourselves in a hole by trading in video to alongside and not giving it the room. And right here, get out of Intel. And of course, there it goes now, right back up to the upside. So gotta have a little bit more patience. We'll try one more time here on Intel with that little low take there. Again, I don't really love trading Intel, but I think there's some opportunity here with it. It just made a low. We got stopped out at 160.90. So we'll have to 106.90. We'll see if that hits one more time, right? But we'll get back into the long here. Just small this time. Here it comes back to 107.
Lucid's kind of holding here, but it's not really doing it. I think it's holding right just above the 5 level. Still looking for that pullback in the prior high. Like, not a heck of a lot. So going on with it. If it retakes the top, that's got to be, bit of a lower high, short SLB. So it's not the top. But I wrote the note to be 3-2, but it trended from there. So I'll take this short to there. And if I get stopped out, that gives me another shot to take it to 3-2. Just looking back on the DAC. The DAC hasn't really dipped. So I'm just going to cancel. Bidding all the way down here $1 on DAC. There's no point in that, in my opinion. If it breaks VWAP, I'll find another entry at some point. Short silver, the market's headed to the downside. Lucid may or may not care what the overall market is doing, but I would like to think that Bitcoin would. And it's not really falling. Bitcoin is looking pretty strong here. If it holds, the Nasdaq's breaking below as we speak. If Bitcoin holds VWAP, that looks like a pretty good trend. A couple other things just are not setting up for me at all. And I like the fact that USO is going down. What makes me want something to the long side with USO coming in and coming down, but nothing's really set. Not a question. Got a couple of shorts. Someone's at least coming down. Lucid, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, I'm going to try to tell short, but I know you're at the least.
Okay, Lucid's going up, but it doesn't have to care what the market does.
Looking at something was there. 2 seconds. What was it chart you had before this?
It was USO.
Oh, it was USO.
I had USO up because USO is coming back down.
That's
big loss. Like, I don't want something like I should be looking more on.
But I thought that was sit there for a second. Okay. Yeah. First of all, another play that I was thinking about right here was actually SpaceX at these levels of 139 as short, to be honest with you. But I do know that there's a 135 level that we sort of have to worry a little bit about. All right, man. We tried to tell again. I'm going to try to go short now on this 107 break area. The Nasdaq is bleeding down. This is a key level for the Nasdaq. Yes, this is a key level for the Nasdaq because we've come. We've come right back into GPI level again. And we said, this is kind of what we were maybe looking for on the NASDAQ, right? Was a low tick into where we started from. So just like yesterday, CPI upside, then downside, and now we wait to see if we do hold some of those levels. In a little bit here on Intel, flip game not strong right now on INTC. And, we didn't want to support it. We wanted to give it a little bit of room to breathe down here. It felt like it was getting pretty negative in the NASDAQ. This is the name that I don't mind shorting, but right now it looks like it's got the best to be both ways here. We went long first, now we're short in an uptrend here with INTC. Really the end of the world. That high rate there was 107.50. We can see if it deals with that, but it's still a little early to be in a lot of shares here. I feel like only 9:42. So let's give it just a little bit of room to breathe. We do know this name can rip our faces off. That is for sure. And I did see Meta was
it's going up to lunch 911 here. Meta, you're going to believe what the high is if you're probably looking at it. Same as yesterday, 666. It's a little bit ominous, is what it is, but Meta heading red. But I don't think that's the big story to the downside. It's DRAM. That's where it's at.
Yeah,
it's like the market's come back in, but DRAM down 3 points. There's a bit of a flush. Until this catches a bit, market could be in a little bit of trouble. This is yesterday's low as well. So SK Hynix, obviously, it had a strong day yesterday. This is exactly what it felt like at one point yesterday.
Oh, wow.
SK Hynix going strong when DRAM was going down. DRAM going down, now this one wants to break out. So my plan of action was to sit out opening range in SK Hynix, and once it starts setting a trend, just buy the dip on the first trend. Or it would have been shorted if try to get ready. But it looks like it's going to be by the dip on any kind of an up move. I don't whenever it happens to be. So it's breaking out the top, dipping the VWAP, it's going to play. And I wish I could tell you it wasn't exactly where it was when I called it up last time, but it is. It's exactly where it was.
That might not even.
Like it's not going higher. It's not good, but it's also not just going anywhere. Just put it there as game minus.
Hynix is absolutely ruining.
Remember what I did yesterday?
It just went from like $3.
This stock, when it wants to go, nothing's gonna stop that. See valuation. People like to buy the like.
That is for sure. And that was the plan of action today, was when we thought about this 1 minute until Canada interest rate decision. So get ready, Adara. Canada interest rates in less than 45
I
seconds.
know I'm excited.
I'm so excited
Waiting with bated breath.
for that one. No, not overly serious.
No,
But this is big. We talked about that. Adara and I have we write together, but the sarcasm sometimes gets a little bit. So, yeah, no, I mean, all jokes aside, we'll wait for Canadian interest rates. Our banks have been pretty hot, so we'll wait to see if they can. We don't want them to cool down, of course, as owners of Canadian bank stocks. But we'll wait to see what ends up happening there in just a couple of seconds. All right, so that's what we're doing now. We've got a little piece out on Intel, but nothing to really write home about. And the short started to print a little bit. We're sort of here at 106.95, so it's flat. We're now in the money 10 cents as we get ready for 9:45 and those great decisions. What the? Okay, Intel has some Canadian paper. Nice little move upside there for Intel. Now it's starting to get going. What's going on? The market's going downside, but Intel holding up right now, unchanged for us here in Canada. There, so that's good. We like that one better than getting anything that we know about here in the United States, where we are actually looking for in the United States. It was 33%. Now we've gotten some obviously hot or cooled off, inflation numbers, and there it is now down to 12% chance of an interest rate hike for everybody for FOMC here in the States, down to 29 of February of July coming through now. 87% chance that we stay where we are, 12% chance of a rate hike right now. That was 33.
that was 3 times high. It was way higher.
Yeah, it was 30. Yeah, literally a third. It was 2/3, 1/3.
These last 2 trends, I don't think we have to worry about those rate hikes.
No,
Well, the other thing you got to think about here, think aloud. As I get out, it finally broke that high. Like Lucid didn't move up much, but it moved up enough, and it's still trending higher. You got to wait a shot at this. But you got to start thinking about, okay, if we're not raising rates, that could be good for some companies that were really like some small cappers that were going forward. So Rivian becomes at least a little peeling back to helping with it. Silver is working down. It's going to be let's go there to there. And like the VWAP to the $0.50 to the low of the day. That's the one. God, unfortunately, nothing else really set up. SpaceX, I wanted to short, but it wasn't all the way down. Here, I was hoping for at least a little bit more of a gap fill. But if it's going to lose VWAP, then we'll try to find our way into the trend. The market's looking weak. It's about to go red on the NASDAQ. We're finding another short, just SLB.
Yeah, we've got the big short option now. Again, man, like we wrote it down as a long. We tried the long, man. We tried the long, and then we got reloaded right there on the short. We flipped it up, man. We talked about having that flip game. I guess it's stronger than we thought. There it goes to the downside right now, Intel. So we make back this, and we'll just, I don't know. This is my problem, is now that I dig myself a hole early, I just get out of the hole now. We should have, well, whatever. I can't control what happens in the market, but, there's a downside push now. For now, we're out of just over half of this trade on Intel. Looking for more. I just took some 40s. I'm actually waiting at 21. Got it. There it is, man. It's a big slapper right now. As we go back in, we had $1 one way, we have $1 the other way. Back into 106 right now. Let's take another bid at 106 and see what winds up happening here with Intel. As there goes the NASDAQ, man, as Dylan in the chat, you guys had mentioned up there that we were going to go red there. So Tucson here right now, so shut up the full show right there. Yeah, Intel $100. I mean, that would be pretty sweet. We get that, and we're out of here. That would be a day ender for me. Right there. Yeah, thank you so much, DLYPO. Yes, guy. No guy. Yes, guy. We love that segment. What's up, yes, guy? What's up to the Tat Man, Jim Tatty over there, a Toronto legend. But But yeah, yes, Intel. Here we go, man. Nice move to the downside here. INTC. We printed on that one, baby. So far so good there. You got SLD there. We both tried
Those V's halted
Oh, V.
down this time, everybody. Sorry, I know a lot of people want this to go. It would have been fun to see it break $50 just to see the shorts get squeezed and everyone make full load of money this long. But halted down at 38. Looks like it's first halt of the day. Should be 5 minutes. That'll make it about 1 minute or so. It'll open back up. Sometimes I hesitate to say there might be a lot, but sometimes you'll get like the first halt down, and if it can hold on to the level, there could be a secondary play. But I'd be very, very cautious with this. It seems like it's not the most stockable for the reason. I'm probably not going to touch the potential, but if it can retake the 40, good luck to everyone. I hope it hold through that halt. SpaceX, no bounce. The market just went lower, but we're still only in the one short. I don't want to. Not punching short at the low. We need to either get bouncing back in the wall or it's deep. That's nothing for. You know what's also fun? When you see the market going to the downside, and then you see Apple making all-time highs. Let's go out. And then boringly amazing, and when things look bleak, then this one just is what it is. Apple. There was a story with Alibaba this morning, so good. I don't think that even matters. Alibaba, for what it's worth, is up 7% and has to be blasting right now. Not just the shorts that are heading in, but there are some strong names out there. Alibaba and Apple definitely. That's why they're on the watch list. So both those names. Wish we picked up Alibaba. We could get some Apple out of it, but haven't bought any Alibaba. I was waiting for 80, and they said no.
Yeah, I don't ever want to sell Apple. I remember.
Never.
Yeah, the story is I bought my.
Well, I shouldn't say never. That's not. Could never speak in.
Yeah, I bought my first Apple shares with the minute I got my first iPhone, which was the iPhone 1. I went immediately and bought Apple shares. So we've been an Apple shareholder for a minute. 105. I mean, there it is right now. We are at the day's low. We are starting to trend out now on Intel, man. I mean, now this is $1.30 in the money and going lower, and I don't even now really want to put out any more bids on this name. It's funny because I have a 107.50 sitting there. I might as well cancel that. We're not going to get that right now. And I don't want to get too excited about it, but we are pulling right back into the 200 period moving average rate here on a 5-minute chart. So we got to be careful with a potential bottom maybe forming now on Intel. It's not like we haven't been here before. Yesterday was 14, right? We got down into 104 off of a move that was 108 starting down to 104. That's $4. We have the short rate here at 107. So, we have the short late in this trade. So we'll see if it does come back in. A little bit of a bouncing spot here at 105. If we get 105s now, then we'll be really happy with that. So back into 105 right now. You know what? I'll be so happy with it. I'm going to take 105 right here. Let's hit 105.60s as that's coming right in. And this is the problem. Like I said, sometimes we get out a little too early. But we still got two.
It is. There's no way that looks better. You would like to see day 2 SSR that it catches a bit of bid. I told you guys the target was going to be the low, pre-market low, and aftermarket support on SpaceX. Just keep the structure with it. So I'm out of that one. But right when that started to work was pretty much our first shot at BAC. Look, give it a tight stop. I'm long in front of you off. So keep the loss small. SLV, we're still holding on to this. It basically was just kind of scalping into the low end of the range. So I got the shorts off the right level, like the prior day low. I'm just looking for it to follow through. So we need to be really patient with this. Reload it every single chance we get. But really, honestly, SpaceX would be the one that worked out the absolute best. This big time is the way that it ramped off to the open, this really felt like it was right at 220, that key price level, and then did a job up to 224. And now it just can't. What are you going to do? The market's down. So the big story from yesterday was IBM. It looks like it's headed into the red. I'm going to do my best to not look at it until it's at least $215. I don't even want to look at that stock because I'll just be overthinking it and trying to find places for the SSR bounce today, which I think would be towards the action. Not with the market looking at it's not the day that you want to fight it. That's how you can. Yeah,
so we got burned on SCI. It's actually great, and that was that was in and out fast. I put a bid to go through 180 again, and unless I again put the wrong price in and out there. So we take our an L there on SK Hynix. Oh boy, when we left you, we were $5 in the money, and that was including SK Hynix, but now we're $5 in the money without it because it is Intel getting absolutely crushed right here, right now. So we knew looking at the space was going to be the right call. Did we know that it was going to be a $4 winner on Intel? No, we did not. But there it goes, man. Put 4% in your accounts today on this move right there on Intel all the way to the downside. We still have a decent piece remaining as well. And oh boy, man, we're still on this one as well. As there it goes, let's get hyped up, everybody. It is SpaceX. We have way more than half left on this one as it is making the move lower, lower, lower right now on SpaceX. So all good. The only hits we can have today is SK Hynix. We lost a cup of coffee that Randy got us right back there on Lucid. That's a huge upside. We're now up 17% on Lucid. But oh boy, man, it's SPCX. Once again, it's just been such a great trade since this name came to market. We love us some SPCX right now, but there goes the downside. And we're just going to have to wait because now Intel is absolutely leading to the downside. Now down huge in Intel, now 450 in the money, down 5% goes Intel, and probably on the back of some ASML. Yeah, ASML, gave it all back right now. Red, going to turn red momentarily. I'll zoom on this one. Let's go back in and check.
Memory is the weakest, I think.
It's 1025, and I've never even looked.
It's DRAM right
now. I just saw it stay on and saw it rug there too. So NVIDIA right now, if you look over here, 209.50 right now coming back in on NVIDIA. So as this thing gets back, Warsh is speaking, man, and the NASDAQ is not liking it. We are just, this has been, again, what a great day. Then we do a steam face at this day today. And Daryl, what's up?
Well, I'm going to get more coverage later, but I have to say it's kind of hilarious that the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Tim Scott, refuses to call them task group. The task force keeps referring to them as working groups. And Warsh just keeps in turn calling them task forces. It's really weird, guys. Really entertaining. So much doing.
What does it make what they're called? What are they doing is what matters at the end of the day. Like, what are we fighting? Jeez. No, DRAM is bleeding its own blood right now. And that's certainly leading the way. You have to ask yourself whether or not, like, Apple's doing such a great job holding up. Like, how long is it able to do so? I'm really wondering if that's the case. And shout out to everyone that was, like, obviously Lucid would be a loser. Again, it'll be a great morning, but why not just walk Lucid through that key $5 level? Hindsight being 2020, it is in a very distinct upward trend. And it's all, I said if it filled the entirety of the gap, that's where I take the second shot. It's there. So it's a pretty simple one. If we break this trend, I'll take a second shot with Rivian. 17% to the upside. I can only imagine Rivian. Oh, Rivian's already back to new office. Rivian up 5%. There you go. So recovery after the full one. That wasn't really fun.
Yeah, we'd love to be real around here. All right, so right back over here. Let's have a quick look at the board if we can. Let's see what others are talking about right now. NVBE, first of all, another halt to the downside. If we have the, yeah, there it is. Thank you so much. Stock Visualizer has such a name over there. Is that Fabian over there that I see? Yo, Fabian, you're in the building? Yeah, man. Good to have Fabian back if you see him. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so I don't know what's up with that. But there's NVBE halted. Okay, so there it is. The talking here today. It's everything that we've been talking about. Apple's at 324. Yeah, finally, we like that, man. Probably because I downloaded iOS 27. So, yeah, that's you totally agree with that one. Then SK Hynix down 9% today. Intel has been just an absolute face slapper right now. Now $4 was $4.50 the money on that one. And then SpaceX $1. So we were covering most of these names. We haven't really looked too strong though at Apple. I mean, we looked at it maybe a bit early, but wow, what a name that is. Continuing climbing right there. You know another name over there, my guy Joe? How about our best friend over here? Google, man. Put those goggles on right now. We just bought this name at 348, and there it goes upside for Google.
You read my mind because I'll set this one up.
Yeah, really, really love this name. Google. Going the upside. Yeah, so what do you got going on?
No, I was trying to get this together and very quickly. Apple at the all-time highs. We're doing it again. This time we're going to get it right. All right. What is now? Which Mag 7 do you like best? Apple, NVIDIA. We're not going to put them all because I don't want to. Meta, Amazon, Google. Apple 1, Type 1 for Apple, type 2 for NVIDIA, type 3 in the chat for Meta, 4 for Amazon, 5 for Google. And if you want me to put Tesla, I'm not going to do it. If you want me to put Microsoft, I'm not going to bother with that one either. You got to pick from these 5.
Fade whoever wins that. Because apparently I wasn't here, but Apple was last.
Dead last. Apple was dead last. It was a tie for last with Meta. It was a tie for last. And we did it twice. Apple was in a tie with Meta for last. And who's at all-time highs now? How do you like me now, everybody? Apple this time is 36. So by proxy, maybe it is a fade. I'm just going to throw that out there.
It's an easy kind of number 5. But
Meta is Meta's now the dog. It was Apple and Meta before, but Meta is now the one. Infinitely lower. Alphabet looks like it could be threatening for the lead here with 28% of that. We'll leave it up to see what you guys really think, but I'm just saying it was a weird one to me why all the hate was going for Apple the last couple of times. I don't get it, but whatever. It is what it is. It's now at some of those highs, and maybe it's not as appealing because it's an all-time high. Why not Meta? Meta's breaking out too, but you don't have to worry about Meta being stalled out at all-time highs because it can't get stalled out at all-time highs until it goes up another 18%. So maybe you like this one with a little bit more room. I don't know. We got to be patient with it. We just had crude oil inventories. I just heard it drop, but I didn't even see USO really. I'm hearing it in my ear, and I'm watching USO now. So probably not that big of a deal. Oil's going to move tomorrow. Nat gas is moving when they do their inventories. Oil not as much. I think tomorrow will be much bigger if you're looking for a 1030 energy.
Yeah, air quality now in fades around here, so
It's going to get us.
They
were saying
that map.
Yeah, it's going to get that.
Is it not nice right there? What is nice here is SpaceX still going lower, man. We've already gotten out at 136. I mean, yesterday, that's kind of where we had closed yesterday, around here, 136.70. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to get out. And I feel, I'm getting, honestly, I feel like for myself, I'm getting a lot better at holding things for longer. It's what helped us with this Intel hold. And now just trying to give it time rather than just crazy enough. Obviously you have shares we can cash out right now and put SpaceX at the number 1 stock for the day just by cashing out. But we're going to give it a second. If we lose on it, we lose on it. We have our stocks and, just try to respect all of that and give it a little bit of room to see if we can lower down to the downside. And it's just, it's been working over here. Give space, give stock space, I think. Is something that we need to do these days. The market is just a living and breathing thing. You never know what's going to be underneath it, right? I mean, we are now down 2.37, and we were actually quite nicely cruising earlier on today off that PPI number that came in cooler. And he said, let's wait to see if it retraces back to NASDAQ like it did yesterday. The difference of the days are, and this is what I'm saying, what a difference it changes. Oh, Apple is now hunting for AI chip acquisition. So, okay, Apple has not bought anything in a minute. So let's see who's going to be AI chip maker acquisitions, right? So, we'll have to wait to see who
They usually go small though. They're not a big active. They're not a mass active.
All I have right now is that headline as I get more old.
Yeah, exactly. So
More like small to medium.
Yeah, no. I mean, chip makers now are small to medium. More like Apple and Marvell could be a little bit of a tie there. I don't think so. I don't think they have enough structure to do that. I don't know who. I would say it'd be more of a collab, anyways, that they would schedule in. Not that they're actually going to take anybody over. But yeah, Marvell, TPUs that could be made over at Google as well. But here we go. We'll have to figure out who exactly an AI chip acquisition could be. Who could be one of those parties? Let us know in the chat if you guys got any ideas there about potentially who those could be. But maybe it's not going to be Intel. Look what Intel just did. Right back into the lows again now for INTC.
Yeah, it's like, I was just thinking something. Arms at below the day, they're down. I can't, nothing seems obvious, but you're just speculating on me. Like, what you don't like, I don't want to hear acquisition news at the highs. It's literally breaking the all-time highs, and now they want to talk about that. It's the wrong moment to do it. That's not going to help at all. It doesn't really make a difference. Obviously, there's the inventories. It was at 169. It didn't move. It's slightly headed a bit lower on USO. So this is not helping the market. The fact that we're gently going to the downside. USO sometimes like it's bounced today, it ain't happening. What is bouncing though is the name that potentially could be acquired. That's PayPal. PayPal's bounced into the volume weighted average price. I'm gonna look to grab this one. I'm gonna give it a relatively nice stop. Remember, it's $60 if there's a deal. If there's a deal. Right now it's just speculation and not approved by the board.
Yeah, I've got a little bit more info here on this Apple story here for AAPL. So as Neil and Sean mentioned, the information reported that Apple is hunting for AI chip acquisitions. Now, apparently, though, they're actually already talking to bankers about making this potential deal. So that suggests they could have some people lined up. Apparently, their in-house M2 Ultra chips have not proven sufficient for running advanced AI workloads, which is why they'd have to be reliant on NVIDIA to this point. Looks like they're trying to reduce reliance on NVIDIA by acquiring their own chip company. So interesting look here for AAPL. If I get more info, I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, but I think this will be, startups. I think you're probably right. I don't really see Apple making a big acquisition.
Somebody
or,
private.
yeah, and if it's going to be somebody that somebody major, I do think that they could just wrap it up. I mean, it's similar to like how NVIDIA made a promise or a look at Corning there. Wow, Corning down 8%. What, like some of these names, really starting to get hit. There, Marvell, Corning, some of these, probably IREN, some of these mad names that have been really starting to get angry over the last couple months. Marvell hit that high at 330. Luckily, we were able to get some out. We talked about that live. We got out live on air when that happened. And this is not something where it's like, oh, I bought this, I didn't buy that. I mean, we told you guys there on Marvell. And, IREN, again, another name that we were buying. We bought some at 50, we bought some again. I think it was like 48 or something. No, our first buy was here. Yeah, our first buy was like 45, and then we bought 50s again. We didn't take that one. Or maybe it was here. Maybe this was our first buy. Yeah, 47, 48. That makes sense. And we did buy again at 50. It did go back to 60, and now we're down. So this one, we are well under the water. But this Marvell really come way back in. I mean, this one's helped me, in that little game that we had. Hopefully, we'll be able to start another one up soon. They're down 6.5% now. Marvell, again, take some profits. Like, you can't watch this go from $60, $70 before that money and not do anything about it. So there is sometimes some point to bringing registers on that one. And you want to talk about reading registers? There was never a point today when we should have rang this one because Intel is now absolutely dead, down to 102, a $5 winner right now on Intel, man, and just going, gone. For 5, I guess it's about 4.5% or so on that one. The only stock that we do have a significant hit on today would be SK Hynix, and thankfully it's could have been a hell of a lot more significant than where we got out. We got out on 180 break, 179 break downside. We actually got a pretty good price, 170. Looks like 178, 75 or so. So 25 cents of slippage there. On that DAX in and out, that's nothing. I got in and realized now wrong price got out. So but there it is to the downside. I only wish that we had should. But there goes SK Hynix waiting for 180 to break again. I'll probably take the long fat breaks, but I got to reassess. Now you're ways away from that 180. But yeah, SpaceX still tanking. They're in the $20 silver. Good name so far here today. Now for Palantir because it came right into that 133, and we said, oh boy, we wanted to buy it down there, and that's exactly what gave us that opportunity to do that. So here we go, man. Not that it matters, but we're putting in some damage right now back there to the upside. So let's go. Palantir to turn out to be my P&L number one, it looks like, coming very, very soon here, PLTR. We did get out of some SpaceX, obviously down there again. I just took some more out there at 80s. Now we'll wait to see where that goes. But I'm resting my laurels right now on Palantir. Again, a name that we had missed early, but got it late right there. So we make the money there. We got stopped out, bought it back, let it fall. And again, just showed some discipline, I feel like. We did not stop out. We waited for that 133. We loaded the boat up down there. And here it goes, man. Nice upside. Yeah, let's go. PLTR. We're threatening Joe's lead over here, which is always a good thing. We want all of us to be on the leaderboard there today. That's the idea as we get going. It doesn't matter, leaderboard or not. You got to make your money. So we'll props up anybody that is green today. And I do want to show you, because we didn't do this yesterday, and I try to do it all the time. There's only a minute left. There where we did the what do you wish was for lunch segment, new segment over, by the way. Wish for lunch. And right here, if you wish in one hand, you may get something else in the other. That was one of those. That was one of those Joe lines there. The task force has now been enabled over here on Trader TV Live. The Wilson Katina Capital Force is well in force now. Blue Ocean, somebody right there. I need like Hydration Nation right there. Someone swimming yesterday. 31,000.
Remember that 2 days ago, though.
Don't tell my math teacher. Yeah. Don't tell my math. Don't tell my math teacher that I'm rounding up here. 31,000. Is that the right rounding? There. Or don't tell my kids. 29. Here, we'll round this one up. $30,000 on Amex and Nasdaq. 20. Here's a proper roundup. $27,000 on this so you guys can see. So these are the top 10 traders here at Real Trading, right? We trade at Real Trading a prop for prop desk. So we got to go through some of these numbers for you right now. And it's a big one for some traders yesterday, man. 30, 29, 27, Amex, blue, Canada, again, 16, Nasdaq. Yo, what's up? Someone waiting got their hair and teeth fixed and traded over there in Turkey. So shout out to that one. 11.5 in the Turkish market as well. So, go get your stuff tight and right over there in Turkey. Someone made 11.5 over there while getting those implants. So congratulations to that one. I should have joined you a few years ago myself right there. But Palantir upside, SpaceX downside, Intel $5. Man, if you can't tell, we're having a good time. We are Trader TV Live. So, getting ready for the midday show.
Absolutely. You know what, though? You might not care that it was 2 days ago, but I'll show you why you should care. This is I saw this 2 days ago when we were looking at Blue Ocean. SK Hynix, first day trading on Blue Ocean here, Real Trading. It bounced at not $150.25, not at $149.80. It bounced twice at $150.00. Right off of the even dollar level, went straight up. So I don't think it's a guess. They're trading this, and that's all they're doing. Someone's just taking along off an obvious level that holds it goes. 10% move off the low. Someone takes that trade one time, and maybe that's how they made their profit.
More than one people.
I wasn't saying multiple people. You gotta believe that's where it's gonna be because it's memory, and more memory chip names. I don't know if there's any small cap in the memory space. There aren't, but there's certainly some movers. Sharif will have those. Joey options. Maybe he's in that I bit long because Bitcoin is looking pretty strong today. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. You guys will find out.
This is the Turkey showdown now. You got the Turkey showdown? No, I think you just said anybody go get your stuff.
We're waiting around.
Oh, if you is going to come in, you want.
That's where we'll wait. I know where he's talking your feelings over there. There's still more here than me. And it was not everything's about you there, Mr. Will.
Tina, man.
Literally rolling back. They're like, don't go Turkey. I need to hear you know. We're all but Joe, it's going, man. Let me know. I'm ready for one. 40 strip, and one strip. Into that one. So we'll show you out, Joe. But yeah, congratulations. Big day over there for you. And I could still keep talking if you mind. Stocks are going crazy. We're going back. That was back there.
Yeah. Here it over. Let's do it one more time.
Yeah,
let's get it.
There we go.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Let's say hello to everybody. Will Gold. We got Hawks, Rex Bader, John Cutler. We got the Sasquatch Analyst. Muffins, 2 New York cents. We got Juan. We got Trade Sniper, shut it to Stockhead, 983. Purple Drank. Oh, that's all Mr. Fellow Show right there, man. Come on now. Wise Investor, shut it to my man. Who's that? Bottled my beer. Rolled my beer. Oh, I grow trading. But we got the all class Jacques. We got Jaguar Nut, Brady Worms, at the Davey Patel and Eric Kaufman. How about slow motion format? Bronze hands. As opposed to diamond hands. I don't want that. Agreed. That's great. I love logging, man. Green Saber. We got Daryl Finch. How about Dean Allen, Psyops, Lemon Family, Customer ATH, and shout out to Chucky. For Kirk D, let's go. We got Edgar. We got who else, man? B. Cameron, Dean Allen, your owner, somebody owns Orange Drink Betting says that's crazy. You'd be banned from watching Chappelle Show. This is Joe's going to tell you guys into something in a second, but Tiffany, if I can, I do want to show this over here. This is Northern Ontario. That is not a filter. That is real life. It's actually orange like that. Gives you an idea of what we're dealing with out there. It's not as orange, but Joey.
Yeah.
You have something?
Yeah. VinFast continues to expand and be. No. There you go. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green has them launched all electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. There. Well, before we send it back over to you, Sharif, we got to do our boy. You know we have to do our boy and solid. We're gonna hold some people from TikTok. I like this. Look, you do YouTube, I'll run TikTok. That's how it. So we have Disano, Langina, Ricardo. What's up, everybody? Entrepreneur, Christian O'Toole, Mr. Jones, Ronnie, Adam, Bravely. We have Mr. Wando, Nathan, Steve, Patrick. We have Sasha, user 1871. Okay, we're not gonna wait. T-Rock, T-Rock, we like that. J-Rock, shout out to him. Nicole, what's going on? Pitch TV. And a B, Urban Fight, we like that. Rich Boy Trades. And one more, we have Guy 1. What's up, everyone? And let's
Dr. Jones, calling Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, pick up now. You know that one?
No.
Oh, come on, man. I gotta go on the main show, bro. Oh, yeah, because we're in the same age, man. I know you know that song. No, joking. Wow, Petita Man. That's crazy. Unbelievable Petita Man. I love this guy, bro. That's crazy. Sorry, guys. All right, man. Guys, there's a lot moving, so let's cut the crap and get right down to work. There goes JLHL through the $0.50, or did it? No, sorry, correction. 49. There it goes. In the 70, the breaker is on. We have limit up at 11.97. We're showing 80s. We're showing 83, 85. Watch out here, $12-ish limit up on JLHL. It is absolutely ripping up. 11.97 limit up now. It's moved up. It's up 50% or thereabouts. I'll submit to you, the breakout just started happening right above that $10 area. We took out the pre-market high at 7.30, which was, I believe, 10 3/4. So JLHL needs to be in focus for you if you are of the small cap gapper incline. Let's go with that. 12.17 limit up now. It keeps moving up, of course, as the price action develops. But as people were telling me in this chat, CPH freaking I. This one is a bit of trouble. Why? Because it's halted, right? And then it trades on the Amex. That means we'll have no idea what the theoretical option price is during the halt. So we have to fly blind. I typically don't like that because all of a sudden, the tap, behind the scenes could be dipping and you have no idea about it. And we gap down, I don't know, 30, 40%, who knows, right? So CPHI trading on the Amex halted at $1.28. We're not going to know the tap. About 5.7 million shares traded so far. Halt time, 11:05:19. Earliest open will be 11:10:19. Of course, we come in waves of 5. So we're going to keep an eye. I think these two are the best of the bunch. There's obviously others. So let's mosey on over and bring in the side charts over here. You'll see, you'll see a couple of non-small cap gappers on there, and that's not really my choosing. It is what the market dictates, Joseph Options. SNDQ, obviously, that is an SNDK ETF. It's an inverse leverage. So it's minus 200%. So as SNDK goes, SNDQ will do the opposite. LCID, of course, not a small cap gapper either, even though it got really close yesterday, almost lost $1 billion valuation. Today it's back up to $2 billion, ramping up into that 5.5% area. So guys, we have recovered the entire sell-off from yesterday before the big move down that we reported to you live on this show at 12:45. We were trading at around 5.5. Well, take a look where we're at right now. 554 high with 547, pardon me, the current price. So LCID really recovering here, both in the aftermarket and, during this trading day. DAMD, light mover, man. I mean, we're talking about 9.4%. I'll probably try to stay away from this if I can. MUZ, MUZ for my American friends out there. Trading well. I mean, it's up 14 and change. It's not rocketing up, but it is respectful of trend. Seems to have a buyer at 14.40 for whatever reason. The last but not least, OI. Right, this one bled its own blood yesterday from the pre-market 940. When all was said and done, at the lows we got to 830. We're recovering about the median so far. Looks like we're straddling 9. Looks like we're having trouble decisively taking 9 on OI, but we'll see how this cookie crumbles. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Glass half full, Joey, SHSKHY analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
CPHI open. That's all.
It's see what's going on with that one there. Yeah, glass half full. Shout out to Chris Love. I know you're in the chat every day. Thank you. We got much love for you on these nights. And everyone else in the chat are ready. It doesn't matter. So yeah, all right, guys, let's head over to SK Hynix. Gore have lost spoils. A couple of nice prints across the board here. But first things first, we're gonna attend to what we see on SK Hynix. We're gonna do a little bit of a higher time frame analysis on this one. Oh, with that being said, you head over to the cost week. So let's do something that's probably identical, all right? So it may not be the specific underlying, but what's holding up, and I think some of the other guys are pointing this out bright and early this morning as well, too, is just the fact that the American, now that you have this in the ADR, the American markets are going to be able to hold it up a little bit more. Well, so that just makes Sandisk is selling off. Yeah, well, eventually what goes up, as Sean said this morning, must come down. Now, to what extent is the question, right? That has to be the following question, and where we're going to look for those potential lows. But this is what happens. I've been saying this since we get on this insane run, that watch out for that backside of the move. Now, if you were up here buying Sandisk, at $2,300, well, congratulations. Even though I hate seeing this, guys, and it's not congratulations for obviously being sarcastic, you're now down 34%. But if like for me personally, I've been talking about it quite often. Is just be patient, and wait for that second run. Okay, I do believe that there's going to be that opportunity. So we're going to allow this stock to even fall 40% downside. Right? That sounds crazy. Can it happen? Absolutely. Will it happen? We have no idea. Only time will tell. All right. So same thing with SK Hynix. Allow these things to cool off, because when you have an overall index that's moving 300% in the span of a year, there's probably going to be something dangerous on the backside. Dan Boffa and I were talking in the chat yesterday. And he's been trading for a long time. Sorry, Dawn. Yeah, Dawn for very, very many minutes. And he's like, man, I can't wait until to play the backside via some options here, some index options. I'm like the exact same thing. Too much concentration risk. Now, there's a time and a place for everything. We'll get into that later, but just be prepared for a little bit more deeper of a pullback. Now, let's get into our spiel on our trades here. Okay. All right. So there we go. Nice PLTR. $2 ITM board. There was a couple of breakouts and opportunities that we missed. That's about 1 minute time frame. Check that print at 10:26. I posted up at halfway through that candle, and I never got the fill. It was just off to the races. Yeah, Meta, I'm going to look at here momentarily. Let's go. Meta up 3 1/3 here today, going absolutely nuts. This is what I'm talking about. Borg and I have been in this. But anyways, we've taken 3 trades here today, and we're shooting at a 66.333% clip rate. All right, the 0.333, I'm obviously being highly sarcastic. But anyways, we've taken an initial loss. Look how patient I was. So 940 was that first attempt. I don't look to take anything else until an hour later. Even so, I did get stopped out about 45% of my position here and 45% of my position here. Taking a full stop up here, we were still able to turn things around and turn positive. All right, so that's what we had. It's been pretty cool. I'm going to wait for some more indecision picks. There's another good one there on NVDA on AMD, 5-minute time frame for the Las Folios. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Also put it in the chat if you want us to go over any names. Sharif.
All right, man. We're in CPHI. We're doing it live. We're doing well here. Looking for a move above the $0.50. I've got 33s, showing me 44s. But there is a lot of resistance in the mid-40s. It is not even able to make it up into the high 40s. I lied about everything. I'm a liar. There it goes, ripping through the highs into 156. Looking for a little bit more here, Katina, man. Let's see what we can get here. Let's see if we can get up into 2/3. It's not all clear yet, right? Because we've got that $half seller still rearing his ugly head. Well, that's of course ugly here is completely subjective. If you're long, you think it's ugly. If you're short, you're loving it, right? So looking at a 156 high. 156 is also limit up, guys. So that is the high of the day, but it is also limit up. And now we are engaging in a halt parameter momentarily, false halt. Another halt parameter initiates here. We need 10 seconds at this level to halt. 156. We need a few more seconds, and then we'll get the gray out. 3, 2, and 1. Come on, Joseph Options. Grayed out. It's not grayed out. We're calling all on CPHI. Ripping to the high side here. 153.74 is the percentage on the day. We have 31s. We're halted at 56. Very happy with that. Now, let's get back into this. Yes, absolutely, Katina Man. SPC. Katina Man wants me to let you guys know that the SpaceX right now is at all-time lows. You need to think about that because if you're looking at, building a position into this, think about what the levels are now. We talked to Joseph about this. Recall, he had a lot of the dip trades set up at 150, but he astutely dropped them to 125. So I actually quite think that that's a really good level.
Yeah, man.
To be quite honest.
I'm already down. Like what I'm having from position size, I'm looking at my long term the other day. I'm already down.
That's okay, brother. We're thinking long term.
Yeah.
We're thinking long term.
Listen, now again, you don't. So I don't want to overthink the situation. You don't want to overthink the situation, but what I believe needs to take into consideration how mature the actual company is right now. So I think it's going to take a little bit longer. It's not like you were an early time.
Sorry, for the SpaceX downtick, there's nothing happening, but there's just a post that I'm seeing that LAES ticker, which is a Seals Corp Swiss semiconductor company CEO, is just having a meeting at SpaceX. So,
okay, very important. Thank you very much, Sia, for that information. Katina Man's printed up a storm over there as SpaceX goes negative on the data options.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Joseph, just before you continue, JLHL is ripping, guys. Okay, I told y'all about this before, man. When one halts, the DGens, their hands start shaking. They got to trade something, right? So you got to look to the next one immediately. And there goes JLHL, Mr. Options, into 12 and change. It's a 12.23 high. Be careful with this one. It is a little spready here. It opens up 10, 15 pennies at the highs, Joey. JLHL ripping in a high.
Yeah, there goes a nice high of the day break on that one. That's a high quality setup for me there. First thing, what's the spread on that?
It's variable. Right now, it's like 20 pennies. So yeah, it's a prickly one.
A prickly one there, that's for sure. All right, we're gonna just stick to Jane. Joe, finish your thoughts, bro. I forgot it now, man. To be honest,
we're talking about SpaceX. We're talking about 125. You were telling me you're down 20% on the position, but the fact of the matter is you're still going to let that 125 trigger.
Yeah. But I think there was a little bit more to it. I had something else there, but yeah, it's totally slipped my mind. Yeah, little slow motion joke. That's good information. Thank you for letting us know, my friend. Just in case, don't know now you know. So yeah, okay. What was I gonna do? All right, let's see. Let's just stick to the names that find word. So yeah, here it is, right? So looks like we were about to take an additional leg lower. Angry White. How is the Nasdaq looking here on the high time frame? And I'm more or less referring to the daily. Oh yeah, you guys, so we're still dropping within this range. This can get really dangerous and ugly, guys. You have to take into consideration that we're only down like a couple of percentage points off the highs, right? Like 3 3/4 roughly. So that's small potatoes. Watch out for this. Your boy Tom Lee, Sharif, is saying, watch out for that 15% pullback here in the overall market.
Yeah, Tom Lee and I are talking lately.
We have the BM? Yeah, we'll ask maybe you can get a refund at least. Remember that meme I sent you the other day? It's like, please, I don't even want money. I just want my initial deposit back. Let's see. We're gonna put some at 45s here on the Nasdaq to see if we're fortunate enough to get that. This might be a little bit more of a stretch. I want to add more into this position, but first things first, we need the larger participants to want to participate in this rally a little bit higher. So let's see what we got going on here. Waiting for those lows. If it breaks 73.20, then we're at a dog. Joy was not liking the commercial break. No, I don't care. We need to know the information. But yeah, as for what I was saying, I honestly truly forgot. I think it was more or less the fact that you have to be patient with this one, and we know what Tesla do. Tesla's trading at levels from 2021. Don't forget that. All right, Sharif, what you got?
Quick reminder, guys, Trader TV Live members get Sharif's mine daily morning research note every trading day that I'm here. We're talking about the big market stories, the key levels, the trade plan, the catalyst, and actually what we're watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below this video. Hit join below this video here to become a member. Shout out to everybody who's joined. All right, we're going to hold down here on CPHI. Let's see if we can get out a little bit of this because it is not letting me out. But even though it's going to hold down at 140, we're still in the money on this, believe it or not. We got 131, so it's going to hold at 141. We're halted down now on CPHI, on the MX. This is what I mean, right? When you get into a multiple halter on the MX, you will fly blind. You have no idea. And by the way, not just the MX and the NYSE. Neither will show you what the theoretical option price is during the halt. Only the NASDAQ will, right? So if that isn't your cup of tea, then just stay away from it there. But in any event, we're still about 10 pennies in money. Let's see how this cookie crumbles if we're able to actually gap up. Guys, we're still holding trend. I mean, I don't want to panic too much here because when you look at the 5-minute chart, we do have some good support, all right? There is a good amount of support here. We still have that 130 level that we defended on this candle, this 1110 candle, and that 130 level was also resistance at 1045. So let's see how the resumption comes to fruition next time around, but I'm going to be watching CPHI. I also want to mention that Lucid looks pretty good here, man. And we are about to take out yesterday's high. We are close. So this was the algo spike when the news came out. So this is the 5-minute chart. It came out right at 1245. Now, Adair astutely pointed out that this was published on the EV magazine, but it hadn't been recycled online. Therefore, nobody really knew about it. But when it did come out online, it popped up to 76. That is 20 pennies from today's high. So we are pretty close to that algo area high on LCID. What recovery that one was. I'm going to keep my eye on this one unless there is nothing else to trade. MUZ, though, looking pretty good here. Okay? I'm thinking 1460, 1450 dip trade, despite the fact that this one is knocking on the door of 15 with a 1496 high. I don't know, watch it. I see it, Tisha. You know, I'm all over that. I'm all over JLHL. Just let you know, the topping tail candle nature of this one has me a little concerned. So does the spread. Joey was asking me, he's like, yo, what is that? What's the spread on JLHL? I was like, it can be as wide as 20 pennies, right? So it does concern me, especially with the rinsing that I had on V yesterday, which was a tough trade. But, you know, I think I definitely have to have short-term emotional memory for those trades. Not actual memory, because you have to remember your mistakes, but the emotional damage from that one, you have to have short-term memory. So I'm going to keep my eye on that one, Fish. To Bora Bora, just before we go up to SIA. SIA's got news, but let's just look at SOBR. SOBR was a big one yesterday, and it's doing all right today, man. You know, I'm not a big fan of these patterns here that continually put in higher lows. They tend to bull trap you, right? When they break out, it usually is not an intraday high. So just by way of example, to Bora Bora, it'll pop off VWAP, say it takes out that 220 area, which is a local area high, say goes 25, 230. We end up usually getting a fail subsequent to that. So that is my concern, but SOBR, you know, it's up nice. So we're going to keep it on the side chart. And if it breaks above levels and continues to go, we'll definitely get involved. For now, Joey and I are going to pause. We're sending it up to see it.
How the market dropping a little bit here. Reports coming in that Iran's news agency MER, that is NPHR, has said that the U.S. projectiles have hit a location on Hendam Island, HENDM market on the downside. Keep an eye out. Iran's news agency MER is saying that the U.S. projectiles have hit a location on Hendam Island.
Yeah. it's expanding.
What's that?
The conflict.
Oh, yeah.
You see what President Trump said, like, I think last week or on the weekend? He's like, we'll take Karag Island. There's nothing they can do about it. Like, what if he takes the island?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can take Canada.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Imagine the expansion of the conflict if he does take Karag.
What are they gonna? I think at that point, it's on the ground.
I don't think the American population has an appetite for that at all. And ahead of
Not right now. Where in the world has it?
yeah, but I don't think that there it's that's I don't know. Yeah, they will bomb. They will bomb it. Bad Christians, and of course,
Yeah.
I don't think that they put boots on the ground. But you know, Joey is entitled to his opinion, man, and I still think that the Americans want that.
I think you'd buy air, yeah. Dude, eventually somebody's gonna do something stupid, and then that's it. It's like a conflict that, I mean, I don't even know if we're not gonna get, anyways, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just over here living my best life. I did an outdoor workout gym. That was a nice, that was
It is.
It was great, man. I did the outdoor workout gym.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, yeah, I did the outdoor workout gym. There we go, board. Things are starting to pan out for us here. We're gonna post up one more time. So what I've been saying to you, brother, is this little scouts here, and you know what? I should probably take off a little bit more, but I'm trying to find that one runner as we're starting to climb here now. But it was this move here got stopped out, this move here got stopped out, this move up here, and then I got stopped out. But I did take off 45% right there, so I'm not going to complain about it whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, let's keep things positive here, and I understand that we have to cover it and everything on those lines. But hey, man, it's a good day, it's good field, even though it's smoky outside. I'm going to see if we can continuously remember the trades that have been working for us throughout the intraday session. And that's in the NASDAQ. I love the print on the 5 minutes there. More of double print as well, too, now, which makes things even better. And then, I don't know why you got to say that stuff there, tech line, but hey, to each their own. And I feel sorry that you have to say that. But here, yeah, I do truly. I don't know if they're joking or not, but it is not something taken overly lightly. Like I said, let's see if this momentum is going to continue. We might be forming a base here on the T-triple-Qs, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. Gordon, hopefully you're still rocking and rolling on this bad boy. Let's post up 73.
Hold down again on CPHI.
On T-triple-Qs.
Bit of an uptick on DAL here. Delta Airlines expanding its SAF, that's the Sustainable Aviation Fuel access across multiple United States hubs and priority cities with a 5-year agreement with Shell Aviation through the year 2030. Bit of an uptick on DAL here, very close to 0.70% up on the day. Delta plans to scale its Sustainable Aviation Fuel, that's the SAF, across multiple U.S. hubs, as well as priority cities with a 5-year agreement that goes through the year 2030 with Shell Aviation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No. Yeah, let me just find out.
Yeah, I was trading it the other day. I'm sorry. What is this, guys? Put it in the chat. What is the SpaceX
Thank you.
3X?
On the MX here? Okay, let's check. Look at this one. Yeah, the normal one. We could. Katina Man wants to make the point here, guys, that at SpaceX is coming into 135, and that is a very important level, obviously, because that is the IPO price, right? So we need to keep a close eye here. We're very close to 135.48. Be careful with this one, but keep your eye on it. I'm certainly going to keep my eye on it, and we may even take this trade, despite the fact that we don't really trade these small cap guys, or these large caps. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on here. I'm also keeping my eye on JLHL. I just got into this one. Got stopped out super quick, but I still think that I have the right idea here.
SSPC.
SSPC. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Okay. So keep my eye on this one. I just got into JLHL. Now give it to current bar low. Current bar low takes me down to 70. So let's go ahead. But there we go. Perfect. So we'll see if we can defend that 10 area. I've got 10-11s on. It's showing me 10-10. So definitely interested in this one, but we'll see how the cookie crumbles. Over here, Joey, as it pops up into 1031. Let's go ahead and take some profits here, possibly at the third of a dollar. Then we're also going to weight it around the $0.50. And then if this one gets really moving, we'll take profits right around 6 to 9. But looking for JLHL to defend that $10 area, but not immediately apparent whether that's going to be the case or not. So we'll keep tabs on that, and we'll also keep tabs, of course, on SPCX. as it does find a bit of a bounce here at 135.5, coming back into 136, but I'd be looking for 135.
Yeah, if you feel that way, Andrew, base case, I think that's reasonable, man. Especially, it sounds like you're positioned relatively well. That's a great idea. I can totally get behind exactly what you just said, especially if you want to keep them. So yeah, man, I can totally get behind that. Corp, would you get in that? Your man, oh man, what a missed opportunity once again here on this bad boy. But hey, it is what it is. SpaceX, let's head over to there because I know Tina Man and the crew are keeping an eye on this 135 level. Check out this, a whole heap of open interest, and this is the largest that we've seen. And I mean, if you head down to $100, that's for you to be relatively close to the downside, so 48,000. If it does break and this level doesn't hold much out, I had it up here the whole time. I don't know why I didn't look at that. But there goes the NASDAQ, funny, a nice strong down. So maybe I can keep my eyes up for something that's been lagging and then participate in that. But we've been really rocking and rolling. There goes the NVDA with a nice bounce off of the lows. Now it's at 209. That'll probably add a little bit more fuel to this piece that will be inspiring here momentarily. The exact same thing on AMD. AMD's bouncing volume there. This was the original print that I was looking at, Gora, but then it eventually gave way. Now it's starting to curl back over. But yeah, man, oh man, what a missed opportunity, unfortunately. But hey, I believe there's going to be plenty of more throughout the day, just due to the fact that it is somewhat of a choppy session. But yeah, let's keep an eye out here. Okay, there it is. SpaceX really holding this 135.37. If this candle breaks, there most definitely could be some more downside. So be patient, guys. Other than that, I would be potentially looking for a move back in towards the volume weighted average price for that next major level of resistance, which was a prior support system here at 136.66. Keep an eye out on this bad boy for the moment. We'll always keep our eyes on the options as well too.
All right, just one sec. Just trying to take some profits here on CPHIs. It did find some support at the dollar. We're going to see if it does catch a bit of a bounce. So we're just getting a short covering here. Seller at 9, seller at 9, seller at 9. Don't let it out. Okay, so let that one go. Still watching closely here. JLHL. Let's see. Oh, it's finding some support here. CPHI. Keep your eye out here for the $1 support, but 120 limit up. This one could hold again immediately. Okay, it's just really close to limit up. 14, 18, 17. This one could catch another halt, but it is below VWAP. So be careful with this one. CPHI all over the map, man. All right, JLHL. Look, it's holding above 10. I'm not liking it. We got 11s, showing me 15s. It just popped off into 35. We didn't get any prints because it has to cross on both bid and the ask. It didn't do that. There it is, opening up again. The spread super wide, 96 on bid, 15 on the ask. Hard to manage risk on this one, but there you go. CPHI is going to hold up here at 122. So this one does find a lot of support at 1, and there it goes right back into the area high. Good look here, but this area halt, if it holds at 122, that will be holding right at the volume weighted average price. So be on the lookout for that. CPHI. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to see it.
This is coming in. Anthropic is reportedly planning to hold IPO meetings with certain potential investors in the coming weeks. Bloomberg reporting that Anthropic reportedly planning to hold IPO investor meetings with potential investors in the upcoming.
Yeah, got stopped out at JLHL. Thank you for that information, Tia. It did lose trend, so that's the end of the trade there for JLHL. I want to keep my eye, though, on ELVA. Fisher was calling that one out. Let's go ahead and put that instead of SanDisk over here, ELVA. Now, this one is not quite ready to trade yet because it is still coming from the south of the volume weighted average price. Got some higher lows. Be careful there. This one could get a big price spike up, maybe into 12, probably into 12.30 because that's technically the high of the day. That's also the implied balance open. But yeah, it's still it's showing flat top breakish, right? Ascending wedge, higher lows, same area resistance right around 11.5, give or take. Whether it goes through that ascending wedge pattern and breaks into 12 and 12.30 and even possibly higher, we'll have to wait and see. But ELVA definitely going to be in focus from here. So what's your move on this one? Are you in already? Are you building position maybe from 11? Or what's your situation on ELVA? I'd love to get your take on that one, Fish. Shout out to my man Ozan. Fable 5 of Anthropic is sick like a poopy. Absolutely, Ozan. And you know that President Trump's administration had asked, Dario and company to take it off, right? Because there were some issues there with the guardrails that Anthropic had put specifically for Mythos and Fable, but that's all been resolved. And I got the message when I opened my Claude app that Fable 5 was back. And this is like a week and a half ago, something like that. But it's fantastic, man. And I am using Claude for almost everything. I'm talking about my diet. I'm talking about my actual split, my strength training split, my supplements, all the minerals and vitamins that I'm taking, as well as other things, right? Everything I'm running through Claude. It is by far the most level-headed of the AIs, and I find it to be, it's like almost PhD level. Like you go to a nutritionist or something like that, and then they give you kind of a titration schedule. Don't go gung ho, work your way up, get your body, your metabolism acclimated to these kind of different substances that you're putting into your body, right?
You know what I've noticed? You know what I'm noticing over the past couple of weeks?
You're out one. Sorry.
What do Juan say?
I can't say that, but you're gone.
Or he only says he's only joking, but what I've noticed over the past little while is that Selena said this to me the other day. She's like, blah, blah, blah. She's like, yeah, but ChatGPT said this. And I ended up saying, I don't care what ChatGPT says. We're going to do this. And then I had a friend who I've been working on some things with. He's like, yeah, okay. So I did some research via ChatGPT. ChatGPT said this. And I'm just thinking in my head to the point where you're going here. And I'm starting to notice that we're really getting heavily reliant on some of these AI tools, right? It's just a really big shift. And it also brought me to the point where I'm like, I think you have to take into consideration that these tools, and not necessarily in your scenario, aren't using these things in real world situations. Like, even though they may be trained on whatever, but I think there's still that human aspect of things that need to be implemented that these LLM tools don't have. And that's what led me to say to Selena is I don't care what ChatGPT says in this scenario. Mm-hmm. And to my boy, the exact same thing. It's like, okay, but ChatGPT isn't doing this in real life. And I find it really interesting because if we're using it like this, think about what the younger generation is growing up on it.
So I got 2 points. ChatGPT sucks.
Yeah.
Number 2, it's only as good as the information you feed it.
Yeah.
So the more nuanced you put your prompt and the more details you give about yourself in your specific situation, whatever you're doing, whether it's fitness related or whatever else related, I find the answer exponentially improves the more details you give it. So if you're going to be super basic and kind of give it just like that, Coles Notes version, you're going to get a Coles Notes answer.
And just for clarification, I'm just using GPT as that generic thing, like, hey, we're using these tools, you know what I mean? To the point where everybody's like, okay.
You don't want to dunk on chat, though.
Yeah, of course. Any opportunity. I am not anti-AI whatsoever. Like, I mean, I don't understand. I'm just saying.
The people who don't like AI remind me of the people who didn't want to use the internet for research when it first came out, and they wanted to go and do books, and they used books. You were too young, to remember that.
But in all seriousness, listen, I'm all about technology. I think it's going to continue to grow. It's either adapt or get left behind, in my opinion. All right. And listen, I'm all about these tools. I think they're fantastic. They've helped me do things that I couldn't do before.
Right.
But at some point, I think we still need to keep the human aspect.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. Let's send it to see it.
Information coming from the information that ASML plans to price increase for chip making equipment. Just keep an eye out on ASML for planning some price increases for their chip making equipment is coming from the information.
You might see an ASML negative on the day after a great report, but it's flat. So as I said today in the morning, you've got to keep your eye on the price action on ASML in the days and weeks subsequent. It is not one of those ones that really reacts positively to earnings report, even though they are quite positive. That's my little spiel there. In any event, guys, not doing anything right now, not liking anything right now, keeping an eye here on ELPA, but it looks like it's rejecting, pardon me, VWAP into 1175 and coming right back down possibly to 11. That could be the pickup right? We're seeing 2 topping till candles right at VWAP. So that doesn't really appetize me for long here. Now, I don't mind picking this up right into the 11, low 11s, because that would still kind of respect this higher low ascending wedge pattern that we're putting in, that I perceive us putting in on ELVA. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else do I have? JLHL, I'm not going to touch that one. 0 for 2 on it, and silver still straddling VWAP here. It looks like it tried to break above that lower trend line with this candle, popped up into 218. That's still a lower high than the 220 candle that we put in at 1030. So it'll have to clear that for me to get involved. And then last but not least, CPHI fighting here, a little above VWAP, a little bit below. Keep your eye on the move above 135. 135 was the whole level. I'd like to see that level cleared. If we do, maybe we get a quick touch, but we'll have to wait and see, Joey, on that one. So, guys, not liking anything, but as always, if there are any small cap gappers that I haven't mentioned that I've kind of glossed over in the chat, please tag me, tag Joe, let us know. Mike, the stock impaler, Sharif, both ES and NQ have long bottom wick candles on the 10-minute chart. Sure, let's have a look. Those are usually bullish signals, but let's have to take a look at what you're seeing. So I'm not going to put the NQ because I don't have permissions for that anymore. I took it off. But I will put the Qs. Hopefully the chart pattern will be the same. Yes, I see what you're saying. So this is very bullish. This is extremely bullish here. The fact that you have umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bottoming tail candles, all in and around 714 to 715. No closing prints, pardon me, below 715. We need a big move up though. We need to move up into 720 to go green on the day, because right now we're in Redsville, about 0.5%. So let's see if this market gets bought up, Joe.
Beautiful stuff, man. Apple and Google are going absolutely parabolic here today. I mean, we're up 3%. Yeah, it's looking really good here. Who gave the downgrade yesterday on AAPL? Yeah, I hope you have a good time on that one. eBay. Sure, we won't forget.
All right, they say October 4th, 2023. Should we do it again?
Do it, show them.
Should we do it again?
No, we don't want to. I mean, they were getting dumped on right now. You're going to give Apple a downgrade here. And we'll go back up to 371 over here. So, I mean, it's just off and to the right on some of these bad boys. We're down 1 1/4 here on NVIDIA. I do like the signal, guys, but a couple of missed opportunities on the NASDAQ. But hey, it is what it is. We got plenty of time throughout the intraday session. I mean, I've already taken more trades today than I have on the past couple of days, and they have been pretty decent. So we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. And we want to just get the momentum in our favor. So let's say the quantum space is finished. It's done now.
We're just getting started.
They're being sarcastic.
Yeah,
it's getting absolutely destroyed. You know,
right.
From a bigger picture. Like, I mean, you have D-Wave going 31 dollars. That stock's now been cut in half, and some of the other quantum things are just getting beat to a halt. As our good friend, I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place, right? Slow it down. CrowdStrike at all-time highs again here today.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's insane. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's my favorite stock that I don't own, which is insane. But we also went on that spiel where we don't want to spread ourselves too thin. Then I'm actually looking to maybe even sell some positions that we're slightly in the money for with, and I'm just like, hey, maybe we just a little bit more of a concentration. And again, on financial advice, you have to manage your own accounts, and whatever happens, whatever I do, I'm not saying like don't do it whatsoever. Shout out to Ben Affleck.
Get it, Ben.
Ben's well, no, we said this. I was joking around in the chat yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I might just go and just pull for NVDA or something like that. And he's like, all right, well, let me know news so I can go short. I'm like, those are fighting words. Obviously being sarcastic, right? But no, I like that. He's a good one. But JPM hitting all-time highs. Listen, I talked about the banks. This thing's been doing absolutely fantastic for us here once again. And I didn't understand. It's like, all right, you're going to sell in the pre-market and off of the earnings report, watch out for an insane session. And then for a matter of fact, we go up a couple of percent. So it's been absolutely fantastic in JP Morgan, especially considering we've been buying it in the high 290s, right? Low 300s. So this has just been a really good worker for us. Goldman Sachs coming off another all-time high. These banks are just doing absolute phenomenal things and wonderful things there, Sharif. And surprisingly so, the airlines and some of these cruise lines are positive today. A lot of them double-digit, like a couple of percentage points.
This is a very unusual state of affairs. Let's talk about this, okay?
Yeah.
The triple Qs,
Yeah.
Joseph Wilson, are down 0.5%.
Yeah.
Netflix up 1.16.
Yeah.
Meta up 2 2 1/3. Microsoft up over 3, Apple 3.25, Google 3.5,
Yeah.
Amazon 3.25, Tesla flat, SpaceX flat, Nvidia
Yeah.
the only one that is down 1/3. How the hell are the Qs? So not even the Meg
Yeah.
are even able to lift the Qs
Not right
into
now.
positives, Bill. Like
It's
and they're all
it's
high.
it's because the memory names like you have Western Digital down 8%. You have Seagate down 7 4/10. SanDisk down 12%. Micron down 8%. Dell down 12%.
Unreal.
Like you know what I mean? So it's just like
Yeah.
whoever's getting hit is getting hit heavy,
Yeah.
and you're just seeing a rotation and somewhere.
I thought it was smart coming up with the lag 7 today.
Yeah,
And Joseph's like, yo, come back.
Yeah.
Like before, I had never heard anybody say like
Someone
like,
said it a couple of weeks ago.
Dora.
Or was my boy.
I was wondering the same thing. Yeah, Dora, brother. I mean, that's atypical, right? Tell me if I'm wrong, Dora. Usually, when we have the Meg this strong, the Qs typically are not down 2/3%. So, some food for thought, guys. I'm caught in an up halt again on CPHI. We're in at 28s. We're halted at 39.40 on the ask. But we saw what happened last time. I was caught in an up halt, and this one bled its own blood down. So we got to be careful with this one. We did take out a lot, as you can see, all the triangles there kind of on top of one another because we were taking profits, worried that this one could flush again. Now, all time 11:43.10 current time, 11:45.40 earliest open, 11:48.10. That gives us a few minutes, so we still have the time to hang out. Why does Quinton 2024 Apple pisses me off? Why, Quinton? Maybe because they're expensive. I don't know what's going on over there. I mean,
What's the PE on that?
Apple, like usually in the 30s or 40s, so you have a look over here. So 38.24, yeah. Because his body protection is not right.
Don't be like that, Blakey.
All right, Blake is funny,
It
man.
is funny.
You like that contract joke, but open on money.
Did he?
I still think that contract may or may not be find its way onto the noggin. But when I say contract, I mean text charges.
Yeah.
So
Ask,
I think he's digging himself a little bit.
ask Elon Musk how he feels about that.
Yeah, see Altman, he's like, now that you're obsessed with me again,
Yeah.
right? You're like, Altman, bro, nobody's obsessed with you, bro. We still like.
He is the talk of the tech world right now.
Yeah,
So
the talk for the right reasons.
exactly. And that's what I was just going to say. He's doing it for the right reason.
Yeah. All right. There's news, so we gotta throw it to you.
Keep an eye out on TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, falling a little bit. So TSMC has begun to push back on the ASML pricing plan, just falling a little bit right now. TSM ticker down 2% on.
Way back, man. Dropping 70 new Taiwanese beautiful ones in the chat. Yo, my favorite hosting duo, Sharif and Joe. Hey, now Rich. Shout out to my man, JJ.
What's up, man?
In wait. All right, guys, we're still waiting for the resumption here. We're about, Joey, 30 seconds or so. Showing 47.40. Right now, we're waiting for 48.10 for resumption. So, I'm going to keep my eye. What's going on?
Yeah,
Sal
that-
Walker?
yeah, what
Down
happened?
49. You're just trying to aggravate us.
Yeah, now you're taking a little bit.
Yeah. Joey, you know,
This is like those
he's
guys.
kind. He's kind, right? So we're not gonna ding him quite yet. But yeah. Anyway, 10 seconds or so, Joey, until resumption here. So let's see the share situation. Let's load up the side chart. Wow, this is taking its sweet time. Resumption. And there we go again, man. Heading back down. So let's take off some here to make sure we were good. There we got 28s on. Boom. Into the area high. There we go. We're looking for more here, Joseph options. Into 44. Why is it not giving? It is a good time, bro. All right. Oh, that's why.
Oh,
This
come on,
makes
man.
sense, man. Yeah. It is like that. Yeah, straight up.
I know Saw Walker.
There we go. We're doing okay now. There is 40. Looking for a little bit more. 41 seller. Let's go ahead and wait up here. We're looking for 45s. There's 43, Joey. Looking for a little bit higher. 42s. And we're also going to post up at 48. We got 28s on here, but it's not showing me a positive sign. There's a seller at 43 that we can't take out here on CPHI, bleeding its own blood down. Into 36, buyer here at 36, preventing us from descending any further. And they're adding more into 41. Yeah, there's no continuity at this, brother. I mean, it's super choppy. Look, as soon as it makes its way up into the low 40s, it's hit with a big sell order. So nothing coming above 43 right now. You guys got to be alive to that. But there's also a buyer at 36. So for the moment, underline that. For the moment, we're getting backstop. But look at that sell order coming down more and more. 43, 41. Now it's at 40. Watch out for the flush here. This could be a bamboozling flush. Let's see what that 36 buyer has to offer. There it is again. The size is coming off the gateway. I'm out into 35. So let's see if this one flushes. 33, perfect. Okay, good out there. Let's see if it bounces back up. We can always get back in, especially if he takes up that 43 seller. I can get back involved with this one. So CPHI, zigging and zagging, no continuity. ELVA says Amir, I've got it over here. Amir, I put it on because Fisha mentioned it, right? So here's what I'm seeing, Amir, on ELVA, middle of your screen. It's straddling VWAP, brother, and that's why I'm not quick to jump into this one. It's showing me popping till candles through volume weighted average price. That isn't bullish. But if we break above, that 1175.12, I'm not really certain exactly what the level is going to be. I have to watch the tape. I'm interested in it. Seller at 43 again. They took him out momentarily, Joey, but he's back. He's doing it live. Let's see if we can get back into this one and take out some area highs. What do you got?
It's good stuff. Bro, I've been calling RIP on semis, but NVDA is only down 1% from 4% today. AMD, I mean, is definitely getting hit heavier today. Arm down, hit pretty hard. I see what you're getting at. I can see your point. Broad bomb down, slight hold here, but nothing crazy. I'm glad that we've been patient here, guys. These have been my only trades here on the day. One loss, 2, 3, 4 small wins, right? And you just try to stack up the small wins. So we've been fortunate to be sitting in this camp and being patient. I think I want to speak with that game plan. We'll wait for a couple more days. Speaking about heading over to small cap land, because I did have that bird or alpha was on my list earlier this morning. I've seen it moving in the pre-market. Don't follow through just yet. So, I mean, there's going to be plenty of opportunities within this drop. The NASDAQ is consolidating. And if we zoom out, which we did earlier, and Henry Wife and I were talking about this not too long ago, is that, hey, look at this, man. They're starting to form these lower highs with a flat bottom. Watch out for that triangle and that wedge to be broken. And if it is, guess what? Who's a buyer of more of these stocks that get sold off? Obviously, I am, but you want to be patient and wait for those levels to come into play. Now, let's head over to our watch list and just do a quick rundown and see what we have. We'll head over to the options stage because I want to know what SpaceX is doing, especially around that 135 marker, which is really important, right? We have all that gamma exposure there and then that massive amount of open interest. So one can't correlate without the other. So here it is, $135. You do get that pop up into 136, but guess what? Headed right back towards. I'm glad you answered that question, Korea, because we're heading right back towards the low of the day. We want to see these levels hold up at 135.87. If it doesn't, then where's that next step? 130. But this support system has definitely been coming into play for the past couple of sessions. All right. Now you want to keep an eye on it just in case it's lifted. If that size is lifted or rolled over, then again, same thing. I do believe we're going to see some more downside. It's unfortunate. Like, listen, I've already had 2 entries on it for a small size, and I'm down with 20% in the position. That's why I removed the 150 bid and posted up at 125 because I don't think it's just going to be a complete V reversal from this level. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But when you have something this heavily weighted and this much interest involving, technically, it takes a little bit more time for things to turn around. You can see a phase. You'll see sometimes that you're trading below. And I use this speedboat compared to a cruise ship analogy, right? Like the speedboat home, you can turn and be quick, but a cruise ship, a lot bigger, holds a lot more people, takes a little bit more time to turn around. All right. Thrusters on the side. They got thrusters. Yeah.
We kind of move like in a circle.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But even so, it takes quite a bit of time to turn around, right? Let's head over to that's all right, man. You can do that. Wally's World. Hey, man, we were talking about the bottom potentially on this bad boy. Now we're up to 114.47, so this is looking pretty good. Positive here on the day, which we will take any day of the week. Here's NASA that home, which I can't believe. I don't even know why I decided to buy this. It's now,
Look at that head and
Yeah,
shoulders. Oh my
absolutely
days.
disastrous. You're down 42%.
Yo, I'm taking that as a short.
Oh, well, I mean,
No, because Fabian is forcing us to do picks again, right? So I'm like,
Oh, you're gonna take it? Okay.
I might take that as a short.
there you go.
Netflix and that as a short.
Oh,
Show the head and shoulders on the plate.
On the
weekly.
plate. yo, let me be real with you. My dog has
Can we just
SBR.
go the weekly there? Quick,
Yeah.
Because remember that. Okay, you got to zoom out. There we go. Yeah. So that's what
Man,
I'm gonna take everything short.
that's crazy.
Okay, I'm kidding, of course. But I might actually take NASA. And
I would.
if I get blown out, I get blown out.
Yeah,
It's money anyway.
yeah.
But
But you know what? Like,
I want to win. I
Yeah,
get it,
yeah, yeah.
I get it. But like, I like the patterns on
you like that?
that. Of course I do. Look at that thing.
I don't listen. I think this, if anything, like think about it. If these guys are reporting, they dropped out of that deal. I wouldn't be surprised if you see like a 10% palm on Netflix after the report. It's 10% in either direction, maybe.
It's possible. Look, I read a couple of articles that they're starting to kind of lose the momentum in terms of subs because a lot of other streamers are starting to pick them up as
Yeah,
well.
which is fair. Yeah, that's fair, right? And they don't disclose new subscriptions anymore.
Yeah, sorry. They're going to do it periodically. Yeah.
They're gonna start doing it again now.
Well, they do it periodically.
When they feel like it.
I guess, right? Homeless God, families in Georgia are losing their homes to AI data centers. 30 homes so far by eminent domain. Really? They're taking people's homes to build data centers. That's insane.
I'm sure.
Why are they doing that? That's usually like reserved for transit projects and military bases and stuff like that. Like, is there that much a shortage of land that there's nowhere to put these data centers? You got to take people's property, or are they taking people's land? Why are they even doing it?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that they were doing that, homeless God. Just keep me updated, brother.
They're not paid for it though.
Just one sec. Let me say, you're not friends. You're shorting everything. You gotta be Neil 2.0. LOL. I don't think Neil shorts everything either, brother. Shout out to Slow Motion. I'm kidding.
Oh, Neil's already got the lunch going. What was for lunch?
He's already eaten it.
We stopped in, man.
And Sia is ready to go, so we won't keep her.
We got the clap too. Oh, that was great. That was bad.
Get it, Sia.
Directed at you at all. We're going to take a look at NBO Novo Nordisk not moving as much. Just keep an eye out. It's planning to introduce its Wegovy pill in more nations in the latter half of 2026. And approval, so that is the NBO up on the 3.4%. I'll take a look at Google here. Again, not a major move, but just something to mention that Google will be allowing third-party stores in its app store as a Google. Little bit of a, not a major move.
Sober slept this one off, Joey, right into that 230 area. SOBR making a big move. I worry though about these ones. I do worry because they are prolonged downtrend breaks that often lure in longs as bull traps. I'm not saying it's going to happen on every single occasion, but it tends to happen more often than not. What I'm speaking about are these big kind of moves done by small cap gappers that end up trending down for a long time, lower highs. Typically, they're straddling VWAP as support, and then they get a big boy candle like Sober is getting right now, 235, and then they fail. But look, there's a bigger move here on SOBR. I'm not going to jump in until that implied balance high. 263 is taken out. That gives me room from 2 to 3rd into 3. I can stomach that, but I don't want to get involved here with SOBR because I feel these patterns are bull traps. I could be wrong again, but hey, jump into it if you like. But I'm not jumping in quite yet. JLHL is bleeding its own blood. It's going to lose its spot on the side chart at any moment now. Is it vaulting down? Looks like it might vault down here on JLHL. I'm not holding, but I know for a fact that CPHI is also vaulted down. Down it goes. A rejection of 145 and losing the volume weighted average price again. That's the bad news. The good news is, ironically enough, despite all this one's volatility, putting in higher lows, man. So, want to play it off that? How about it? Benton, happening with VIVS right now, too. Shout out to my man, Benton. Let's have a look at VIVS. Where are we going to put VIVS? We're going to take off JLH up, talk garbage. VIVS. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, recovering. There it is, Benton, holding the dollar quite well though. If this one moves back, Benton, you could see an aggressive move into 157, maybe even 170. I say 157. That's the official line. Hey, but VWAP's hanging around 1 2/3 to 170. So VIVS also the focus. I want to read out something that Cars World 8823 wrote. So it's regarding the data center comment from Homeless God. And I was talking about why they're using eminent domain. He's like, no, it's not for AI data centers. They're not taking people's land to build data centers. What they're doing is they're taking people's land to build power lines for the data centers. That makes pure sense to me. And it's never really a good thing. Of course, when eminent domain has to be used, you always want that to be left for the open market, for people to, decide whether or not they want to sell their property or not, rather than being told by the government, here's what we're selling, here's what we're taking, and here's what we're paying you for it. Oftentimes there are appeal mechanisms for the price, of course, but it's never a good feeling just having your home taken by the government. So I completely understand that. Thank you for pointing that out. Grunfeld, SOBR, just covered it. Thank you, Grunfeld. Random Scenes 32. Sia, we've got chime in, Sia, if you can. Has Sia given her predictions on the match today? I'm not asking Sia. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he asked the same thing again. So please give us your prediction.
As much as I am inclined towards Argentina, I think the last match was a bit of a struggle, and they definitely needed to practice more, which was clearly seen through the game. And don't even get me started about the Egypt game.
Okay.
And I think I told this to Bill earlier in the morning and the production team that England is a strong team, right? So here's what I think. It's going to be 2 England, 1 Argentina.
Oh, Sia.
I don't like this prediction, but realistically, I feel like this is how it could be. It could also go into penalties. You never know.
But absolutely.
But that is my, if I were to go parlay right now, that's how it would hit. But yeah.
All right, dude. She's spoken. She's spoken. So now that she's spoken, let me show you why I was complaining.
I've seen that.
Look at this. Did I just not say this?
You did not.
Did I just not say this? I've seen too much. I told y'all, watch out for Sober. This is what they do, Joseph Auction.
Yeah,
they lure you in with the bull trap, and then they end up failing prior bar.
There goes the whole market too, man. It's the downside.
Unreal. Unreal. 3-2 Argentina, says Ozan. My man, Adam James abroad.
Yeah, just in case you don't
Bad
know.
word, data centers, and more AI. Shout out to my man, Adam James abroad. We know exactly how he feels about data centers, and I respect.
How about in space, though, my boy? What do you think about them in space?
Adam. Yeah, what's that?
I'm serious.
Adam,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
would you feel about data centers in space?
No,
Would you still be against that?
That would be that's a genuine question too. Yeah,
Let us know,
let
Adam.
us know.
But in any event, we're sending it to Sia for happening now. Neil,
It's
let's
great,
take it.
man. Not like an actual.
Let's check how the major averages is doing at the moment. We're diving into what's going on with the market. Why is it leaving the way it is? We have SPY currently up 0.12%. The triple Qs are all down 0.67%. The Dow is currently up 0.27%, and the IWM up very close to 0.50%. So this is coming in from Axios citing a certain White House official coming in that at this stage there is still no meeting with Netanyahu on Trump's schedule for next week. We'll see what happens. So this is just coming in from Axios citing a certain senior White House official. Let's also take a look at 2 things that I want to talk to you about. First of all, BlackRock. So shares are on track for their best day.
Rubbers by Phoenix Flexing. He said, bank rolls on the table, watching local cable. Hey, no, but when I was high as hell listening to the song, I'm just thinking, like, you high as fuck, bank rolls on the table, chilling, watching local cable with nothing to do, bitch calling, keep asking for money. You feel me? Talking about she can't sleep, she broke. Like it's crazy. So give me a drop top. I'm finna go and ride down Sunset Boulevard on phone now.
Yeah, okay, so I think this is really important now. So we see yesterday.
Not the money, not the jewelry.
Okay, we see the series flying.
Oh man, what a fucking crazy day. Man, nah shit. You know, niggas been up since 4 o'clock. 4:30. Hey, what Rick Ross say? You gotta enjoy what you doing. You gotta wake up happy about this shit, folks. On me. Bro, that's great. That's great news, folks. I remember and shit when I took my break from trading. The best thing that ever happened to me, folks.
And I stick by that.
I ain't taking no months and shit like that. We see how long it lasts and shit. I'm not really excited about it at all.
Shit. It's never an exciting feeling to stop something that you love and shit. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I never wanted to stop trading and shit, but you know, money, you know, that shit involves a lot of money. So it's like, hey, I'm losing right now, so hey, look, I'm gonna just take my L's right now and shit. You feel me? And since the nigga been back, I can tell you, I've been up for the year. You feel me? But if I never would have took that break, I don't think I'd be sitting in the position that I'm in. Bro, that's all it is and shit, folks. You know how Granny and shit saying shit. You feel me? It'll be all right. It'll be all right. I ain't gonna lie. I got good faith and belief. But boy, when I'm in the grind and shit, I don't think it's a moment that you should think it'll be all right. Like when you at the bottom, it should never be a moment where you think shit is all good. In the long term, that should be cool. Nevertheless, but right now, what?
I can't take a break from nothing. These things gotta keep moving that shit. Gotta keep moving. No hesitation.
No hesitation. Bank rolls on the table. Watching.
This weekend.
You see what's the name? Yeah, you see his new video?
I know that shit probably decent as hell and shit. He got nice ass visuals.
Yeah. Shit most definitely fire and shit.
I still just don't like his music though, bro. I like his visuals and shit and stuff. Music.
Shit, I like it a lot. You know what I'm saying? As long as it ain't horrible and shit, I fuck with the motion.
It's cool, but it's not original, you know, right?
Shit, folk, you know, it's something I can tell you this much. At this point, it's something that can take off. I tell you that much. It's something that most definitely can take off. Like I think his last little what's the name? I try not to put shit into likes because you can buy likes. You feel me? But I think his shit up for 2 days and he got like 500 likes. So it's like, you know.
I don't know, man. Because it's like, I don't know too many people looking for Larry June right now.
It's a market.
I don't think it's not that many people looking for currency right now. Wiz Khalifa and shit. I mean, lifestyle rappers are still in existence and shit. People get people fuck with it and shit.
You gotta be the chosen one.
You gotta be the chosen one and shit. This is like, I'm be here, like doing everything and shit. Like, how many people you hear coming out sounding like Future, sounding like Drake, sounding like J. Cole, like, you feel me? Like, I still feel like Jeffrey should be on right now and shit, because he ran better than everybody and shit, you feel me? But he doesn't rap the fucking push.
Hey, what song kind of remind me of Jeffrey? That Janet shut the fuck up. Oh God, when Drake started to take off, when he said Rory he said they trying to cover it up like a kilt. Rory gonna skirt on the boy like he said kept it 100 on paper like whip. Dude, I'm like, hey on me, folk really took off. He said kept it 100 on paper like whip.
Like that, you remind me of those days that niggas used to rap heavy and shit with shit. Like when you catch a rhythm and shit, you just keep going with that melody and shit. You feel me? I remember those times when it fucking shine and fucking Anthony in the car, on the studio. We had the studio in the car, had the studio in the closet.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie though, I can't tell a nigga to stop rapping and shit. I can get to that money out of this shit, because that's what's really gonna matter and shit. But
Hey, what boy is it down at the end of the day, bro? Just do what you love to do, folks. I ain't gonna lie to you. If you love scamming, continue scamming. If you love music and shit, don't stop. You feel me? You love doing whatever you like to do. Just don't stop. Know what I'm saying? On me.
I still feel like it sound is dope, bro. You shouldn't stop doing what you want and shit. But at the end of the day, shit. That shit ain't gonna last forever, because it ain't gonna pay the bills and shit. And it's where we live in. You're a real man, you got bills, you gotta pay.
It could most definitely be childish. Yeah, I agree with that. At the same time.
I'm happy for Jeffrey. He working and shit. Like, keep the rap shit. We go to work. Because when you get the opportunity to shine, and they tell you to say something, out of all the people I ever known, Jeffrey has to be right. Is he off the top? What you want to hear? Oh, see, I know he got an arsenal full of shit, but no, he don't need no pad.
Nah, for real though.
No motherfucking pad. This nigga gonna spit that shit. Ari is so fucking fine.
Yeah.
She only 31?
I don't know. She just too much for me. Too ghetto for me. Too much. As a young nigga and shit, I used to love shit like that. You feel me? A nice little ratchet bitch and shit. But it's like that's too much ass for a nigga like me. Too much ass, folks. Too much ass.
All right, guys.
Nigga, oh, me, little dumb bitch. Man, I got put in some hours today. I got put in around 6 hours, so I think I might get that shit cranking about now because I don't know. It depends on shit. Stock market still open and shit. So shit, ain't no telling, bro. What you finna hit the field?
This DHL 3, shit my legs from hell. I'm gonna slide to the crib, change clothes. I'm gonna dash for a couple hours, then go pick up my granny, then I'm gonna dash until like 9.
I don't think it's ready for it. Yes, solar is really leading.
Trying to stay consistent with it.
Like that this scenario over here because the whole without
I'm trying to run it real fast, gang. Go ahead.
this is a little trap. This is as little trap as it gets. It's not that now.
Me too. I got shit I gotta do.
That we see so often. So watch this.
You gotta see my lips go big on that shit, bro. That shit was $41. I was happy as hell.
But Adam takes
Damn, they hit a nigga already.
The lips go big for $40.
that's one that we
But you had to pay the old shit off, ain't it?
got that
No, I need to pay that shit. I'm so old and shit.
Boy.
lack of a bit on this line.
It's still a bill, but I don't know if they sent it on to collections or whatever, but they let me just get the whole shit done without having to pay the shit. I'm not say no more.
That's crazy.
But I was happy the motherfucker. I think it's like 380, 400.
And I don't really see place. Right, let me just make sure that there it is 125 million. That's the perfect place to log on, right? Before
This shit sweet. We just clearing out what they already building. This shit they making these new apartments and shit in Michigan City. Boy, that bitch is beautiful.
this one is thinking this they come out right at 9:45. So the second this came out.
Oh, damn. What I get to?
Hey, folks, I'm gonna tap in a few though, bro. So I'm
Oh, yeah.
3 o'clock.
For sure.
Then you check out that's from China. NIL. It's trading at $5. So there. That X. That's the X 5 better check it out. I'm not saying that. Small caps and you want yes, 1850. VWAP here. This is very likely trading, so I will get BIS. So here, same chart pattern, VWAP rejection here on Nebius launch. They have a headline, by the way. Looks like this prior bar high got it at 196, further bar high, and also on prior bar low. This could be the rejection. So prior bar low is 194.39. We're currently showing 194.24. So we already failed it. Watch the reversion here. Certainly see something around the 90s, right? So hit all of the right selling down. NBIS is selling off with your I'm going to keep a close eye on the NBA. That's really the biggest candidate that I have. For the break to take, I don't know if it's really like clear some levels of the ball, but I don't know if I can take this with some things up. We're portfolio tracker. There's an 800 here. I don't know what we have to start there. We have this. Tiffany. Oh, Tiffany made hits. Yeah. It's also a little bit about things I want to know. I want to hear this. You got it. Every single reason people want to do it. So I'm really most interested about here. So it's it starts with this. Yeah. 2020. You know what's about it doesn't really help with and sounds like I like that one. It's I want it's you know
They're paid. It's like, okay, this is getting up. Now, ASML takes this is getting raised. Sort of the racing is the SpaceX NBA pipeline. And they managed to get a potato chip. They do that. No, I didn't say say my word. It's out of here. It's not like more bonding spots. I'm going to play. Where? Slow down there. Listen, I'm going to say this right now. You never say, you never come up another couple of weeks before you let it work. And you know what I did? When I said, watch out, this, show them that we do anything. There. In my opinion, that Randall with Tesla, but we're already AMD and consistency. How do you do it when you're getting over there? Oh my days, all the time. All year, man, I'm just like that, man. I got to get ready. I sail 9 I sail. Okay. So what I do, Florida, and I think you are one of the cities every day is a story. David's and also but please complete the spreadsheet of starting to go. It's what it takes and all the SAP in my real
He's always walking. I suggest I would say like make it a back and so let's say you want to get $1 you go for $1 you have a second and third placement. So I believe that if you had a game up here that I would ask you want to get on beats trying to get trying to get what that happens on
We don't put it in here that it's.
Got it. All right, I think about the man of the hour, the man of the day, the man who all each stage in his team. When we thought the other team was going to win, the Brad initiative, the team into our big old one, the Hornets, from the State yesterday, absolutely dominating the favorite flight to me. I was very impressed with everybody. From everybody. The Brad on the field looked like an absolute captain. Like I haven't seen him play like that since the game career. So he was fantastic. We'll have to give you that right. I got the most of my very good, obviously excellent. The guy who already release potentially and bring the story of that we can see that give us the big yesterday. I gotta give credit to you guys. The winning is coming out of the net. Yesterday, he almost looked like that kind of speed for paper, which she's not going to do so good on next level. I thought he played well. I thought full back. So because of the top guys, I think that obviously to a kid. We get into the trades, we still prediction that you want to understand.
To trade when we are talking at more categories. NXTC, yes, okay, great. Open up like in three, I think, real three, it's just how long the free market, and we're not supposed to show the coincide with running with fire statement of the stock, right? You might have tried the trade one here with the microscope. I didn't, but it was okay. Set up here, third here with a tie. Let's go over these big highs. I didn't show it. Here you have the same trade. It's the same trade. Short here with the microscope, short here. And here it can. Also, I have to pull out some of the trades that we didn't see, but then I add more. Right. And I add more. And I add more because we're trading outside. We're trading near to the zero. We're not going to see what yet. That would be the confirmation of the setup, and where you might add into the kitchen, but then you would throw in there all the way down back side, getting out here, coming out the rest here, and adding again in this big one there. So that is like the first setup is you are selling small cap like this. And then you can take all the stocks to the book earner. The same, you will short some time. We made here a couple of trades, a couple of traders. We made the mistake of shorting big a little bit too early around the $12, and it was almost to $13 because we have some resistance from previous days, as you can see here. That's not like the first setup. You wait for a confirmation, and then you go short the same trade adjustment. You go short again with this, waiting in $6 from just you go short like here. 10, 11, you want more 89, you make it like $3-4 per ship. And that's like all of the cost. You have to know the cost. Okay, you don't throw here front side, you wait, you throw here, you add here, and you have like 30-40% of the price in the market. Same trade. Look at that. Unbelievable. We saw this. We will talk about this free market here with a stop in $37, $38. That was the first price because it might have worked, but you have to stop there because the next area is around $48, $50 resistance. If you stay there, you don't hold that one price and go to $100, but then you saw last 5 years, I'm not here, and look, it's trading in $29 from 47, 45, even 40 if you show the last 5 years. So it is the same setup again and again in all of them. The pie was the same setup. There you go. Today, pretty much the same. We don't put this front side that you can show here, short, adding into the short. When I get the same setup, most of the tickets today are not loan buyers or traders, no capital.
I definitely agree with that. That's been my feeling immediately from the get-go. Within about 20 minutes, half an hour of trading, I felt that. But Luis, I gotta get your opinion on a name it's not even the name, it's the pattern that I see. And I think I've brought up this pattern with you before. So this is a very consistent one that I'm noticing a lot in names that are strong on the day. Big breakout on SOBR. Okay. But what we get is, typically sometimes they're started with a top candle, sometimes they're not. But what they all have is prolonged downtrends, just like we have here on silver after made that 263 high. And what we see consistently with them is they have a very, very consistent area of support, which we saw here on silver in the mid to low 190s. And then it lured everybody in with this candle at 1155 on the 5-minute chart because it broke trend, broke prior area high, broke the 1030 high, which was around, I believe, 220. It lured everybody into 237. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. It was a bull trap. It caught everybody wrong, and look what it's doing now. Not only is it failing FIBA, it lost $2. It lost $175, and it looks like it could be headed to the low pit 155. So my question to you, Luis, this specific pattern, where we have a bull flag pattern, lower highs, same area, support, yours you would belong with the breakout only to fail short. Is that a setup that you look for? Because I'm seeing it very consistently as a trap.
I think it's a good trap. It's very, if you are trading up about the new actual, there will be a lot of drops. But what is pretty sure is the short is squeeze. So they are kicking out the shorts because, right, in this area, both are pretty comfortable. Long, if you don't here, you're comfortable because you are maybe on 190, $2, 210, so you have a very, very high spot. If you go below zero, then you have problems. Lower are not comfortable. But so here are also pretty comfortable because they have a statistic in their side. It might likely you look at you measure data sensitivity, it might go down. We have created effective also against important resistance here. As you can see, okay, so we are shorting against the resistance from previous days and more. And also because if you're short here, your stock is very tight. Okay, so both in this area, both long and short, they have probably the resistance. Okay, so they have to pick out one of them. Whatever, if they want the stock to go down, when I say they, let's say the market makers of big hands in the market, right? If it's going to go down, they have to kick out the shorts. They have to make a move happen with the trade before it goes down. And if it goes down, it's what we call the big one, which is it's going to go zero for a while without volume, and then short term trouble. They might get out and then it goes back. So it's, sometimes the trades are not that nice as we saw in the one yesterday, but they have to look a little bit out of it before it goes pretty.
Understood. All right, Luis. A couple of things here. Now, IWM, I know we talk about quite often how it's so real for like chipping with certain things within. But the IWM is the best performing meter out here today. We're down 2.7% off of the all-time highs. In a couple of weeks, we're going to have the FOMC meeting. I mean, we're kind of in an area where I believe we can say that we're not going to see a rate hike here or cut. Now, if there is a cut in the near future, a hike in the near future, what does that mean for the selection pool? Do you typically see that really, really start to cool off? Because what I've seen as of late, some of these names, I know you like to debate them, but we're not getting those big time momentum moves like we've seen when the PDT rule was lifted. What do you think will happen to the selection pool if we do have to be a rate hike in the future?
Well, I think it's more about cycle, long cycle, or short cycle, more about the high rates or the indexing itself. So it's more about cycles. We are now in a very short cycle, so most of the shorts are looking very nice. We see a long phase during the day. Next, we might have one crazy runner one day, 500 or 1,000%, and then that is nice. There's a long bias, a long cycle, and it's also about sector. Right now, we don't have like a clear of sector. It's not that. It's all about the news every day. So I don't think that will affect a lot to the small cap, the high grades, or the index itself, the Russell or whatever index you check and trade small cap is more of a cycle. I think shorts are very affordable for around a month. I think for the last month we have like a crazy run at the 90. It's a low bias cycle. It's about to cause one of these outliers that you know change the market shape. So far, I would say do the proper size from size you are free to take in the market.
Yeah, that's like answer. So I like that you talked about the cyclical nature of these small caps. You've seen what happened not too long ago with the PPT rule, and it looked like it was just an extreme amount of people being added into some of the small cap names. Things are starting to cool down. I know you guys collect a lot of data. Is there like a time frame or a period where maybe I know the shorts are being favored right now, not getting those 1,000% moves. Is there a time period or a time frame where you see buyers start to step in and maybe the PPT will can help ignite some of these names to oversee 4 digits in a single session? Is there any specific time frame?
Well, when the PPT rule was removed like it was going to be like that, and I already said in the show, it will have to take a few days. You know, they like using the change to, you know, maybe Chinese and Hong Kong companies to prove them, but it lasts like few days because then you realize that they also have some short-term measures to avoid this. They take the overall, I don't know how to call it, the overnight interest for short. It's very expensive now. They require a lot of guarantees to go for overnight. So it's good that, you know, PPT will be removed and everyone can go below 25,000. I know like that. So it is a lot. We measure how many runners we have. Say runners is when the stock goes up, like parabolic, and then it doesn't allow you to say you will show you cannot get out, you get stuck in a position. Well, that was the PDP rule. I think it was here like 5 or 6 weeks ago. We have 4 runners in a week. That was like you see a lot. And then we have to go back here for the same like 4 runners in a week. We don't have runners. We have like 1 runner, 4 runners, 5 runners. So only 1, 3, 4 stocks going parabolic without letting the stocks go out of the trade. And if you look at the percentage of the stocks that full spread from the open, if you don't have a crazy week, look, it's a lot. It's like 100%, 30%. So we have a lot. This is like how it's measured from the opening to the closing bell, the movement. Here we take running like you go to the doctor, which is most of the time we trade gapping up and we see how they behave. And there you go. Like the average is like 53% closing bread from the open. Like we have some weeks around 80%, and this is way more people. If we have a crazy runner, we have this kind of thing. Free market is going up, the market open, and they keep going during the day. This is not, you know, the most common. It's like from the open, it goes up. From the open, it goes up. Look at it. The last 3 weeks is going down. We have 1 runner in the last week that changed a little bit the behavior. It's a bit quickly, but most of the weeks we see from the opening going down. So it is very important to identify what kind of cycle are values. If the low buyer traders in the small cap are making a lot of money because there are some crazy runners, so the first time is working pretty well.
Okay, so yeah, I see that you're identifying. Do you think can you pull that up one more time and identify where we are at exactly currently in that cycle that you have?
We can take like daily, okay? And then we can take like the long term to look. This is the amount of jumping up every day. We have like 8 gap up. I have completed the story, have 2 gap up, so the 20%. And let's say here like 0.5 at least, 20% gapping up with a volume of 200,000 at least, and 3 months volume 50,000. Okay, and then you share, and it tells you how many GABA we have every day and the percentage of closing bread. Like today, we only have 78. This is super stage. Today we have like 8 GABA, 10, and also we don't have a lot of gap in answers than that. This week, let's say, and the week before. We have so many things. And look at this, the percentage closing bread. Today it's 100%. All of the gaps have over 20% with closing bread. And we have here 50%, 30%, 70%, 75, 80, 83%. So we are in a short cycle. 2,000, it's working very good. From the offense, it goes down like 25%, I believe, from the offense on after. So that's the kind of week for the last 3 or 4 weeks, let's say, that the short are pretty much controlled. But if it changes, you have to be very quick. Usually, the first one to take the loss. If it's crazy banner, the team is going to work, you have to stop out, you have to stop out again. But if you want to do like 1 2 runner, and you're going to like 100% or 1,000% for at least 2 or 3 or 4 days later, just relax, dive down, wait for confirmation, short prototype because there is this sympathy place, one that goes down. Sometimes it's that one that goes up sometimes in a hot market or a news, if it's like AI news is in play or mergers or Nvidia or Windows, you try to find the same quotes, the same words in the news, and they try to look for different things.
Great information, Luis. Thank you so much. I got to pass on some messages from our viewers directly towards you, Luis. So, Kilgo Trout 001 says, please tell Luis his data is sick. His beer is suavemente, and the U.S. loves Spain. No siento para trompito. Did I get that right? Sorry. I don't know.
I know you
sorry for that. Does he be sorry for Donald Trump? Is that what he said? All right, man. And then one more for you, please, before we let you go. Chris Condit, 2494, said Sharif Joe. Ask him if locates got way more expensive after they repealed the PDT. What's your opinion on that, Luis?
It hasn't been right away more expensive, but it's getting more and more expensive. It is true. We are missing some setup because when you measure how much it costs to pay, the probability that it goes down and the range, the volatility, you have to just dismiss some trade because it's not working. So yes, it's been more and more expensive. I don't know if it's the PDT rule or it's because in this short market, I told you the small caps, the brokers, and they're not keeping short rules. They won't part of the case. So you are making a lot of positions, you're gonna put higher than the case because you're making money, and also because the more people trade short side, the more money is made, and the location is just demand is open. So more traders are people paid, price go high. So yeah, it might get to the point that the strategy is start to get more and more tricky, and you have to be more selective. So no short everything that goes up and fails, but pick up just a few trades every day where the locations are short and the probability and the range is working as well. Let's hope we don't get to that point. We have some systematic traders, some algorithm traders that are already definitely because the locations are so expensive that they cannot spend so much money buying everything that happens. It is difficult, yeah.
All right, thanks. That was Luis. Obviously, big victory for you guys yesterday. Off to New York you go, and yes, there's going to be a very, very good final no matter what. Whether it's England, whether it's Argentina, you got the European connection, and you got the Spanish connection. Whatever it is, it's going to be a hell of a final. I can't wait for it. Luis Barbado, thanks for coming on, brother. A big win for you yesterday. Again, hopefully.
Shit, man, what you up to, fool?
I'm off today, so shit, when I'm off, sure. And I'm a little chill. It's my friends, but that's all what I be doing. Oh, man, shit. I don't be doing too much.
Look, bro, I don't blame you. Shit, niggas got a good off day. Shit, niggas trying to smoke a little something. You did? You know?
I'm putting up.
Oh, me, I'm down to my little last right here. Look.
I know that's right. That's my look. But same shit.
Hey, look, I need my little shit.
Damn. Shit, I ain't really been smoking like that too. On top of that, it's definitely a vacay.
Yeah.
Went to the DMV, got my permit again. I had to send it out to, because at first that shit it didn't come. Something going on with the permit. And I got my permit from EDLs.
Damn.
I was still trying to go into work, get some more hours.
Bro, shit, you might as well while you can and shit. I hate sitting around not doing shit.
Real, bro.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Shit, the more you stay around, the more you gonna get irritated by somebody else's shit.
Bullshit.
On me. I love the kids and wife and shit, but I'd be like, oh, okay. Yep, I might as well go back and do some DoorDash.
Yeah, real. I've been trying to get some mom ass out here. She said she's trying to move out here for her birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. My mom has boy, so much shit going on himself. Like, girl, you can get the fuck up out of there. Like, be around motherfucking negative energy all motherfucking day. You ready to get up out of there?
Nah, for real, though. For real. There's only so much a nigga can take and shit. So she staying with OG?
Hell yeah, you know, that's how it is. Play ass, man.
Uh-huh.
She didn't really have to pay out, though.
Yeah, didn't you tell me that he was going through some shit?
Hell yeah. Bro ass wild at the crib, but yeah. What do you do? You know what I'm saying?
So what people are saying this is simple is
hey.
The only way niggas like me and you be straight is because we good at shit away from us.
Uh-huh.
It's like, there's some shit you can't really help unless you touch it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For the most part, niggas like us and shit, and definitely when you're not around, it's like, it's only so much you can not do anyway, besides listen. You feel me? So, you know, it be like that. So, I mean, how's your brother Javon?
Man, I ain't seen that nigga since, like, don't even
Damn, almost 10 years. Damn, it get like that in life.
That's crazy that you just see it. Like, I ain't never like put a number on it. I ain't never like realized. Damn, 10 years went by that fast.
Yeah, I think I ain't seen my sister in about like that many years. Like now it's probably been about like 6-7 years and shit. I'm going back to the crib at the end of this month. You know they got a Marshalltown tournament when I go there too. Hell yeah, bro. Hey, what a coinkydink. You said what? Yeah. Yeah, bro. Bro, I'm hella geeked. I ain't gonna even lie to you, bro. That's the 25th. 25th. Yeah, check it. Because the 23rd I get there, that's a Thursday. Saturday, y'all. Man, bro, when I tell you, bro, that shit gonna be popping.
Hell yeah.
Sheesh.
All this time. Came back for the tournament.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Damn it, put it on my calendar, gang. Yes, sir.
Bro, mandatory.
Hell yeah. And then to bring some on ass with me too. If she can get away, I'm trying to. Man, it's like I said, so much shit going on now. I'm just trying to look. I told her I can't save y'all no more. I'm done. Hey, y'all, I can help, but I can't save you niggas. You know,
Bro.
I got my own shit going on. I can't, you know what I'm saying? You do me, I can't be for y'all.
Nah, for real, bro. Like it sucked and shit. But when you start doing better for yourself and you see the progression that you made yourself, it damn near be like I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm still working on myself. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not trying to hear that shit, bruh. Because like it's a daily, bro. It's a daily thing with motherfuckers, bro.
Yeah, they know who to call. You know what I'm saying? They know who to drop their cell phone.
So to me,
Come on, man.
a lot of times,
You know what I'm saying? When motherfuckers be venting, they get to stand like this was going on in their life. They really asking for help. You know what I'm saying? So I have to, like, the long story short, I have to learn how to stop hearing them ask for help. Like I don't even hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because you hear what they say, they might not directly ask. But it's like, let me act like I don't hear your call. Because I ain't with none of this.
that's how much it made.
Bro, when I say, bro, we had damn near like a 3-hour conversation if I told you what the fuck going on at the crib.
Yeah.
Just the most recent shit. Cut it short. Like, Simone trying to move. She like, fuck it, she tired of going through all shit she going through. She like, fuck it, I'm finna move out there with you. So she tell my mama that she finna move, you know what I'm saying, after her birthday and shit. My mama get the guilt trip.
Yeah.
She pregnant, you know what I'm saying?
Who, Simone?
Rich kid. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She ain't got time to deal with that stress. She got 3 babies and 1 on the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, she like, this what your daddy did to me. He never stuck to nothing. He just up and just kept trying to bounce and leave the house. Some stuff got hard. What? I said that's a disability. Like, the devil came out of something like.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing to do with this.
The devil came out of mama. I was trying to tell someone like the devil came out that girl, boy.
Man.
Why would you say some shit like that? Like it didn't say like basically like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, someone was basically crying like a motherfucker. Like, why you just break her heart like this? You know?
Uh-huh.
Like it's fuck you. When it's like, mom, I'm trying to leave. I tell you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know I'm gonna be here forever. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so your mama, like, she need her to be there?
Yeah, she don't need her, but she a needy motherfucker.
Yeah.
She don't want to do shit for her, so she telling me and Simone take care of her. Basically. It's like, no. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to, but I'm not at that point where I can. And my mama's so crazy, disrespectful. Like, bro, she just got drama all around her.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, I know it's my mom, but I don't want that in my space. All that energy in my space.
Uh-huh.
I had to, damn it, all my depression came from your ass. The fuck would I let the person live with me for?
Yeah.
That shit crazy.
Shit.
Yeah, my mama, you know, she got the colostomy bag. She just be eating whatever she want to eat.
Yeah.
We tell her, you can't eat that, mom. You can't eat that. Don't eat that. Don't drink that. You can't eat that. Now she fucked up, crying and shit, stomach hurt, and don't nobody love her. And, we told your dumb ass don't eat that shit. That girl that ate some ribs left out overnight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, we drink our Kool-Aid sugary.
Uh-huh.
She done drunk a double sugary Kool-Aid. Like, we used to make slushies out of, so it needed to be overly sweet. You know what I'm saying? She drank a whole fucking Yeti for that shit. I told her, don't drink that shit. It's not. Like, what are you doing?
Uh-huh.
I get her the slushy. She come back and say, I like the other one better. I bet.
Yeah.
It was lemon in it. It was watermelon. Oh, wait a minute.
He said, yeah, give me another one of those.
Right, that motherfucker burn your tongue. You think it's lemonade? No, this is watermelon. It shouldn't taste like that. Yeah, that's because it's too much sugar. Put that shit down.
Yeah. I remember when she got the colostomy bag. That was years ago.
Yeah, that was tough. I forgot you was around for that.
Yes, y'all was still in Marshalltown around that time.
Yeah, we was doing her IV and shit.
Damn.
We sat around my feet, rub her head, watch she cry to sleep every night.
No, that's tough right there and shit. Whatever happened to Sade and them pops? What that nigga at? Back in jail?
Nah, that nigga. Alright, so Arnold is doing good. Like he never stopped working the type of jobs he worked. Like he stayed. I think he's still at the same job, bro. To be honest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like bro drive trucks now. Instead of just working for the company making the trucks. Like he driving the trucks. You know what I'm saying? He went to school for that shit, made sacrifices for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I stayed and go through all that shit.
Uh-huh.
When he left my mommy, he was a lot better. Got a new girl, you know what I'm saying? Always been straight. My mama been the one my fuck.
Yeah.
That's how you know how they say it. When two people part, you'll see what the problem is.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So it's just unfortunate. He definitely straight though, but he's sick now. You know what I'm saying? Because you know karma still don't play around with your ass.
Yeah.
He's sick as fuck right now. Off of the blood and shit. Like he ain't no guy.
Uh-huh.
Hell yeah, like that. Like he might, you know what I'm saying? He might tip over the way it's looking. Yeah, it ain't looking bad. I mean, it ain't looking good.
Damn. Because the dude used to be hella buff.
Hell yeah.
Y'all niggas didn't want no smoke with his ass.
Hell no. We a little hell no. We used to get mad and talk our shit in the other room. Hey, we already know that nigga slap. Maybe he slapped me, bro.
Bro,
Damn.
Bro. Nah, dude was like really big as fuck. Like, it wasn't like he had like crazy muscles, but he was just a solid ass dude. Bro.
Like he wasn't fat, like he was heavy, but he wasn't fat big. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bro was solid.
I know. I know it would have had to take you, Javon, and Tay to beat his ass, folks. Hey.
We knew it.
On me.
He know karate and all that shit. He got like a black belt and some other shit. Like, bro, that's what damn the fuck that stuff.
Man, that shit was crazy, bro. I remember y'all niggas motherfucking set a frog leg on fire. Y'all caught a frog and set that bitch on fire. That squirrel that fell out the tree. Hey, that bitch did.
I'll be telling the story and shit, right? I'll be so excited like this, like, hey, that shit was fun. Niggas be looking like,
hey, nah, that bitch most definitely was crazy as hell. Like, nigga, I thought y'all was nimble on y'all feet. Fuck you thought he was doing?
I used to talk about how Tuna used to come through with his con shit. He'd be like, Tuna! He used to hate that shit. He don't have to do that shit all the time.
Hey, that nigga Tuna. Hell no, bro. I forgot all about bro ass. I ain't thought about him in years, bro.
Bro, he is a smooth motherfucker. He used to piss his ass off.
Tuna.
You can see his face, so you see you will call him and he'll pull up. Like you can on the block, you don't see his car nowhere. And you don't have that Tuna. That nigga pull up later, like what the fuck? He heard him or something, nigga.
Hell no, folks. Man, that shit used to be crazy as hell as a kid. Like, nigga, y'all moved to Glen Park and shit, folks. That shit was crazy too. That big ass house.
That shit was fun as hell, but that was a thing that separated us when we moved.
Bro. That was. Cause after that, I didn't get to go to the next house over there by Roosevelt.
Yeah.
I didn't get to go to that house.
But they also
Yeah. I'm already knowing.
so that leaves 20.
Shit, I'll be telling motherfuckers like the motherfuckers don't be knowing like there ain't too many people around that's from the area shit like that. But I'm telling motherfuckers when I was little, we used to run up and down the street like trying to play outside and shit. One of the niggas say I want to say Bernard or Brandon. One of them niggas, the brothers that used to live in that house. They used to fuck with us all the time. We used to try to get past their house to get to my house or your house. If you know they gonna try to chase us down the street or some shit, they trying to beat us up. Want us to get to the crib, but we know they still got your ass, and they got to go back to the crib with it.
Damn.
That shit crazy, bro.
Hell nah.
Like a neighborhood dog, them big ass niggas. The light skin tall nigga, and then the chubby, his chubby brother. Like them, oh my god.
This is a big time increase.
Man, I damn near need to get up out of this motherfucking crib.
If we get on track to exceed 100 billion.
Boy, it's hot as hell. It's getting to like 110, 112 a day type shit. Right now it's one, yeah, bro.
It's 90, but the field is 103. I know y'all feel probably 120.
Bro, I be doing DoorDash and that shit too.
Shoes melting.
Bro, I'm talking about shoes, hot as hell. Come on, get on back up there. Yeah, man.
But I'm proud of you, bro. Proud of you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Staying focused and just being smart and ain't come back. You know what I'm saying? Like some people get their with but like you ain't the nigga that still. You know what I'm saying? You keep pushing it way through, you know what I'm saying? That's the mental battle in itself. You know what I'm saying? Not all your brothers gonna be Jack, you know what I'm saying? You ain't with the one shot to bring things together. Being that for your baby, that's all. Good shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, brutally,
Man, hey, this phone call mean a lot, bro. Like, just know, like, no bullshit, bro. I just remember that everybody and everything. You feel me? Like I said and shit, motherfuckers is always good in my eyes. You feel me? I try to see the best in people. You feel me? Everybody don't, you know what I'm saying, get the chance. You feel me? Like it is like a lot of motherfuckers that do, you know what I'm saying, need to talk. You feel me? Just and sometimes motherfuckers don't even want a nigga to respond back. Nigga just want to, you know, just be talking. You feel me? Get some shit off their chest and shit. And I be letting motherfuckers know I be here. You feel me? I be here for motherfuckers and shit, bro. Like, but all my friends, my family and shit, bro, it means a lot to me because I've been away from my family like 10 years. You feel me? And this whole time I've been fucking up. For like since I've been 21, I'm 31 now. And that whole 10 years I've been gone, I fucked up the whole 10 years. And now a nigga gotta move back to the crib. You feel me? Now niggas moving back to the crib and it's like, damn, bro, what the fuck you been doing? You feel me? Like, nigga, you ain't done nothing for yourself. You ain't done nothing for your family. You feel me? You ain't really like you just start stepping up. You've been in your daughter life. Like, yeah, I've been in my daughter life, but I ain't been there, you know, as I should. You feel me? So it's like, you know, being older and want to get more mature about life and just be more wise about like the steps that I'm taking from now on. You feel me? Because you think that you always got moments, or you think that you're gonna be young forever and shit, and you really don't. You feel me? And when you out here fucking up and shit, I can guarantee you, just remind yourself, it's gonna be somebody that call your line and say that they need help with something. No bullshit, bro. I had a mean gambling problem. Mean gambling problem. And literally, bro, it just must be how the universe works. Every time that I lose money at the casino, bro, my sister, and it always would be her. It'll always be my little sister, Faith, that call. I'm talking about right after I leave the casino, asking for money, bro. And I don't even let her know like I just lost money at the casino. I just think to myself, damn, that I could have helped her out right there. You feel me? So I'm not trying to sound like I'm perfect or anything like that, but I just remember that helped me. Like, damn, bro, you out here doing bad for yourself. You feel me? And it come to a point where like you not living off the expectations of other people or anything, or like my sister and them expectation or my wife expectation. It just becomes, what do you really think about yourself? You feel me? Cause at some point you just don't like yourself. I didn't like myself. And still right now, bro, I don't like myself. But I can say that I came a long way in the last year. For sure. Like it's a journey, bro. It's a hard ass fucking journey, bro. Not even gonna lie to you. And I know you know for sure, because nigga, you have it just as hard. And I know that you be looking for a little push and some real motivation. And I'm telling you, bro, just keep going to work. You feel me? Keep going to work. Keep your faith high, bro. Keep your whatever you want to do. I don't care. It ain't gotta be money. It could be for the kids. It could be for your mama. It could be for your brother. And number one, for yourself. For number one, it gotta be for yourself, bro. And I know you can do it, nigga. And I know you can, nigga. It's right around the fucking corner, nigga. That shit right there, nigga. Attack that shit, bro. Put your faith in God, bro. I don't know what you believe in and shit, bro. But I pray. I pray every day. You feel me? Some days and shit when it's hard and I'm going through that mud all over again, bro, I forget to pray. You feel me? But then I get back on my knees and I keep praying, bro. No bullshit.
So are there
I get my downloads, basically like the stolen spirit to show me where I need to be. And that was the only settling thing when I felt like I wasn't where I needed to be. You know what I'm saying? That feeling is crazy. It's like, man, like we just barely can sleep and be like, I got about to do, got a long way to go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Damn, this ain't working out. Like, damn, I gotta fix this. I gotta damn, I got another issue. I gotta go get a letter, or you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know how the just be blessed, right?
Minus.
I looked up. Once I heard it, I looked up. I said, "You're right. I am where I need to be because I'm not in this mess to touch that. I don't have negative people around me. I don't have no negative people around me. I'm healed myself. I left my relationship. Been gone for almost 8 months, almost a year. I've dated a few times after that. And when I've seen it, I got done early. You know what I'm saying? Nip it in the bud, check it out. You know, I'm basically like seeing the growth. You know, when I go and walk in my house, feel good. I don't got to worry about nothing. You know what I'm saying? My bills paid. I got a job. I don't have a car, but I got a bike.
Hey,
it's little stuff like that.
Hey,
you know, seeing all this come together. All this shit was free. The bike was free, the bed, the couch, the desk, the kitchen table. You know what I'm saying?
bro. Hey, still to this day, bro. Everything that I experienced in life so far, bro, it was for free. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I went overseas. You know, you name it, bro. I've been there, and it was paid for. I'm not even gonna bullshit you. So I still believe that. Like, your blessing is yet to come, bro. I promise you. Just keep that positive spirit around you, bro. You feel me? Just stay by yourself. You feel me? Be grateful for the shit that you do have. You feel me, bro? Know what I'm saying? But I do love to hear that from you, though, because it's like sometimes you do gotta realize, like, you know, it's a start. You feel me? And I'll let you know this, bro. Like, I love my family to death, but I really do know what peace kind of feel like. Like, I be around y'all and I come, you know, spend weeks with y'all, maybe a month or two and shit, but it'd be best that you know you stay away as much as you can.
That's exactly what I'm at. When I pull up there, when I used to have a coffee, I pull up there and be going in the house. Boy, that's my limit. Even my females, you know, anybody that I bring out there, I tell them before we get out the car. Listen, as soon as a motherfucker get mad, go to the car. I left that shit alone. When I left that angry shit, that bullshit, that stressful shit, that toxic shit. I left that shit alone. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be here hollering for a day. I'm gonna tell you I love you tomorrow. I swear shit. So bullshit escalates. So I can still have y'all in my life and love y'all, even though y'all don't want to love me. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be the bigger person to make sure that our situations don't ever get like that, so that I can make sure that we have a relationship that's preserved. Because how you niggas going about it, and then it can be good niggas. You know what I'm saying? So that's come with being wise and, like you said, maturing and, you know what I'm saying, understanding your role. Like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? I'm a family man, you know what I'm saying? We got responsibilities, but yeah, you know, you can do this from a distance. Yeah. Your way.
Yeah.
And make you go first, you come first, and that'll handle everything else.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Bro, because I'm not home, but like my brother, he got a drinking problem, and I be talking to bro and shit, and I be telling them like bro, like you doing it as if you proud of it and shit, and it's like, bro, you my only brother, and it's like, and I'm trying to talk some sense to you, and it hurt me because it's like, damn, bro, I'm gonna have to leave you. I ain't gonna say leave you, but it's like, if I can't talk no sense to you, then what am I finna do with a drunk brother? What am I finna do with an alcoholic brother, bro? I can't do nothing with it. I can't look at you and ask for help. You know, some words. You feel me?
That's what I be saying to my be like, y'all basically want me to watch y'all die, watch y'all kill y'all. So like, you always so wonderful. It's expected for me to do that. Like, and I say something. You know what I'm saying? It's breaking my heart. This is about me. This ain't just about you.
Bro, that shit it's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up.
You know, so bro, I trust me, I get it. I just have to make a decision with myself, bro. That's what I told my people. Just love them. Just love them while they here. Especially you know them motherfuckers ain't changing. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I'm saying? Just as fucked up as it sounds, just prepare for it. Whatever they get you a problem in. And if you know that it will defeat them, now that we thinking like this, okay, so what do I do? Knowing that they last day might be soon the way they going. So now it makes all the stuff irrelevant. It's like, you know what? I don't even want to talk to you about this thing, and I just want to tell you I love you. I want to see how you doing. I want to know you hate. Like, did you you know, like, buy you some beer birthday, you know, some beef. Like, I'm not saying you want to need some clothes, bro. Like this is how the kids, or, you know what I'm saying, or if you got kids, like, you know, how the family is. But I just want to hear his voice again.
Yeah.
Because I can't hear his voice right now. And that's even more fucked up. It's like, you want to be mad at them. Like, why y'all making me be like this? Like, you don't have to die. Like, why do you like, I'm trying to speak life into you. And just like, bro, good, that's what Taylor basically told me. You know, like how you say, just he didn't want better. You know, like, how you know I want better?
Hey.
When you woke, you hear shit other than what they say. You hear shit other than
bro, I swear.
You know,
I thought about it too, cause I got another friend and he drink every day, and I had to really sit and think about like what he's saying, because sometimes you got to give the right response. And oh Lord.
So pray for us here. I promise you, it looks like it exactly.
Yeah, I was talking to my mans and shit, and he drink every day, and basically he was just saying like I just told him like it's a lifestyle. You feel me? It's like you need a reason to change. A lot of people, like you said, don't have a reason. It's like they life. It's like an everyday thing. It's like it's hard to get past the first step, and the first step ain't even damn near drinking. You feel me? Because drinking is damn near it's a lifestyle.
You trying to change some shit, start, get off the day, get yourself there. You know what I'm saying? Change your heart. Rather detox. It's a serious for the first time. Most motherfuckers say detox like I'm talking about that too. I'm talking about detox, what you consume like that. And what you see with your eyes, your ears consume, as well as your mouth.
Bro, that energy shit is most definitely real.
I'm trying to tell niggas,
Bro,
shit like
bro. No, bro. That shit is motherfucking real fucking life. Manifesting, thinking about shit every day, all day, every day, bro. That shit is real, bro. It's this one movie on Netflix. It's called The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. And the story goes like this. Fucking this little kid and shit, he's on a train or whatever, and it's this like I guess like a monk type of nigga, right? Or whatever, and he follow him into the woods, right? Because he's a famous monk. And when he get to the woods, the monk he sit on like a stool and he start floating in the air, right? And he wondered like, how the fuck do you do this? So basically, he said the amount of focus he can do. So it's like the average person can't even focus on one thing in their head for, I think it was like not even in close to a minute. One picture, one image, close to a minute. He said he was able to focus in his mind on one thing for, bro, it was more than like 3, 4, 5 minutes just on one picture with no distractions, without not thinking about nothing else, just this one picture for 4 minutes, and it helped him levitate. You feel me? Bro, but it triggers something in my head. Like, if you really focus and you give your attention to one thing and you just keep putting your focus and energy towards that, bro, you don't think that shit is gonna fucking happen? If the average person can't even focus for one fucking, I'll put it like this, can't even focus for 1 month on doing something that they want to do, just 1 month every day, I bet you the average human cannot do that. They cannot do that. So you take that and you multiply it times 2 months, you already ahead of the next person. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Bro, when I tell you, bro, if you focus your energy on what you want to do in life and accomplish in life, bro, I can guarantee you it is going to happen without a shadow of a doubt.
I'm just a good nigga. You know what I'm saying? Right away, like, you feel it? And motherfuckers, they want all their questions answered and shit like that. And I'm just trying to tell you, like, basically this. You know, I can give you some description, but you don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I try to get the terms out, they don't be ready for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was too much time to be here. I did my it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? For you to know where I know, it's a show of your whole world. It's a show of your whole world. So if you're not able to surrender your world, then it's over with. You feel me? I'm taking over whatever. This is not what you know. I know what I know. But until I'm speaking with it's lines. I've been spiritual. I've been down on spiritual paths since 2018. But really a little early. I would say like 2015, 2016. When I had my baby.
Like what does that consist of? Like spiritual path?
So the reason why people can pinpoint when they start on their journey, they call it a journey because it's never ending. And just as soon as you start when you walk in, you know where your start point was at. You know from your house to the path.
Yeah.
You encounter, but it's already understood. It's not the mark yet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I wanted something, but I wasn't working the mark. And these are totally different things. And people don't understand that they trying to do everything every day, which it is, but you don't understand mine everything every day. Your everything every day is you're trying to disclose what is knowledge, what's the true knowledge. By saying that everything that you know is already there. No, you're missing a lot of pages. So when I say we continue, the first time that I was exposed to anything outside of religion in the ways that I know then. You know, you can hear somebody say a word, but when you grasp it and search it, and then you start searching, and all right, now see your life. That's, you know, it's not influence. You know what I'm saying? I never really knew nothing about it when I was like, you know, I was usually when I was like the 8th grade. I got some shit the second time or something like that. First time, everybody was acting crazy and shit. That's all I remember. And I remember that everybody on social media was trying to link Obama being an Antichrist or this other nigga being an Antichrist. That's the first time I even heard about an Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that kind of sparked something. It was like a seed was planted or some shit that I learned about the Illuminati. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Learned about the artists and Mason, the Tao floor. And some way, somehow, I got into the streets and I stopped searching all that shit. You know, because I was telling people they weren't trying to really understand, they weren't really hearing it. But I'm just, this is what they saying. So I'm looking to a fucking walk. You know what I'm saying? And when I got here, shit was so crazy. I never picked it back up. So when I went off to college, after high school, I went off to college, and I still wasn't dealing with nothing. I'm still just knowing about just Black culture, and then I learned about Kemet history, like, you know, the ancient African history. And I was learning from this dude named John, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. They call him God bless or something like that. And I asked what a man mean, God or something like that. Bless God. So he had a lot of knowledge. And he had told me, like, the only thing that really stuck with me was him saying that we all started as one, broken down from the organs and the body parts and now what's next, like that. And I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. But let's see that's played. Learn about the Illuminati, politics, music industry, and then here we go about self, right? I have a mate. And then now learned about, now I have to consider everything now, because it's like, okay, now I'm all skin. But when my daughter go to sleep, I like to watch TV. And she usually be at her mama friend's house. You know what I'm saying? At this time when I'm about to have my other moment. My friend had the chakras on her wall, and it was completely unfamiliar to me. I didn't have no idea what the fuck I was looking at. You know what I'm saying? So I never questioned it, really asked about it. And one day I was just like asking about it in an artsy way, like, man, it's not this, like, you know what I'm saying? You're crazy. She's like, yeah, that's the chakras. I'm like, what? I'm just saying, like, yeah, you through that? That's what's up. I need the Lord.
Damn. Yeah.
So then she said, yeah, I learned about spirituality and stuff like that. She's like, yeah. She like, I'm into crystals too. And long story short, she ended up telling me she watched this one show on YouTube. It's probably still on that type shit. And I said, what is this, like Spirit Science? 2015, 2016, I started watching that episode of Spirit Science. And from that point on, everything started changing. You know what I'm saying? So I would say probably, if I was to say it ain't been 2015, 2016, my spiritual journey came to 2009, 2010. That's when we started. And that's how I learned about NDEs and shit like that. I learned about different realms, like SWAT North. I was everyone. I learned all types of shit. It's hard learning. I understood everything was me. And so I'm like, okay, let me study me. Let me move on this.
Yeah, nah, I feel you.
Okay, calm down. So break it down like anybody can do that at any level. So I have to learn me. I'm like, okay, everything that's outside, that's within me, I created this. This is my world. I'm the God of this world. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so now I'm trying to manifest.
Yeah.
And I get to learn about that, but then I go to jail. So I'm asking God, so Jesus and stuff, great advice. I'm trying to get, I'm saying, I'm trying to figure out. And at this point now, I was legend. I just took a deep dive into spirituality, not knowing it contradicted stuff. So I'm holding on to both. So everybody so
yeah.
Obviously, I have a crazy every time, so I'm trying to go back to my cell and tell you that it's just like a portal. I know I'm going to turn out to go back. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back. They might say what, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm going back. And I get right. This is weird. Baseball, it's Chelsea type shit. I started writing. I do something wrong. I learned all this shit. I mean, I'm trying to play. It started from next. So I'm going to let my boy know everything that's going on with me. I started writing. So now I'm in jail when I get up, I'm writing this shit, writing shit, everything I'm seeing. Yeah. Right now, my daily journey every day. I got one hobby, bro. He doing the same shit.
Uh-huh.
It was really experience this shit when we go to sleep. And we come together trying to figure out what God told us our mission is. So that's how I know I'm the message. You know what I'm saying? And then when I left, we both promised each other that we was going to do fulfill our mission. I just don't find it true. That's good. That's all the real.
Nah, I believe that shit.
You know what I'm saying? And everything after that, bro, it was just like lessons and detoxing, like the soul and spirit, universe, detox for me, like run my life.
Hey.
Lessons.
For real, though. Hey, look, I'm trying to save all my energy, bro. I ain't trying to fuck on nothing. Really, I ain't trying to jack off. I ain't trying to do none of that shit. You feel me? That's spiritual. That's super spiritual. I ain't gonna even lie to you, bro. Like, because, bro, every time that I fuck this one bitch, bro, it was 100% something bad was gonna happen right after that. I swear to God. Swear to God. So it's like, with me, bro, I don't know how everybody else experienced life, but my karma and bad shit, like say I just so happen to cheat. We keep it real. Keep it raw. You know what I'm saying? We all men here. Hey, now look, say I do something crazy like that or whatever. And it's just like right after I do it, bro, something bad happens. So it's like when you notice and cognizant of that, you be like, bro, okay, I don't even want to fuck nobody. I don't want to fuck nothing. I don't even want to motherfucking jack off. I'm better off not even dealing with that type of that energy unless it's with the right person. No shit, spiritual journey, bro. You feel me? Spiritual journey. I remember, bro, no bullshit, bro. Me and my wife, we going through some shit or whatever. And she finna get deployed, right? Boom. So we get dropped off in Gary, me and my daughter Savannah. So I'm going out there with thinking of the mindset, bro, I'm finna get to the money. You feel me? And I'm getting to the money, but in the same sense, you know, I'm fucking with the hoes on the fence. Like bitches trying to fuck, I'm on some, nah, I'm cool. But it was this one day and shit, the first time I cheated on Shorty and shit when she left, bro, I'm chilling with this bitch and this bitch is gonna say some dumb shit like, yeah, any other nigga would've fucked me by now. And I'm thinking, bitch, you got me fucked up. Bitch, bend that bitch over, bro. No condom, no nothing, bro. I'm whacking this bitch in my car, folks, on my mama. Bro, on my life, bro, stepping out of my body, bro. Stepping out of my body, I ain't come over here to fuck, bitch. I'm over here on some cool shit. You feel me, bro? Put my meat in there raw. On me, fuck, put my... Bro, nigga, week later... Bro, week later, nigga, dick swole up, folks. Pussy shit coming out of my dick. And I'm just like, see, first off, when you telling yourself you ain't even supposed to be doing that shit, bro, no bullshit. That shit, tangling up with bitches' spirits, bro, it's crazy, bro. One time, bro, no bullshit, bro, I had a demon on me. Bro. Like, nigga, I just had met this bitch, bro. You feel me? Just met this bitch, bro. She was younger too. Still staying with her parents, but of age, bro. She was of age, but she still staying with her parents, right? Her dad at that, bro. Her dad. Bro, I come over, bro, and I'm already nervous because she's saying that she's staying with her dad and he don't want nobody to come over. Bro, I get over there and I'm fucking, bro. And I'm just uneasy, bro. Bro, tell me why Pops come through the crib. Bro, and I'm upstairs, bro. And bro, when I tell you, bro, I'm like out of it, folk. I'm like, nigga, I need to get the fuck up out of here. Bitch, I'm finna jump out the second floor window. Bitch, I don't want no smoke with your Pops. You feel me? I don't care if he's a chump. I don't care if you feel me? Bro, tell me why, bro, this bitch, she massaging me, bro. Like, nah, like, it's all good. Like, let's fuck some more. Like, bro, when I tell you, bro, when I never felt this type of energy a day in my life, bro. Never felt this type of energy, bro. I'm like, bro, your ass a demon. Your ass is a bad spirit, bro. I never, bro, all the women that I ever been with, bro, I never felt that shit. I never felt that shit. Like, you massaging me like on some like mermaid type shit. You feel me? Like, bro, it was just out of body experience right there, bro. Can't be fucking with these Jezebels, these negative energies, bro.
I keep telling motherfuckers this spiritual warfare, bro. It's real. That's what the war's about. I'm telling you, the attack is on your mind. Like what Tina said. I'm telling people, man, look, go follow the page. You know what I'm saying? It's the cosmic grandmother in the flesh. Niggas be like, so you're saying she God? I'm saying, nigga, she more than God. She's the alpha being. She the one that see now we all did. She is our mothers. All our DNA go trace back to her DNA. Like we are her children. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all psychic. She see me on soul, bro. Like, she real. Like, motherfuckers would be like, man, you gotta be careful with that shit. I thought y'all don't see, y'all think I'm stupid. Y'all think I'm crazy or something. You only love me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to look at me like I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you niggas. Here she goes. Nobody want to listen. Then they see me for the church and everything I learned, and the stuff that I'm trying to tell them, she told me and taught me. You know what I'm saying? Help me get my powers. So how the fuck can anybody be like, fuck with anything I do spiritually if you don't give up me that on your own? She's the creator of everything. The flesh, bro. Like so many things just live in her. Like, we are.
Who is this? What's her name again?
Watita.
Hold on, wait. Let me put up YouTube.
Like, type in a walk with the ancestors. I used to be her bodyguard, bro. Like, just long story short, like, shit, they didn't kick me out a couple times. You know what I'm saying? One time, I was late to a meeting and shit for the security detail. You know what I'm saying? I was lost. I'm just gonna cut it short, but here it was for security. And then, because motherfuckers was saying, like, they told her what I had said or some shit like I said when I be watching that career, and she be talking about, you know, she might come eat that motherfucker. I be telling people when I'm watching it, like, well, you know, she money, you know what I'm saying? That's your wife. I ain't trying to be on that. That's my boy. You know what I'm saying? So that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? I do that. And because they father, like, that's fanning out for real. What? That's like if your celebrity crush, you know what I'm saying, was like, it's like that motherfucker. What are you gonna say?
Shit, I might entertain it.
Right. So then now let's say now you are security, and you telling one of the other security guards like, bro, when I used to watch it, like I used to be thinking like that, and then you just basically telling them how you feel and shit, you know how you tell them about your life too. But that was just one more section. But he ended up taking that and throwing you under the bus and telling her that, and now you agree with something like weird.
Yeah.
Like you should, like, I'm uncomfortable because you think me like that. You know, my security.
It's like shit, bitch. Come on now.
The spiritual warfare part is they made something on them, and it wasn't. It's just healing too. At the same time, it's holding me accountable because my mission is bigger than what they think. It's like I'm gonna have to protect them. I'm always gonna protect them. You know what I'm saying? The soul spirit knows that my mind and my soul and spirit is great. So they give me lessons and time that most people may have. Everybody that got kicked out, pushed away, they end up doing some fucked up shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, trying to build a team and trying to kill her, talking crazy about her own mind. I ain't never did nothing bogus like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I said that too. Like, you know, I definitely say that he ain't never moved, like, motherfuckers know they wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying. So, like, I'm going to have but yeah, just back to what I was saying, though, it's it's all about your intention with the energy. Like, I've been on this spiritual journey for a long time, and I also learned that, bro, I'm like I said, I'm very great in the spirit. Like, they love me different or something. And it's not saying they love everybody different. It's just like, you know how it's ranking, right? It just feel like I'm not ranking. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't play about me. Like, when you said karma, like, sometimes motherfuckers do something to me, type shit. They get that shit. Like, I try to put a spell on the motherfucker before I get to it. The soul and spirit already whooping their ass. You know what I'm saying? And basically what I'm saying is something like that. What you attempt to fight certain spirits.
Yeah.
You know, and you gotta learn more about yourself, because like I hear you say like you know, like you be trying to have sex with certain people, like yeah, it's right. It's a spiritual transfer. It's an energy transfer. You know, you're understanding that shit. You know what I'm saying? Certain people with bad energy, bro. Like some motherfuckers honest, like, yeah, you ain't all the way perfect. I'm gonna have to damn near clean my energy when I'm done fucking, you know what I'm saying? But some motherfuckers be no bad. It's like, no, I'm good. I'm sure it's wrong with that. I'm there. You know what I'm saying? That's good. Everything is a lesson learned. It's not such thing as fair. I don't know the term things really, but it's true. It's true. Ain't nothing bad. Everything's like a experience. You just gotta learn from it. To be your higher self.
That's all it is.
Sometimes games keep coming. Like, well, Martina told us, like, hey, it's what it is, like game mods. But I think like gaming is a good thing. It's like our dark side. It's like you know how to take that big and transfer that shit to some fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I got one to the piss. Hey, hold on real quick.
It's an absolute like song. And it's not like nothing about it has anything. It's like everything. Almost everything involved in charts. I can't say that I do it. So yeah, I think they're fair enough. But something I should look at there that it seems a little thing. They look like the same on that one, I think, but now you at least
yeah.
I know it doesn't look that much better.
See that shit like this is the time you're trying to elevate it. Like the more you become aware, you start seeing this a lot of layers to this shit. But now, you know what I'm saying? And you'll see how vulnerable you was.
Nah, for real, man.
Spirituality free you. It makes sense. Show you the truth. Same way.
If you like them, and you buy them,
you gotta wonder.
I hope you're accepting zero.
In 2026, a lot of folk we still got that.
There's nothing but
bro.
Why do I see why don't why not?
Nah, I don't know. It'd be hard to believe in the church stuff. No disrespect, because it'd be like, bro, it'd be so many. Like the word is good. Don't ever get me wrong and shit. But it'd be like it'd be some fucked up people in there playing like they perfect and shit.
She continued to do Bible study, and she break that shit down in some other terms, bro. And she going out, and she got a real good understanding, bro. She got a high level of that church. You know what I'm saying? That's Quatina. The grandmother, Mother Adina, that's her soul. You know how we all got a spirit in the soul. Except for white people. If you black in you got a soul. You know what I'm saying? So the soul ones, they don't know nothing about that. Her soul is the over soul. Her soul is the mother of all of our soul. You know what I'm saying? And she do Bible study, and when she speak, it hits you, bro. It's like she know how to talk to you. Some bullshit. I'm telling you, we're learning about the Bible like that easy as fuck. Already was going to church. We already had an understanding. So it's like you fucking it in 3 minutes, 3 hours, or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it is disrespect. It's very much disrespect. So when you find out that your bloodline, like, you know, your daddy, right? You know, it was a lot of daddies before him. Let's say 10 daddies before him. Say 10,000 years. You know, it was a lot of daddies before him. For real. You know what I'm saying? Let's just say 30 daddies above was the person that they killed. Him, slaughtered him, let the dogs eat him in the street. They employed him to drink his blood and made a ritual out of it, and then called it Christianity. And because they knew who he was, they took his identity and his story, and they wanted to call themselves God. The whole time, God just mean creator. The whole time, this is the spirit. He's the, you know what I'm saying? He's the highest master. He's your, you know what I'm saying? Like, the truth one that they trying to say that Jesus is. You imagine that they, for that long, let's say you live that long, you end up reading the family history book, and you seen that that's what you was going to celebrate. You used to wine, eat the drink the wine. That's them worshiping and celebrating how they killed him.
Yeah.
Ain't no way hell you want that. So yes, it's disrespect. Then who made the Bible? You know what I'm saying? Don't you know I think his name Alex Crowley or some shit or something? The nigga, the motherfucker, what's the other nigga name? Lovecraft. Yeah, whatever whoever made that nigga. Basically, like the motherfucker that created the Bible, the same as that created the Satanic book. Like, you know what I'm saying? The Satanic work book, like you know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, that's crazy. I never heard that.
The shit is weak. The shit is weak, bro. And now let's think about this. Let's I know people don't like to do this, but let's do this exercise. If spirituality was such devil worshiping, voodoo type of shit, if you want to work on a motherfucker so bad, then why do a Christian then see somebody like mess with their energy there? Let's say somebody talking crazy to them, they get the friend. And get to talking in tongues. Is that not some demonic shit?
Yeah, that's most definitely like, okay, that's how y'all coming. Kind of weird to me, but you know.
How did you Christians to a spiritual person? Not a real spiritual person. Again, comparing life and how you get this as a prosperity that shit, like not getting over it, but not gathering a lot of credit behind it. The church be that society. They doing all types of damn shit. You know what I'm saying? And then come right back definitely, and that's what's so sad. But spirituality is a self-term. Fuck. And you got to do that on universal so it's like these actually pieces are actually car. You know, actually developing and growing. You know, I think most every single went bad with the power. And when you have to spend something, bro, I'm saying it's clear that you fucking walk with great numbers. This person knows real ain't my hurt.
Yeah.
But you know, this Christian, Christian.
Come on, get that.
You're saying as a tree. Isn't like y'all? That's what that has got to be doing that because if you look at it from a logical standpoint, why are we so loving and also judgmental side of it? Trump's really the ones supposed to be the bad guys. False prophets. That's what they call
Bro,
it.
false prophets.
Crazy, right?
It had rebounded after that Monday PI.
That's insane.
And yes, of course.
Not too many people, not too many spiritual people drink that. Or probably drinking all. So, motherfuckers ain't popping no pills. They ain't wearing no crystals when they can pop the pills. I can tell you that. Some motherfuckers might got a Bible at home and go to church or something, but they might be popping pills. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers might be raping and getting raped and on the block. Not no nigga with no crystals on their back. So when you really look at it like I said, from a logical standpoint, it's really this negative energy.
Nah, for real though. And then, you know, I be looking at some of these Christian rappers and shit. It's like you can't do both. Me personally, I feel like you can't do both. Like, portray this hood person and then mix it with, you know, what God or the Holy Spirit got going on. It just don't look right to me, and it really don't sit right with me either. But you know, whatever floats people boat, you know, I'm always with it and shit. But that shit right there, bro, it's like, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, this shit crazy. I be just like, damn, most people will never wake up at that point. Like, I mean, I hope they wake up. I ain't gonna say they never wake up. There's most people gonna take a while to wake up. Like, it's gonna have to both of them like say that. Because they believe in the dumbest shit ever. Like, I can't believe I have to believe that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense. It's like, okay, once you really know that the Bible that they created is just an agenda, it's a contract that they have, and you gotta really look at it on a deep level instead of just thinking that they talking about. You know, don't look at it on surface. You gotta dive deep into that shit to see what the words would mean. What the hell is the word this? What do that mean? What do this mean? Everybody just read shit and be like, I don't know how to pronounce this. Keep going. No, look it up. Search what they talk about and see what they actually saying. Because they not saying what you think you read. That's the crazy part. And the whole time, black folks don't even read it all. When they finally get looking at it, okay, I read the Bible, you know, it's for God. And you still don't know what you read. It's crazy, bro. But yeah, they be like, don't push that shit off on me just because you're spiritual. I'm not trying to push it off on you. I'm trying to tell your ass land down in the street. It's a cock up. You do what you want with that. That's what they say. You don't want to. A little things be content with y'all. Another thing is how people see you, they can't value what you say. You know what I'm saying? Only people that see you in a good light, they can value what you say. You know, they say already. I'm saying, it was prayer. They come around and then, you know, they come with people, all types of dumb shit, talking wild, you tell them, no, I don't eat meat. Don't do this, you gotta change the law.
Hey, nah, for real though.
Okay, what's that,
Hey, nah, I bullshit you not, bro. It be just like that. And I think about that on the daily because it's like you don't want to come across like you better than somebody at anything like that. But it be like, you just, motherfuckers don't want to listen at the end of the day.
He told your ass, and you just okay.
Niggas just don't want to listen, bro.
I'm not saying he's gonna score it, but he will create that song.
Fuck. Tell my good. I said, let me break it down like this. Maybe y'all out of all the shit that you've been through in your life, all the shit I went through and survived in your life, you gonna let a burger take you out one day?
A burger?
That's how dumb it sounds, bro. You can't let this burger go. Put the burger down. It ain't good for you. But go get something else. They got vegan burger. You can make a plant-based burger out of beans and seasoning. You know what I'm saying? Potatoes or some shit, bro. Please, bro. It's easier. It's cheaper. Please put that shit down. That's not really what you do. Big man. I'm gonna eat this though. I said, dang, that's crazy.
Come on. He got it on the app too.
Hell yeah, you already know. It's voice up. Like, they got a deal. Come on, let's go get that.
Hey, no cap. You know the apps be having the best deals.
Hey, my free fry look better. Come on, what's going on? I ain't ate something from McDonald's on half of the phone, bro. Fuck that shit. I don't eat fast food restaurant.
Come on, get past that 50. You don't fuck with it?
I'm not fuck with fast food, bro. That shit kill you. It ain't even real food. Oh my god, don't get me started. Don't get me started, bro. I work in them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling niggas, but like when I be in there, like, hey, don't think they're like, this is what we do. This is what we still.
Oh no, I got out of the play. Fuck, my bad, bro.
No, you good? Motherfuckers love Taco Bell.
Oh yeah, you know motherfuckers love good Taco Bell too. Them nacho fries. Them nacho fries crazy.
These niggas, the way they make the meat stuff, bro. Everything is like, bro, y'all that stuff. It's insane. It's just like, yeah, I told you, it's like, bro, that's the thing in the world. There's no sanitation. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas is all contaminated on work. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, yes.
Hey, nah, for real, dog. That's why I'm trying to get my shit together because, man, niggas, that shit drain your energy, bro. No bullshit. Diet be all type of fucked up.
And then you don't even be hungry. Like when you eat right, you don't really be hungry. So, but you didn't realize when you eat fucked up, you eat a whole bunch. And you like, shit like that. This shit smell horrible. It's like, what the fuck is it about your home?
Nah, I be telling my wife that shit. Like, bro, motherfuckers need a healthier diet.
Yeah. Bro, it ain't hard, bro. Motherfuckers lie to themselves. And motherfuckers make excuses. It's not hard. Like, that's the truth. I can say this, bro, because I used to make this shit too. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a lot of people don't accept the facts. You know what I'm saying? They can't accept that yeah, I'm making this excuse. Yeah, you know, I know I'm making friends. I'm just not doing it. I'm trying to, I want to, but it's hard. He's sad.
Yeah.
I can't.
Man, yeah, bro. It be like that, man. Man, I'm done for today. I need to get the fuck up out of here before I fuck up some shit.
What you want again?
Now I'm trading. Yeah, I'm damn near finna go and do some DoorDash real quick.
That's not pushing the hands longer.
12, 1, 2, 3. Damn.
You're saying, like, is it really taking up a whole lot much? Trying to put together a little bit more. It's just worth it. You know what I'm saying? It's 1-6. Now, the exception of here, but the count, like, the first one, none of them were bad. But I'm thinking there's a possibility that things get very ugly. If they hadn't gone ugly already, and that's what. But outside of those factors, it's time right again. Hasn't many times you so every single day, straight plus. If it was one, this is the one day where we saw here, maybe it's like count. There's no update.
Yeah, I know. I was sort of yesterday.
So we get close out. But I'm now just frustrated. So now I'm like, I just want to do pop-ups at people's cribs and perform in their living room, bring the artists to artists. I'm managing and shit. And just take from there. Other than that, they got writing the script, writing a movie, a few of them. One particularly I'm focusing on. It's called Word Squad. It's first done by this week. We shoot, so that's all I'm trying to think about everything I need on this stuff. Have my contracts and shit like that, because all the people they dropping out that shit.
Yeah.
That's some song about. That's why I'm working on the money.
I saw that.
And I'm flying for a donation. And now drinks for a donation. Shit, my big safe for a donation.
Yeah. Anything.
Keep moving. Shit. It's water and shit, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. Come on, get that push.
Drink some purified water.
Bro.
I know everybody be trying to drink spring water. Like even the seawater bad, you know what I'm saying? But I drink seawater before I drink spring water. Like it's kind of the same, but it's different. Like if you can boil, you gotta start boiling water when you put food in the water. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that water food though, because this heat is supposed to kill a lot more motherfuckers. It's intended to dry you out, to build goodness in your body, to build things.
What the fuck is going on? Why they keep saying that? Yeah, hey bro. Yeah, let me get out of here. Fuck you, yeah. I gotta get the fuck up out of here, bro. Fuck it. Oh my god. Yeah, let me get the fuck up out of here, bro. Look. Hey, I'ma chop it up with you later.
Hit me up when you done DoorDash.
All right, bet. Damn it. Would it take $75 today? Damn. You hungry?
similarly down to 3.5%. TTAI down 27.40%. So the third provider is well competitive to break out. Provider of high performance CPU infrastructure and AI cloud services play. The stock is down after the announcement funding events, including non-market incentives to buy, which prevents the risk taking incentives. While now, upon the completion of this line is expected to be valued at once. The deadly eye shareholders will receive approximately $20 million in cash.
Oh, well, you're not hungry? You want me to bring you back something to eat?
Yes, for when I'm hungry.
All right, well, we're gonna do like 2 hours in DoorDash real quick, and I'll be right.
You probably get the sandwich
What's
from that white first.
That's what you want?
That sandwich from that Memphis food that we opened up to.
All right, I'm done. Have it here.
It's too cold.
Make yourself something to eat. We got toasted strudels and stuff in there. Where's my keys? All right.
And like just for everything else. That's what we're doing for the actually the fun of it. It didn't seem to do much of the stock. It's still at 4%, but it's pretty good. And my segue to absolutely pretty good on the stock. What we're not doing, we wanted to see here today. Gaps. So basically spread the rest of the day for the back end. I think even we saw about it. We all just want to have today. NASDAQ, everything that's going so hard, it's very difficult to get anything that's small to held up. But still great to see the market starting right there. I think we gotta get some thoughts in there. Some pull back. Give a little bit of a whole piece to come out. And all that. Almost 3 o'clock, almost 9 hour, still scanning, looking for something that's. And so I'm thinking it's more good at the price. Bill, constantly, again, 6 o'clock, let's get out. Else to go slide down the hood. This one has this is just breaking. It's just breaking. Monday, something Monday. Brands today have lunches. Like this, I read songs that are full for now, they say that balances and respect. Respects each other. I love the peanut butter that feedback. I like the pause.
So then I really like the garage. What do you want to go to the pool? I'm sorry, not today. It's because I'm getting old. Well, I can ask. Why does it have to go ask what people to ask? So ask. Your tweets. You're going like right now. Just let me ask. So my parents just ask. Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Russian soup. If I can go to the pool.
Where right now?
I don't know, man. That's what I asked her. She said it's in case. When are you guys going? That's what my dad. Oh, he said around like 2 o'clock.
You said, but I haven't seen you.
And you're gonna be gone for like 2 hours. So you're gonna come back at like 2.
So they want to be careful.
Or 2.
They don't want
Or 2. Come back.
Then you want to be really flat.
What did you say?
That's the world. That's the world. It's also the election. We did. The election, but talk about that.
And then,
While I'm gone,
yeah.
if you want to go to the pool, go and clean your room. And get all your stuff ready to go to the pool.
Okay.
Go like do it now. Get up.
It's like, it's a prices. The prices are pretty smart. There was a publicly traded company after that run that you saw it might be the one Apple interested in. There'd be some indication that somebody liked it, and it would be like something that we see that isn't told. Like it don't really see this with this. There've been some more players that nobody's stuck up. Like they're all down. I bet you. I'll take them back. I think they can make it happen. It's pretty hard when somebody bought it and we see it small because like Apple has supreme confidence in their own and always has to be confident in the big interact over the part they never have. Yes, they have kind of so they're at best, rate a power hour, or just try to make it out. It's not very hard. Most somebody's always going to go there. I want the I wonder what the auditor is asking. I chose Steve was right behind the table, right behind the I think, right, let's go back over to the guests.
Yeah, I just want to remind you guys, questions could be on the podium in 9 minutes, but also, we don't speak on open on time, it's supposed to be 3:15 later. So someone else is here, there are one certain things, Charity posts on X, my emoji, 11 emoji, one big emoji, a whole bunch of letters in basket, and something's probably something here. I guess kind of big announcement, one has CPLH, this now, it's a little bit about the information here, what's else is that in mind. Now, I was looking here for spray on clothing, and I did just see one from here. I don't want to touch it. This very thing, Airbus is shipping to US any printing with cards from this year, putting supply chain, racing, for my printers, and going, also has printing representatives. This is not
yeah, what you said like that anymore. So all this and do it with sales play. It's almost that's what I'm saying. That's what it's that
So you're partly right in the segment is right now. So center-wise, it's 46%. Let's take a look at segment. Electric type of media is applied at the moment versus sorry, Apple 4.3% on the day, 12.3% go up. Rainbows is 1.3%. And you, like I mentioned earlier, all this to this is all down, big red to drive down over here. We have SDX holding out 10%. Texas, you have Google close to 2% on day, Microsoft 5.7%, and Meta down upgrade close to 2.4, 2.5% on day, Oracle 8.4%. Well, how much do you have to stay in W? Finance with 30 Mastercard and again, up 1%, not bad. PhD also up 4%, WSB up 2%, and PhD up 4%, say 3.5%, retail is
very, sorry, inside the opportunity. That all my positive leverage about with we're close to 40%. However, trading very close to very close to energy, everything in the red. This is, like I said, moving on to but is trying to actually excellent percentage right now. 0.72% yellow and with sacks. Switch down rate was down percent. Oh, down 0.63%. PJ and yeah, it's going to be PM box on 2%. On the front down percent for 5 years and that's the second services, same story, well, saying, health services, 5% bill, down 9%, and HCA, 1.7%.
One, especially the base market, that I find some opportunities to buy. We're also seeing it adding again. And it's important. Yes, it's tech. Without all of them, say we could see all of our viewers and all that's great. That's what we get at the same time. It doesn't really matter. That being said, I season share, tons of different companies. There's a team operation. I see, and they would support something. Okay, we never know. It's going to be 100x. Get those teams to spend food in every day this year. Alphabet is like full bar, full wire. You know, it's got YouTube top under its transport, things don't sell. And even when the whole street is on fire, it still walks down the street. Like the big boss. If you know, that's the thing about it out things like that. The thing about a bar to have to really try to look like pretty deep breaks. People just simply walk down this way. Let's say something about the phone. Maybe still risk it because we won't. You have to be loud. Now, some of the idea in Alphabet super strong play, but let's be real. It was a supply of locations that was bad to their own. And they're all going to have one. So there was that, but this is down the potential 50 variants of great writing. So that's what she was trying to say today. Alphabet, they got tons of there's tons of businesses to get credit to major segments of the business because they're like, I want to Alphabet in that. I don't think people sometimes respect the defense aspects. That's just my 2 cents. That's should be flying a lot higher than it is, and I think that's one of the things. But this again, great hit on Alphabet. I didn't sign the benefits, but I know the first Kevin too. This is kind of narrowed down the list. Alphabet may or may not be one of them. I do want to ask something tech, but really that's fun. That's fun.
Yeah, looks like they have this. So, and this is what I mean. Like, see that spike there? So there's a story from that. It's not like the water quality, but I think they would now yes. So it might be that could be the 5% of each day goes to that would say you are getting very close. I think you are there so it's 40 cents. So far, I was like, but I'm making all the things. So you just gotta have like 32 more. So I decided to get more ahead because like I hope they get film. It's very big now. It's not like the first level, right? It's not like it's not should get that level. You understand that you have to work at the cross. How much here? That's the first time they were both very wide. So I'm just saying for answers once that was something like 134 like on SpaceX and now and what about we do Justice is more like it's trend. It's like it's silicon, trends down world right. So I told them hey, use this with not a here because I 7 months that's so back there. That's
See where you guys, see whole bunch of comments that we requested from this period that was penciling in. That's the next one. Guessing as it's how the people meetings are the trading and these holders are interesting all the all the started. The inflation at the year end will be lower than this now. Now this is almost the exact rate that Fed billions used to Fed president before. It's only 30%. The president will take the prices. Whoa, no, for a while he said that once the rate was down, but it's better for the that or the phrase that well, I was like maybe it's down fast. For pretty exciting free. Yeah, the crowd house that free. Even after benefits back.
I see. So I some apologies for some here. Grab this on hey, that's a SP minus, but breaks will break down. If you are the two men, I know you have big outside, obviously it already broke. But you don't have to have that. Consolidate that consolidation. Even though it's on they were very, very cheap. So we can get bookings on it. 100% always markets. And reality is even if you have to pay to make something online, the key brand here, 0.0026 cents per ship. 0.00026 cents per ship. It's not going to get charged. This is we're going to take the short, get it to the school, not the fireball, but the fire top. If you're looking at what's under the hood for the out, and I'm talking, I'm saying, I don't know. If you're only breaking down on my concept, in essence, visually, this is a consolidation where there's all the whole shopping, but one page. What was the last time you guys tell me, gentlemen? When was the last time we were at the highs in the afternoon and then still making fresh highs after that? Like even if these are put up, like if we really were not making fresh highs, I don't like this one. I guess, yeah. Just leave it down because of all kinds of you have to work. Like get up there, go back, get back to life. You know, we're moving down there, we're moving down there, down again. Like, well, you know, bigger giving it up. I'm not even seeing a lot of people. We've already had it since way back. Some likes to say the point. Yeah, it's the same. That's like it's all of these thoughts so I did one of my things with the Caterpillar. So we decided to pull a Caterpillar that will be one of the plays of my moving into the second half of the year. They have an extreme backlog. 27. I'm trying to go to Cambridge for one task. We already have it on this. So we're watching it. It's been a big limited version of that expect on various states. Those that take place, not just for the data centers, but building broadband, like building Canada, Slovakians, you know, and then I decided to turbines and so I like Caterpillar. I'm regularly he's not a Caterpillar, but it's not only that, it's not going to be a little smarter with it. I told you. Really have a lot, right? When you say, I'm here to back so I don't think this is necessarily a start getting kind of a right off. I'm not even sure. We're doing something already a little bit here. Get around the place. Going forward, I know, you know, at these levels, it's going to be kind of the my base forward. If you don't want to team for work, what you see right now, the next play is going that I can say 365, the rail portfolio. I let it start, you'll be able to guess it. This is for the computer, so relay. If you have something still here, to that, so if you want to put something out, we need support. Or instead, we're going to get another dividend there, and it's going to support the dual noise, the all palm, and just the building. That's my second thing. So I'm going to try to build a sort of today, and dual palm. Hopefully, that's pretty spot on here. And give them the benefit, it's complicated. It's what you do. I go to one. So I'm supporting the all palm. That's one of my cases. Autonomous vehicles, right? Just the cars alone, outside that. So it's talking about local taxis. So that's when I'll be seeing all that. 25 today, all that shit. It's been a long as coming out. So but now, forward, space. I'll go kind of something Caterpillar. I think what I do this. So that goes to that's really come into upfront. So these you know what I love Caterpillar? I love Caterpillar. I say that before. I had to decide to mine and whatever. Like it's I have a person down here. I love Caterpillar. I have to say I'm making one of my picks is going to be more exciting than I want to be, but because I wasn't very quiet right now, I'm not going to even knock it really through. Probably no but again, like last year, I did something that I did on myself fantastic. Like this time, something. And I'm going to say that I'll say that because I'm not very much that figure out why it is right. It's just about it being safe. Because technically speaking, I like to get it all straight now. It will fall through. It's got get potential to get out, but if you give but because I'm not applying, I don't know what said. It's not applying. The closest you can get incredible downside protection on the every day after once September 30th. It's in closed. Every single one of you practically getting 20%. You're getting 1% every single month that it doesn't close and it goes to well, like to me, it's something that for the fear that it's went through. And all people on the states, right, understand that 100, no matter what it says, that people will listen to this. No matter what anybody says. This is the part of the thing. That's why they don't keep that. Analytics will stick with them. Because they're going to tell you. Science, and on you, so that's honestly that is the tough role of the there's downside protection. You get 25% every single month. It's still protected here. I think that gets nice. I'm going to say here, I want to give up. I'll give it over tomorrow, and then I'll apply it to one actually apply it. So you have to be science. Yeah, so that's it.
I don't want to do anything else to talk about. Quickly, I would want to pick like, I just have a lot of going on. I just have and unless there's something we don't take that on the first in my mind. I don't know. I have to do this work and put my face in the same. I won't have some kind of all the and I don't know what to do with this. Otherwise, I can out of it. But that's a whole thing. I'm not fixing. I'm not right now.
I think 3 and that is more like product. Keep that. I don't know about you have deadlines.
Yeah, well, maybe we should put a little patch on it so it's taken more seriously.
Well, I think everybody plays that stuff. Everything was doing the money. Everybody last year when that whole they played for each level for each birthday. He's like, oh, you know, betting against him. I'm not betting on that. I'm super big. I know how to race. I was really impressed. So I don't know. Hope and Joe was always trying to like give people touchdowns. I just want to put it up.
I'll say every single thing we've ever said, I have taken. I let you know where it is that I bought it, and the one that I got out of it. I told you what I got out of it. I told you what I saw. And I wanted like I literally people take all the cover because I wasn't there to buy that song. I can't pull my money when I had taken it with the shot at the young person. So, you know what I mean? So if you want to take the time, I think you'll get more time. I like it. Yeah, 164% the first time. Hopefully, on the line, very odd. It's not still.
think you like, I think, you know, so much more money on the planet. Oh, you love that world. I know. Then I'm going to take this out. All right. So I'm going to look at it. So this is today's video. Anyway, it says, whatever happens is that we're not going to worry about it. Yeah. So if we might get the same class, down to it's the point out. It's actually very helpful. It's kind of crazy. I was really like this. It's very something that all my mind. What he said, that was a category. So it's that it's literally what's going on. That was so okay. I should have without the mic on, but everybody has a brain that's a 17. And I just looking at the backstory, it was very, very I decided to go home. I was well, I guess I don't what you know, but you can it's the bad. What did I was going home? I was playing around. Came back there, we down some wind, and all of a sudden, it's like I was not regular. I didn't care about science. USO just like I know some of his first comments were. I don't know what his first comments were, but this is what happened. The first
No, I think to that propagated market on the USA song. So yeah.
So the best I love that sometimes the rock there. That's the best. It's like that's the thing. When I watch this like on UFC, it's taking way down the right house and take them right in. But UFC that like a 5-year long. Like I really felt like they're very high. So that's 47. That's what they're doing. No, she got me with it. It doesn't matter. Brenda didn't say, well, I don't remember what I was asking about. But she slapped me with it. It doesn't matter. It's like, my wife did one of these. And I just had the biggest smile with this place there. Because she never gets it. Like, to ask a question, like, nice one. That's too random. Doesn't make any sense. By the way, just because of if I was the president, I can't commentate to be locked in here because if you see this in USO and there's nothing other than President walked into music, and that's what these USO let up. Right? Each story transmitted I'll take the back end. I'll take that. Why the kind of songs will may or may not have one. May or may not have one there. That's always taken. Car ride on that though, man, you can have it's fun to see how it's fun to see but that is that there goes man. It's not it's not what this was down here that I questioned myself taking there about 20 minutes. I think this. I remember when I was talking downsides, you can have about 30% of the risk and black out the upside 90% upside on 130%. They're going hard down. There's one market where using those boundaries. People have put investments to get it done so far. I don't want to get an ARI and try to as well. They'll give us see what they want to sell them. We'll bring the mandates, we'll put the business, sell them, we're going to get some of those things out. So that's kind of all in there. For don't talk about it now for basically the high side for maybe there's 40,000 but it's not it's money talk so we probably have a bundle of those but it's money talk is
started by looking at listing to why there after why the strong area what which right now and start to go day at what you want to start looking beyond that right now that already two
Dollar. Around dollar 1.5 right now. Really, I would say it's down 0.42% still. Yes, it was also taken up. So here at USO, we have a slide here in oil heading into, we're going to figure out power hour as well as here report. Stephanie has discussed using Park Island during the meeting that took place yesterday as part of the plan to further expand U.S. military operations and while at the same time, of course, reported that we're hearing some sirens in certain areas of the country and even the U.S. projectiles came to location here on our strategy.
That's important. But after
4 or 5 p.m. is the expected time.
that was the next thing. I like that. To get things very well. So we'll see what that's going to be back forward. What it is, that's in that line. What do they have?
It's an NFL playoff. It's like NFL playoffs are like regular. I don't think anyone saw that. Netflix. This is the most fitting on the way back that scene, and it's this 70, 68, $7. It's a period on the holiday. It's 2021 top. This is where the V-shape recovery will go. That they're falling in the $7 level. So that's it. It's the outcome. Right there. It's the outcome. It's the outcome. Netflix and $7. You don't bounce here. This gets very intense for Netflix. And but it gets pretty nice again now. More and more. Not really getting crazy. I thought there'd be a reversion here after getting out because there's USO pulling back. That was kind of my brain back and you make a high and pull back because and then things would fall back and bounce up and then you came over and it's 340 and you'll bounce up pretty soon and we're not that's healthy. The big deal at all. It really was of interest, WSC, David this week and CCL 1.5 billion as far as active people. When that's on the 10 minutes, those analysis, I'm going to have my eyes on potential conversion in the next 5 minutes. One last one. So I someone had asked about natural gas. I'm going to get into the software to try to take any consolidation rate on the kind of gas number at 10.3. But I'm still going to go the same way, right? Make it about 10 and then just take this on that rate. That way, if I guess rate works, but I don't want to be not a favorite direction, just so I'm not triggering the rules in this way. But I am thinking outside of 10. But then that gas at 10.30, there's been a trend. There's been a trend almost there every single week. last week, 7 last week, until next week. For tomorrow, back Thursday. That's basically, that's pretty good. So yeah, what do you think of all of that gas? You know, that's down, splits, down, splits. Well, trying to find one, so that's all. That's the line.
You know, it's just what we were talking about. Some guys have the best job I can rated there. I think they're very good students. So it's actually sadly like that. Even when it was up here, since it comes back, like there, like there, like the body, like there, like there, like there, like there, grades. That's very good. Like there, probably that's not happening. So they feel like it's actually trying to onto the plateau. That's that, and that's not there. So he says, if you're number one, so why would you not do that? Is so because we take it and go to the outside. We had a still a winner with their on stage like again. Most of my training again, and I'm preventing myself from being getting out early, a lot of shares there, just making sure that I'm supporting. So when we see me getting something, I just can't tell trade that was second quality. It's just a small piece, right? When you see two others after trade, every single so trying to see the board, that's what they say. It's a unity type thing. They're straight off the top that not 30. You take it a little bit higher, that's not 30. The higher you better on that. Once that broke through, it came right over on the set over there, and that's all. I'm talking about that was maybe this for the next 6 months. But they just dropped through, and as soon as you lost that 107, all of these purple parts over there, they went on the downside. It's the purple. The outside ribbons of action shit, right? So the bank of there, yeah, look at it. Really happy with SpaceX. This thing was a disaster today, just because they're probably basically don't put it back and say, no, because that's it. We both got this behind it. Some bounce on right there. I was like, oh, I like the song. I like the idea behind it. Today. It's the listing. This is a company people buy it here. Right up and done so and get out and try it. That was not an investment. This is a good area to part of it. I was 67 or so, but I was before that, and now I just have that when I go see it. This, I don't really want to show it. That was that's the kind of even though we can make it on it today, so this is a trade place. We always have some things that are used today, or maintain trying to use people to look at that. Don't have to do the crime. Get a local treatments. Even police this. I'm so sure we're trying to be honest. It's like this never. This is the first day that I keep holding on to. Again, it's also pretty good song. For some reason, I don't feel like the ball now is loose. One of the so best is which I never seen each other. So we're going to go to some of the balance is not we'll get to this one.
Okay, this is great because we have so let's see what's going on. I know, same thing, we have 7 center. Especially about stuff, acting like to discuss to go to speaking so let's have that.
percent becomes 800 talking over here right now. Sorry, almost 1.8% becomes $905 mark. That's gone up by down 20% on day 3 around.
There we go. Take Keith Rodriguez thoughts on what Lucid play close. If we test it, I took my instead of 1 into they can't move your big on. Just gotta try to find a spot like it. You know, I was like to have future. Like if I'm straight on the 15-minute chart, it might take me straight into the work. I'm trying to basically. I'm just about to say it's only $15 at the top, but 2 or 3 minutes you get as a balance. I think we're looking at for sure. You look at this locator, there is this random. See this one on the ARI 270 shares to sell. So do the basics of this one. It is being released to Russell 2000 because all the state finance has elected to voluntarily liquidate assets planned with the basic. Ending a sale anyway, so it's supposed to be 14 share, and I'm seeing 2.7. That close, but still good to WSC and CCL. That side now 1.5, the sell side actually would look. This chart is basically just Alibaba. Follow the gap up with Alibaba, fold the move down with Alibaba. That was 9% to get the balances. So we're in business trying to beat down. It's a platform of great potential. Silver. There's nothing about it that wants to go. That was now going to be some wire right here. That I can't make it by really. That's what all right, so right now, I'm going to have some control. So I honestly offer every house. It's not somewhere just trying to empty the so that way now it's like so they're wow, big line for like this line, not line, right there. Side. Not much else changed. Like, what's happening with the bid? Let's get the all right lines. Apple, like that one, Cisco, and the large was yesterday. So that was like this Cisco, like, so yeah, Cisco down, that's a blind side. The blind is Cisco happen. That's I guess but this is a possible that you're out of very fast down. What your private site for the citizen is going to go on. There is nice and outside there. This is stability. You're going to have it. So I want to say that. You don't know any president attention. I don't think he graduated because I don't want to do past. I know he had that one months ago. It's incredibly long, but I think you're ready to I will say the flat one break for silver. I know it's sort of talking about. So that's the same thing. It's just That's a big time gap. You saw it in video, so it's like, by the way, that ARI didn't come out as big as we expected. It probably was a trick anyway, so it didn't really well. Sometimes they actually expect that to do something that was expected. So relax and get them. That's like, I see people get like tested it. Considers they tested that at PS 500. Probably the single greatest Atlas trade I have ever seen in my life. And they were traded at the shutdown because they tried to fall then saying it has to be. And videos going to close between the lane. That line balance in 3 minutes could pair off. And there could be something there to less than 3 minutes. 55. I think that is potential. Like the first play 55, you still like but just balance that's not really in 5.
All right. Whatever people get out of the every single so sell it for it's but came back and was like
You know, because the 150
yeah, so I like that.
Is there a Destiny, the TXYZ that has 2% exposure to display? Is there any what's a better way to get exposure to display than 2%? I'll say it out loud now, so I don't have to make someone writes it and save me putting it into the 10 5. So I find it interesting. Even something that has like right. It's why it's at 2% weight. It's basically but they're not making it back. It's hard to $6 outside. Says plus or as gets big. Last 2 seconds outside as that it's hilarious because we did this all morning. And for the third time that we've done this, we don't put the entire bank set up. I think we're always, as I say, I'm pretty sure we don't put Tesla on the table. I'm pretty sure we have up the right? Last time. But which banks that we like the best? Apple has been tied with Meta for the last both time we did this before. Now it's at all-time highs, and now at all-time highs, it gets also to 30%. Alphabet multiplies to 50%. Alphabet's always top two. NVIDIA 23, Amazon 10%, and then 9%. So better 10%. Amazon, which that's like, I like why not? I like all of them. Right now, Tesla, we had talked about it. And I said that same article, but you're getting these guys pulling back 50% after this. And this is going to be, like, I'm buying more at me, but this is, I think you're looking at the same kind of concept. It's a big airball breakout after a long consolidation, and it's still holding the top end, like the very top end. It doesn't have one of them. It's still got it. When a good company gives you a tip on earnings, or post earnings sometimes, you take the tip and then you grab a game. Sometimes they don't do it. Sometimes they don't give it to you. Every now and then they pull it out. What I call facts, I hear the fact. They supplies, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, that's all my minds. I think any of the banks, banks, I actually just kind of like the environment just I don't want to as well. So from today, I think that was the sense I could feel that kind of like sound beyond this thing. So I still did carry this. And that is a one way. It's not very cool. On that day, I don't know, there's lots of people that have I don't know, so there's a lot of actually like you are to so on and so forth. So I guess one of the states actually without this, so we'll see what the numbers show up there. It's really downside. People worry about selling so that slide but I believe that the SpaceX there, so this is gas it's like under 1% I have had I don't know. 5,000 well, hold on a second. I think he probably was going to say, I don't know anything about this. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter, but I do a cycle on. Yeah, I do a cycle. I'm already prepared. I won't put it. It's going nice. Yeah, that's a piece for us. I have a lot. I just think I don't plan on selling. I'm not going to sell it. Like, why well, I have more functionality. Like I just sold something my team yesterday that allowed me to fully have it. Yeah. That's basically what I needed, just a cash. And it's like, where the cash is. Yeah, I this like I'm a bar value, get a same value, and some people like that. There's some cards. I think we can sell it within their time, still time, and use it for that. I'm going to do that lately. Thank you so much for we have to be contact all the day. So see a good day as well. We'll see take body. We have to go every single day, especially on TV. I'm trying to get all that. So it's everyone's out there. I just want something. That's fine. I can get out there. See how this one.
it's not. It's not that more God. We are. It's not still that I'm looking for. I'm not. It's not that we speak out okay, so then yeah, that's all here. That's all that is. I think we go here. I want to show everybody. This is what we talk about. This is what the fire is. Right now, it's not good. This is what's like right here. We want essence of that right there. So I'm starting to get that pricing. That would go good. See what's coming through. So level 4 is fire for people starting to every day. For the last while, you guys, now you're, you guys are in Syracuse, and you guys are about the East Coast of the United States. You're seeing what's happening. I said that you feel it's coming for you, and it's not going to be great. This morning, so this is morning, 6 a.m. It's not going to get much better down here for us, anyways. And as you can see, it leads down. That is what I'm going to say. It's been conditions that are not too has nobody's devastating. You know, Peter, time for walks, things happen. And we do like access. What's up, Steve? So it's great. So I yeah, it must be close to the level right now. It has to be close on. So no, mine's going there before. It's mine's going to be down. It's not a little personal. That makes sense. It was 0-0. It's still the same thing. I sometimes walk from songs on that. I just always say I would just like the logic would be like the closer any probability is for them to better kind of skills on like but the closer you get to that potentiality, you still do get more. You still have another half and then extra time. Then here's something that if you don't figure out soccer, football, about this. Now we can get the talking about honors. We're now 90% chance of great. So I love that you have not done with that. It's crazy. It's like if you agree like to the best thing, you always look at the greatest stop rate because why is that? I'll tell you market's going to react to demonstrate its rights it's all of a sudden pass. It's like you don't know whether it's slow to it. I don't see probably you're walking around. Always don't work about very nice. So how many times did they raise until in the knock up all the words? It was at least 4 or 5 rate. 10 teams, either 4 or 5 things. Or just go back and come up. Okay, but so we're talking about all of us here. Yes, gratitude. By the way, see, it's like I see right there. See how they're thinking about the next month. I see a very good take care of all rabbits. So, say, with us as well. And yeah, so are you Argentina? But essentially, I told you. See, I can't get wow, come on. I have a point. We're going to talk. That's absolutely. It's open out. Yeah, so we can go away. All right. You know what I'm saying? You can take the $20,000. To take the $20,000 and say use it to buy a rental property. You lose the opportunity to use that $20,000 to invest in the stock market. You lose the opportunity to take that $20,000 and maybe build a business. Now the question is, what is going to give you the best and most growth? Now, hopefully, this house that you buy will go up or down. It's not guaranteed. We know that houses don't always go for value, no matter what your banker says, no matter what your real estate agent says, because we saw what happened after the 2008 crash, where real estate prices were slashed in half. It was
as much as 93% real estate values dropping in the state of Michigan. Right. So the real estate prices don't always go up. Stock prices don't always go up. Businesses don't always go up. Everything is risk. Another question is, which risk do you want to take? And which risk do you want to take first? Are you in a situation now where you're ready to go and buy a house? Or do you want to build your wealth first? And that's the question that I want people to start thinking is, am I ready to buy a house? And then people say, well, if I go out and invest my money, how does housing prices keep going up? I'm chasing this housing market. It keeps getting more and more and more expensive. And you're 100% right. So there's also risk in housing prices to fall.
I think one of the biases that makes people want to buy a house is that they're currently renting and they see that as just giving money away. So they think, listen, I can spend this money on a mortgage and own this thing one day, or I can spend this same $2,000 or whatever it is on rent, and I'm never going to own this thing.
Well, I'm here in Los Angeles right now. I stay in a hotel. That hotel payment is paying somebody's mortgage. It's paying somebody's college tuition. It's paying for somebody's stuff. When I go to a restaurant and I eat out, I'm paying for somebody's mortgage. I'm paying for somebody's college tuition. I'm paying for somebody's bills. Because when you go on your rent, that's what everybody says. I am making my landlord rich. But when you eat at a restaurant, you're making that restaurant rich. When you go to a hotel, you're making the hotel owner rich. When I go and buy a mug, I'm making the mug owner rich. And the reality is, yeah, it's good for you to own a house. But are you ready to own a house? Can you afford to own a house? And what do you want to own first? I rent where I live right now. I am making my landlord rich today. I also rent in my offices. I am making my office rent very rich. My office rent is very expensive. Do you feel bad for me? I hope not. And this is where we have to get over these money myths that many people keep selling you, that you can't build wealth if you rent where you live. You can't build wealth if you don't get a good degree. That's not the way that the system works. See, there's the traditional rules, and then there's the real financial education rules. And again, I'm not saying it's bad to own a house, but it's bad to own a house you can't afford.
How do you know if you can afford one?
Well, there's three parts to afford a house. You have to afford the down. You have to afford the monthly payments, and you have to afford the costs. I'm going to go start from the simplest thing, which is the moving costs. Because many people go back to the same. When you buy a house, you got to move it. And I'm not talking about the closed costs. You might have to, you might have to upgrade your furniture, which is expensive. You might have to upgrade the house, which is expensive. Factor that in. And I want to talk about your down payment. People don't like when I say this, but I don't say what I say to make friends. I say what I say to help people do better than money. If you want to afford the house, you have to have at least a 20% down payment. That way you actually have some equity, some skin in the game, that way you can actually afford the house. The third part is you have to afford the monthly payments. Now, every bank is going to have a different rule for you. Banks have like the 28% rule and these other rules.
So just on that last point, why do people not like it when you say that?
Because it's very hard to pay a 20% down payment. Housing is expensive. You want to buy a $500,000 house, you have to have $100,000 as a minimum for your down payment. So it's extra cash. Now, if we talk about the monthly costs, the simple way that I like to follow it is you have to have a system for yourself. You have to know how much money you are allowed to spend, how much money you need to be investing, and how much money you have to be saving every single month. Then just factor it in. So the way I like to look at it, a simple rule of thumb is something like a 75, 15, 10 plan, which says for every dollar that you earn from here on out, 75 cents is the maximum that you can spend. 15 cents is the minimum that you invest. 10 cents is the minimum that you save. Now, let's do the math. If you know that you make, let's call it $100,000 a year, that means the max you can spend out of the $100,000 is $75,000. So if out of that $75,000, you can afford your mortgage costs, you can afford your food, you can afford your vacations and lifestyle, then sure, you can afford it. But if you can't afford that, we can't afford that mortgage. And the reason why I like to go by this rule is because some people are going to say, I can live in a small house. I just want an expensive car and some nice vacations. Other people are going to say, I want a beautiful home. I don't care about the car and vacations. So now you can factor it all in there. How much can you afford out of that 75% of what you make?
Do you think people even know how much money they spend? No. I was thinking, I wonder how many people listening right now know over the last 6 months the exact figure that they spend every single month.
Most people, statistically, are living paycheck to paycheck.
So they're basically spending everything.
Or more.
Okay.
78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, which means I make some money and I spend all of it or more. There's a joke that I like to make, which is in the traditional Indian culture, people make $1 to spend 20 cents. In traditional American culture, people make $1 to spend $2 through the help of lines of credit, credit cards, and other forms of debt. And the reason why I'm going to take it a step back, I don't think you wanted me to go this way. I'm not going to go anywhere. Anyway, we live in what's called a credit-based economy, which means if you make $50,000 a year, you don't live off of $50,000 a year. At least most Americans don't. We live in what's called a credit-based economy, which means you have the ability to spend the $50,000 you earn plus debt. Because as you make more money, as you have a good job, you become more creditworthy. And so as you show the bank, hey, I made $50,000, they'll give you credit cards, they'll give you lines of credit, they'll give you whatever types of debt that they can, that way now you can go out and spend $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, because that's what grows the economy. The more money you spend, the richer somebody else gets. And so now we live in this credit-based economy with no financial education. People spend, the economy grows, and most people have no idea what did that.
Do you know what's really interesting is 2 days ago, I was having a conversation with one of my friends. It was actually, I did a podcast about finance recently, and in there I mentioned some of my friends, and then they left me on WhatsApp and we were having a chat in our group chat. And I, for the first time ever, one of them asked me to guess. We're very close friends. We talk about money, we talk about how much money we have, etc. They said, guess who has the most money in the group. So I went through and I did, I think this is this person's net worth of my 5 best friends, and I think this is how much cash they have. Now, one of my friends who is very, what's the word? I guess frugal. Lives a very, very simple life. As I was going through, I go, you know, this friend is this like high-flying guy, lives in this amazing apartment. This person has all these wonderful things. This person's been successful in business. This person's successful in crypto. But you know what? I bet my mate, I won't say his name, I bet he's richer than everyone else in that chat. All of my other friends in the chat. And so I did my little prediction. And I said, I bet you've got X figure. And he replied and said, this is my current cash position. He was richer than everyone in the chat in terms of cash combined. This guy he lives in like a studio apartment. He never balls. He doesn't have like a fancy car, doesn't have fancy clothes. And he's richer than the entire lot of my friendship group. And I thought, God, there's something really important here in terms of... And it's so crazy if you know the context of what I'm saying, because I've got a friend in that chat who's built like a big business. I've got a friend, like everyone in that chat runs businesses, is successful, but they're living in different ways. And the one friend who runs the smallest business, who like probably has the least income, is the richest. And over the last couple of days, it's so funny. I'm thinking about all the dinners I bought this fucking guy. And I'm like, oh, you're a millionaire. Go on, okay. I want to be paid for everything.
But this is really, I mean, if we ignore your friends, it's very easy to look fake rich.
Yeah.
Because everybody will give you a line of credit. If I want a Gucci person, I can rich. But in reality, I'm just making Gucci rich. In fact, one of the richest people in the world, in 2023, he was the richest person in the world, is Bernard Arnault. He's the founder and CEO of LVM, or he's the founder and CEO of the company that owns Louis Vuitton. And why? Because millions of people pay him to look rich, when in reality, he's the one that's getting rich. And we assume that when you make some more money, You got to start looking the part. And this is that mindset shift that we have to make. And, you know, a lot of people resonate who come from the Indian traditional families. The message we say, Jaspreet, I became a doctor, or my wife and I are doctors. We make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. We make a great income, but we have no savings and no investments, and I don't know what to do. And the reason why is we have a Range Rover and a Benz. We have a nice house. We go on the doctor vacations. We have to look the part, but we don't have any money left over at the end of our paychecks. And it's a very easy thing to get caught up in, because when you make more money, you become more creditworthy. Banks will give you bigger loans. When you make more money, you want to spend more money. And it's very easy. And you have to understand how do you control that spending. And that's why if you follow something like 75, 15, 10, one of the simplest things you can do to start is just always, no matter what, whether you're making $10,000 a year or $10 million a year, you always put money aside to invest, you always put money aside to save, and you spend whatever's left.
My friend doesn't invest. The friend I'm talking about doesn't actually invest. He just doesn't spend. He just doesn't spend money, and he's just stacked up like $1 million in cash, whilst earning less than everyone else of my 5 friends in that chat. And it didn't take a long time. Like, it took him 4 years or something, 4 or 5 years of just running a small business with a couple of people. When I say a small business, I mean a really like a small business, like a business of maybe 4 or 5 employees. And he's built up $1 million in cash for himself because he just doesn't spend money. And he doesn't have like an ego, doesn't care if people think of him. Yet my other friends who are earning maybe 5 times more a month have 5 times less cash than him. It was so inspiring. It was honestly so inspiring because it says something about the importance of saving. But who the hell wants to save? If I titled this podcast today, something about saving, no one's going to click.
It's not fun. Saving isn't exciting. Who wants to go out and save $2,000? Who wants to spend less money? We want to buy more nice things. But unless you can control the spending, unless you know how to save, you will never build wealth.
Do you have people that are in that paycheck to paycheck cycle, which I was in for many, many years of my life, where I'd get paid for my call center, I'd go and spend the money, and I'd pretty much spend all the money within the first couple of days of getting the paycheck, and I was just waiting the next 3 weeks for the next paycheck. What advice would you give them about getting out of that cycle? Because you almost feel imprisoned by that cycle if you're new.
Well, before I give the advice, I want to explain to that person what's happening, because you are the prime customer for our economic system. Banks love you because they can sell you payday loans, they can sell you credit cards, they can sell you lines of credit, and they can keep you in debt for the rest of your life, which means you keep making the bank rich. Corporations love you because you're not going to think twice when we show you this nice bag, when we show you this nice vacation. You're going to want the stuff, and so we love selling you the stuff. The government loves you because you're going to pay the highest taxes. Employees pay the highest taxes. And so when you're in that situation, you are making everybody else rich at your expense. And so if you want to break out of this, the first thing is you understand, you need to make yourself rich before you make everybody else rich. Because when you're spending all your money, you are putting your money into their pockets. And you have to stop that. You got to keep that money for yourself. You're in a boat. Think of it this way, you're in a boat. And this boat has water just flowing in, and you are sinking. And you got to start by sealing the holes. You got to stop the water leaving. You got to stop the water coming in. You got to stop the bleeding. And then you got to stop the spending. So if you are in what I call the financial danger zone, which is you don't have $2,000 saved up for an emergency, and you have credit card debt. If you are in that situation, you are in the financial danger zone, and you have to make drastic changes. That means right now, no more eating at restaurants, no more vacations, no more doing anything that doesn't put money in your pocket, and no more Netflix. And the reason why I say this isn't because you're going to save $15 a month. It's so you can save 2 hours of your time a day. The average American is watching more than 2 hours of television a day. And if you don't have $2,000 saved up, if you have credit card debt, you cannot afford those 2 hours a day being wasted on TV.
And that means right now, you have to go out and start using the time to learn, start using the time to work, and start using the time to make some extra dollars. So what do? Start selling stuff. Stop spending money.
Selling stuff you own.
Selling stuff you own. So if you have a TV that you're not using, sell it. You have a car that you can't afford, sell it. If you're living in a house that you can't afford, sell it. Downgrade. Move smaller. And then return the money.
I've got to say, a couple of things that came to mind as you were saying that, and funnily enough, I put myself in the shoes of 18-year-old Stephen Bartlett when I was in that small apartment with 3 or 4 immigrants in Mossad, Rush Home, and I was, my rent was nothing. My rent was at £150 a month, which I could not afford, I could not pay, and I was intermittently working between call centre jobs. And where the money I got, I spent. And part of the reason I spent it, is because, like many people watching, especially men who sometimes feel the need because of the way society is, I was trying to get laid at the same time. And it's hard when you're a young man, and I say young men in particular because the stats do support the fact that there's an expectation that men pay. When you're a young man, it's particularly difficult to do all of these things, to cut back and also get laid. And what am I going to do? Defer getting laid for 10 years? When I say laid, I'm really saying meeting someone and falling in love and having a life. So if I'm living in a shoebox where I was, I can't bring anyone back there. I can't take anyone to dinner. I can't take anyone to the movies. So what do I do?
And this is why every Indian parents tell their kids to become a doctor so their son can get married. Mm-hmm. It's the same concept. But here's the thing, you have to pick your heart. Either life's going to be hard now, or it's going to be hard for the rest of your life. And you have to pick what's more important to you right now. And, if we talk about balance, if you want to have a balance of everything, where you want to find a girl, and you want to make money, and you want to stay healthy, you are dividing your attention everywhere. I'm not saying it's impossible, but very few people can actually do everything all at once. And if your number one goal is to become wealthy, if your number one goal is to turn your finances around, you have to get serious about it. Because where you put your attention is where you get the results. And so if you want to be in a better financial situation, you are going to have to make sacrifices. And it's difficult. I can't come here and tell you it's going to be easy. Because that's going to be me lying to you.
I got to be honest, I did make a sacrifice, and for me the sacrifice was I started a business, and frankly that meant that I didn't have time to be going out, getting laid, or meeting people, or socializing. But my story arc ends with it going well, and then the romantic situation taking care of itself many years later once it had gone well, because I was so focused on myself. And it's funny, there is a bit of a paradox to life that the more you actually focus inward, the more you become a magnet.
Yeah.
And the more I focused outward, the more I pursued and chased and sort of neglected myself, the more harder it was to get people interested in me.
Yeah, and I also want to say that when I talk about building wealth, I'm not talking about becoming money hungry, this money greedy, this evil person that just cares about money. That's not what I'm talking about, because I want you to live a holistic life, because money is just one part of your life. But the second part of that is I'm not telling you to never enjoy life. I'm telling you to make the sacrifice for a period of your life. That way you can enjoy the rest of your life and never have to worry about money again.
It's hard for us to naturally see life as seasons, especially when we're looking forward. When we're looking back, it's very easy to say, oh, that was that season. Like I can sit here now and say, oh, that 20 to 25 was that sacrifice everything in my life to make myself something season. And then 25 to 30 was like building and learning. And then I now, can think of, it's easier actually now to think forward in seasons now that I've been through some seasons. But for someone that hasn't been through seasons in life, it's hard to think about life in those terms. I don't think of my life in these 5-year seasons. And it helps me to say even have conversations with my partner where I go, this is the season I'm in. And it will last probably roughly this long. And I'm going to sacrifice these things and prioritize these things in this season. But it's hard for people to understand this idea.
So you look at your friends who have a crappy job, but they're driving around in nicer cars, going on better vacations, going to the nicer restaurants, and you're thinking, what did I do wrong? And then, especially if you're a guy, you have a girlfriend, you have a wife, she's gonna say, "How come they keep getting to go? Can they keep getting to go to Cancun? They keep going to these nice restaurants. How come you can't take me to these nice places?" And now you feel like you're doing something wrong because where is this discrepancy? The reason why I call my show The Minority Mindset is because I'm a big advocate of not doing what the majority of people do. The first time I made $1 million in a year, I was in my 20s. I was driving a car worth $500. It didn't have a bumper on it. It was not pretty. My wife sat in the car with me, and my employees drove better cars than I did. So, you got to be confident, and you got to look for something bigger, and you want a partner that's going to understand it. That's my belief. Which is not the easy thing.
It's interesting because confidence is such a internal thing, and I just feel like I probably didn't have it then, because I think I was scared for someone to know that I was broke. I was so scared for someone to know that I was broke that I just didn't entertain romantic relationships.
And that is the reason why so many people will go into debt to buy vacations, to buy things, to buy stuff, to look rich. And ironically, that's the key thing that keeps so many people poor for the rest of their life, is because they're scared to look broke. And now, when you try to look rich, that's the thing that's actually keeping you broke.
There's another element to this, which is my life was pretty miserable. So when you have a relatively miserable life, when you don't have many nice things, because you're working in a call center as I was until 11 o'clock at night time, doing overtime, every overtime hour I could get, then because you're also lonely, you're going home alone, walking home because you can't afford the bus. Anything that gives you a little dopamine hit, gambling. This is why all the gambling shops are in the areas that struggle with the worst financially, because a lot of people say, because those people are looking for that, that big payday, that dopamine hit from a payday. And my TV in my tiny, tiny little bedsit room was like half the size of the wall. I was making reckless spending decisions because I think it gave me some kind of hit that I was missing in my life. It gave me like a dopamine rush and there wasn't many things giving me a dopamine hit at that point in my life.
And see, here's the thing. During that time, you are making emotional decisions.
Yes.
As many people are. And it's very difficult to speak logic through emotion. But this is where now you have to be.
You just had on some shorts.
Because if you're listening to this and you're in that situation
that you just had on, you can put those back on.
If you want to continue being able to live that lifestyle, you're going to have to make some changes today. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in this lifestyle for the rest of your life. And it's only going to get more difficult. And that's the thing, is if you want to become wealthy, the first part is just your own mindset. It's your own discipline. And until you can conquer that, I can tell you everything about investing. I can tell you different ETFs and index funds to invest in. I can tell you different investment institutions out there. I can tell you which stock brokerages to use. I can tell you just invest 15% of your income into this for the next 10, 20, 30 years, and you're going to become wealthy. But until you can get over the mindset, you're never going to become wealthy. Because then what happens in that situation is when you're in that state of, I just want to look rich. I just want to have that dopamine. I just want to have some nice things because I deserve it. I work hard. Okay, what happens next? You're the one that gets caught up in all the get rich quick schemes. Because someone's going to say, look, put $1,000 into this. You'll have $10,000 in the next 3 months. Or I'm going to show you to live the laptop lifestyle. You can work 5 hours a week at $10,000 a month, $10,000 a week. You're never going to have to worry about money again. Just buy this program. And now you're a prime candidate because now you are driven by this emotion of, I want that. I can't imagine if I had an extra $10,000 a month and I don't really have to work for it, because you can't see past it. All you're doing is being sold by emotion. And so you're the ones getting caught up in the get rich quick schemes. You're the one that's going to make the bank rich because you're going to stay stuck in debt. Corporations are going to love you because they can keep selling you the nicest and newest stuff because you want to look rich, you want to show it off to your friends, you want to show it off to the girls. And you're stuck in that cycle.
So I want to talk about what the money mindset is, but just on that, what's your point of view